ridiculous.
Hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between. How the heck are ya? I am indeed Diana Clarion, the Lavender Lady. This is indeed Coffee with Lavender, and on the screen right now we have my co-pilot, my right hand, the person without whom I wouldn't be able to do any of this shit, Kate Farr, Bionic Dance. How are you, honey?
Hi, I'm okay. What's up? What's new? What's happening?
Oh, little bit this, little bit that. Good for me, good for you. I have no idea what I'm talking about. Really, I have none. I'm just a little pissed off today, but we're going to get to that as the time goes. And
Well, better to be pissed off than pissed on, I say.
you
This is true.
got a good point there. Got a really good point.
Yeah.
And behind Kate in the fuselage in the cockpit, we have in the engineer's station, chief engineer and navigator Mom Nato. Hi, honey.
Hi. Hi, folks. How are you? Welcome to Coffee with Lavender.
Yay! And sorry to say, everybody, no. In the plexiglass nose, we have our one and only bombardier, Tornado Pelt. How are you, dear?
Click.
Click.
Boom.
Yeah, there you go.
He was very helpful to me today.
Oh my.
He helped me with flea bathing the dog.
Oh, fun.
So-
And
Oh,
I
without
did
any
not help her
complaints.
Punch the cobra.
And incidentally,
Oh.
incidentally, as a very, very special guest, our own tour guide pointing out the plane. Over there you can see. Hi, purple rhymes with orange. How you doing, honey?
Hello.
Yay!
Yeah, my brain's messing with me.
Uh-oh.
It's decided the ultimate torture is it's going to try and make me into a morning person now.
Ow, ow,
No,
ow,
look on the bright
ow.
side. At least you have a brain.
Yeah.
Well, for
I'm
some
gonna-
stupid reason, it keeps waking me up 2 hours before I can actually start doing anything.
I
In
don't
the
blame you.
meantime, I'm busy flying rockets in Kerbal Space Program.
Yes, you're always flying rockets in
Yes.
Kerbal Space Program.
I've been up since 2:30 this morning, so
Yeah,
I
that
don't
is
want to
some-
hear about
I
brains.
miss the whole thing. When I was younger, I used to be heavily into model rocketry. And it's been
Mhm.
years since I've done it. And I miss it. I really do.
I did that for a bit as a teenager.
Did you ever design your own, or did you just stick with the kits?
No, I built a few of my own.
Yay!
What are we talking like Estes kits here?
Yes,
Those?
yes. Uh-huh.
I did
Uh,
one or two. I remember hearing about how if you like glue the nose cone in, the ejection charge for the parachute would blow up the whole rocket. It did not work.
Oh no.
What did it do
But-
instead?
It just fell to the ground and landed pretty hard.
Okay.
Yeah. You know, that
That's
was
it.
when people realized it was a good thing that didn't become a terrorist. Because I came up with the idea of how easily it would be to modify those into being a shoulder-mounted missile launcher.
Yeah,
my.
yeah.
Oh goodness.
You could modify
Funny,
those things?
You mentioned
Of course.
terrorism. I was thinking earlier today about how the origin stories of both supervillains and superheroes tend to start with someone who feels powerless
Uh-huh.
to
Yeah, I
affect
saw
the world
that.
around them for the better. And so they end up going like, okay, you're not going to help me fund my project that I think can help humanity. I'm going to do it myself. Oh my gosh, I've been zapped. And now I'm going to, yeah. So
Yeah, no,
I saw
my
that
It
favorite.
is a very
yeah.
common theme.
Mhm.
Yeah, no, my favorite superhero in City of Heroes, one of my characters, her father was a mad scientist and decided to experiment on her and activated a latent family gene, and now she's a fairy.
Okay.
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 She has the butterfly wings and she's a radiation tank. So she's got butterfly wings and she emits radiation.
Yeah, and whereas my
So
character
she's a
is
burning
basically
fairy.
Yeah, I'm
mutated.
not a tank myself. I preferred the range combat.
Oh, sentinels are fun if you want to try something fun. They're a
Yeah.
combination of a blaster and defender.
Well,
Well,
right now
now,
I'm sticking with just the one character
Mhm.
because, you know, it's a lot to manage just one, especially with all the other stuff I'm doing.
Mhm.
So,
So did you ever manage to download it, Diana?
download.
City of Heroes for
Oh
free.
no, I keep forgetting.
Oh.
I need to do this. Yes, I need to do. I want to do. I just
mm,
keep forgetting. Well, I have the memory of an elephant. You know, what's an elephant got
Mhm.
to remember? Um, but
Where its trunk is?
pretty much, yeah. And then what's in it? You know,
Yeah.
it's sort of. I could imagine an elephant forgetting what's in the trunk, and it turns out to be miscellaneous incendiaries or something. I don't know.
Mm,
Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my! But that's all sorts of stuff, and then yeah, I
yeah.
don't want to go thinking about that because I would want to go thinking about what I would do with those things right about
Mm,
now.
yeah.
We will get to that before it's over. Yeah,
All right.
yeah, there
Oh
you
Making me
go.
think of a
dear.
Far Side cartoon that it's like
Mm.
that, classic detective office thing, and standing in the shadows there, you can see the silhouette of an elephant, and he's
Okay.
saying, "Remember Kenya, 1956?"
mm, yeah. Wasn't there
Oh
another
my.
one where like someone had been squashed flat and one of the detective is an elephant and he's just sort of standing there looking guilty and they're like, "Gee, it's a mystery." You know, why this one will take a while to figure out. And if that's not a Far Side cartoon, it should have been.
And I don't know if this one was a Far Side cartoon, but if it wasn't, it should have been the church scene with the bugs in the pews and the preacher bug,
Oh,
and on the wall behind the preacher is a smashed bug.
on a boot. There's a
Yes,
boot.
yes, yeah, yeah.
What happened?
the
It's clearly a reference to Jesus being sacrificed on the cross, but it's a bug squashed by a boot, and that was the holy sacrifice made by
yeah.
this. Yeah.
Oh my, oh my. You talk about sacrifices. Yeah, good old
So I
est.
guess you could say it was a real pain in the thorax.
No.
No. Oh my, but yeah,
Fine, a
that
real
was
pain
good.
in the abdomen.
There was good old Ken Ham. Was it today or yesterday? Put his thing up about why are Christian martyrs different than all the other martyrs, and it's like, oh, screw you, Ken.
Mm. Oh, Ken Ham. What an
Oh,
idiot. I mean, that's the thing is like it's so hard to watch these people and not think, wow, this fucker's a schmuck. But at the same time, you have to wonder how many of them genuinely believe it and how many of them are just hucksters. Like,
well,
what's that one
there.
dude? He's got all the planes and he's always squinting and he kind of looks like a cross between Tim Allen and Seinfeld.
Oh, wait a minute, wait a minute. The
Joel
one.
Osteen. Osteen.
Oh, I was
That's
thinking of
the guy.
somebody else. I was thinking of the one that cured COVID through the television.
Oh no
Copeland.
no 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 no! That dude looks elderly. No no, this is Osteen.
Okay, okay, yeah, the
Are we talking
moron.
about Mr. I had enough money to buy a beautiful Cessna Citation jet?
Yes, that guy.
Yeah, him. The one who bought the arena that the Rockets played in and turned it into a church. Yeah.
Oh
You know what's
God.
kind of sad, actually? Like I was in a lift a while ago, like gosh, almost a year ago now, where the dude who was driving had music on, and I glanced over at the player to see what the music was, and it was the soundtrack to God's Not Dead. And the
Ah!
really sad part is, aside from the lyrics, it was really good music.
Really?
Like,
That's
because it was
unusual.
all the kind of rock and roll I enjoy. But when I listened to the lyrics, I was like, oh man, this is fucked up. But it was strange. It was also annoying that it was good and I didn't want to like it. You know, it actually was the same thing. I don't know if you've ever seen Wreck It Ralph, but at the end is this like during the credits is this really great song by it's just one guy, but he calls his band Owl City, right? And I thought it was really good, so I went looking it up. and I found some other songs I really enjoyed. And then I looked up the guy, and he said, "Oh yeah, every last song I make is for the glory of Christ." And I'm like, "Oh man, did you have to ruin it for me?" You know, I mean, like, you'd never know it from the lyrics of the songs I heard, but at the same time, I'm just like, dude, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. It's you were saying, or it was you that was saying it, right? You don't know how many of these people actually do believe it, and how many of them are just.
Yeah.
Now, what I'm finding, or at least my suspicions are leading me this way, is that there are the people who actually do believe it. They are the pew sitters, and the hucksters that are filling them
I
with
wasn't
it
asking
are.
about the pew sitters. I was asking about the evangelists, the guys
Oh,
up at the
oh,
podium.
oh! Those
They're
guys.
all hucksters.
I'm pretty sure they're all hucksters. Really, I am. There is no way that many of these people cannot. Okay, look, Georgia Purdom has.
Who?
Georgia Purdom is the.
She's one of Ken Ham's crew.
Yeah, she's one of Ken Ham's minions.
Oh, not
she's
Georgia Purdom.
She's actually credentialed as a geneticist. She
Yeah.
cannot. She cannot know. Or let's see. She cannot not know that this stuff that she's decrying is real. There is what the Lyle. What the hell is his first name? Jason Lyle also works for Ken Ham. He is an astrophysicist, credentialed as an astrophysicist. He cannot not know. Then you've got the Australian. What the hell is his name? The one.
Oh,
that,
you mean Ray Comfort?
Uh,
Or is he New Zealand?
no,
I can't remember.
He's New Zealand. The one I'm thinking of is the geologist who simultaneously wrote something that did get published in a respected journal, dating some rock formation at something times 10 to the 9th years old, and wrote something for Ham stating that the Earth could not be more than 6,000 years old. I cannot remember the guy's name. He's very annoying. Well, that describes.
Could be anybody.
Yeah. Jesus Christ. Yeah, he is actually credentialed as a geologist, and he
That's
cannot.
disturbing.
Yeah, he cannot not know what's going on, really. But there he is talking out of. He's the one where you can actually document him talking out of both sides of his mouth. I wish I could remember what the hell that guy's name is.
What do you mean when they say they're talking out of both sides of his mouth?
He's saying one thing at one time and another thing at the other time that both contradict each other.
Yes, that's a great way to put it.
So double speak.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
he's
just wanna
trying to
call
make
it-
people on both sides think he agrees with them.
Yeah, him
I'm
talk
just
with
gonna say
forked
it
tongue.
like this. He's talking out his ass again.
Well,
He's
that's
playing the
something
middle.
slightly different. Well, not necessarily even playing the middle, because, I mean, that's something like Joe Biden. What this Snelling? That's the guy's name.
Andrew Snelling?
Yes. Yeah. No, this.
I wonder what they're going to do if Biden gets disqualified.
How would he get disqualified?
If he goes to trial, he can't.
For the rape thing?
Yeah,
Okay.
all that is that
well, I
shit.
don't know that.
If he goes to trial, he cannot run for president.
Yes, he can actually.
No,
Mm-mm.
he can't run if he's convicted. But you know
Okay.
how slow the courts work. There's no way they'd finish that in time.
Ugh.
Well, I remember, this is the funniest thing. In Ohio, Youngstown, if I remember correctly, there was somebody who ran for a political office from his jail cell.
Oh my God.
Did you see that there was this guy who was running for some office or other, local office, where his whole campaign slogan was, "Why not?"
Okay.
That was 100%, like, those booklets they give you out to describe candidates. That was his whole thing. Why not? I don't know if he got elected, but that's hilarious anyway.
Yeah, because
Well,
this guy, he looks like looks like a used car salesman. You know, those plaid sport coats and the bleh. He actually won the office out of his jail cell. I'm
my
trying to
God.
well,
remember who
in
the hell.
2016 in Las Vegas, they elected a pimp who actually died a month before the election.
Okay.
I seem to remember
Uh,
that's not the only time that someone who was dead was elected.
Yeah, and I could
Wow,
see how
okay.
it would happen
Yeah,
because
they had already printed the ballots.
yes, because here in Pennsylvania, Bernie Sanders was on the primary ballot, even though he had, quote, withdrawn, end quote. So, they didn't change the ballot in time for the primary election. He actually got 20% of the vote. That's the amazing thing. He's not even technically in the race, and he got 20% of the vote. Tells you something, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But I really wish. I really wish that the electorate were not so dead set against him.
I wish the
Yeah.
electorate wasn't so fucking stupid.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, really, we don't need. Yeah, we're getting to the theme, guys. Don't worry about it. We don't
well-
need to replace the politicians. We need to replace the electorate.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, because so many of them are just so afraid of everything that they will go for the safe option,
Yep.
or they'll just
Yeah.
vote without being informed even slightly on stuff. And it's like, why are you
Well, that-
pulling this crap?
Yeah,
Yeah.
the whole thing with Biden just proves that they would rather lose the election to the Republicans than have a candidate who might actually change something.
Well,
Yeah.
no. That's the politicians.
Yeah.
The politicians are making that calculation. The electorate just has like tunnel vision. They can't see past their own noses. They can't see to the next election.
Yeah.
What's going to happen? The sheer number of times I said to people, okay, like, sure, if you elect Joe Biden, he's probably better than Trump, but he's still shit.
Yeah.
And he's going to be doing things while he's in office, and they're probably not things you want him to do.
Right.
And if you elect him, you are opening the door to an even worse than Trump Republican, because people will be so sick and tired of Biden's crap that they'll be like, I need something. I mean, there are a lot of people who voted rabidly for Obama. And when Obama turned out to be the compromiser in chief, where he would start with the compromise to try to reach across the aisle instead of shooting for the moon and bargaining down like he should have done. And those Obama voters got so sick of that shit that they said, we need change, and we'll take anybody, any change. And so they voted for Trump. They regret it now. There's interviews, you can find them, where they regret that Trump vote. But they fell for his faux populist message, and they thought they were voting for what Obama should have been.
Yeah.
And now they're
yeah.
like, fuck, I was duped.
And this is one of the reasons that we're in the position we're in right now. You and I, Kate, where the war is on again, basically, with the war on queers. No matter what brand of queer you are, they don't like. They want rid of us. I mean, they especially want rid of me, deny me medical care, that sort of thing. And already in the GOP platform is going to get rid of marriage equality, and what is the other one? There was another plank in there that was equally horrible. And yeah, this is the thumbnail I had here. You had the whole gays for Trump thing, and how's that working for you, kids? Seriously.
Yeah, I just don't understand people who seem to be against themselves.
Yeah, that's what I haven't understood about most of the staunch Republicans, that they keep voting against their own personal interest.
I mean, so much of it is just hatred and fear of the other. Where it's like, oh my gosh, you're not normal. I need normal. And it's like, yeah, okay, maybe you do, but at the same time, well, to get rid of the queers, you are screwing yourself financially, screwing yourself in so many ways,
Yeah.
Yeah.
just to get rid of those creepy ass queers you hate so much.
Yeah. And I mean that's the cause du jour at this point, where the Christian right has run out of enemies, and they're grabbing for people like me, and then they're trying to grab back to, we thought that the marriage equality issue was a settled thing. I guess not. They're trying to reach back to that thing, because what happened?
And Diana,
Yes, dear.
as Christian as I may be, I still think you're one of the coolest people I've ever met.
There's nothing to do with
Yeah.
being Christian,
Well,
Talon.
There's no
And-
accounting for
and-
taste, but that's beside the point.
I think the single solitary bright spot in any of this is that now that they are emboldened by Trump, the Nazis and skinheads and Proud Boys and all those fuckers are coming out into the light. They're outing themselves so that if we manage to get Trump out of power and get an actual proper progressive in office, we now know who they all are. They're not hiding anymore.
Yeah.
And that makes it so, like, okay, now we can deal with you, where before you were hiding under your KKK hoods.
Well, there was a great one yesterday for the people who were trying to, deny that there were right-wing people trying to stir up the riots. That one of the guys arrested had Nazi tattoos, and they found out he had been an organizer of a couple of white supremacist events.
Yep.
No. Was this guy a cop by some chance?
No,
'Cause
he wasn't a cop. He was just showing up at the protest to try and incite violence.
Okay, because I do remember some photographs that were claiming, the photographs were not claiming, the posters of the photographs are claiming that the tattoos you saw with the Nazi tattoos and everything else were on a cop.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I
Well,
wouldn't
there
either.
were a lot of reports of just cops who were showing up and deliberately escalating violence
Yes.
in order
Yeah.
to be able to crack heads.
Yeah.
Yep.
To turn peaceful demonstrations into riots, to manufacture riots.
Right.
This seems
Like
to be a
shoving
game.
people and,
It seems to be a game
yelling
to
at
them.
people.
Yeah, I mean they like this sort of thing, and I understand the sentiment of let's get rid of the cops, because
I mean, the thing is, though, you do kind of have to be able to enforce certain rules and laws just for
Well,
the
yes,
safety
yeah.
of other people.
yeah, I
And
mean that's
when
where it was
people said,
headed.
like, I was actually talking about this on the Breakfast Club yesterday, is like, when you say defund the police, no, like, you could ask 5 people what that means and get 8 different answers.
Yes.
So, like, what do you do? How do you deal with that?
And the other one is okay, if you want to have a closer look at these individuals to see what they're doing and try to keep them in line. Now the question becomes who watches the watchers?
Yep.
Well,
You're
yeah.
always referring upward. And somebody is always going to cause a problem. And I don't know if there's an actual name for it. I think of it as it's the Wilson principle, because I first saw it in print from Robert Anton Wilson. Those who crave power are the last people that should have it.
Yes.
So if you
Now,
want to be a cop, you should never be a cop. That sort of thing.
So this guy, what was his name? Robert Anton Wilson, Illuminatus trilogy?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I was watching some video, that was asking if there should be a test for people running for office. And yeah, that was pretty much the first thing I thought of, was that anybody willing to take the job should not be allowed to run.
Yeah,
Okay,
absolutely.
here's the problem with having tests for offices. Like, when they had tests for this, that, or the other thing, they were usually directed at minorities.
Yeah.
And they were usually there, like, specifically to deny them anything.
Yeah.
Right.
You
Yeah,
know,
and that's the
I seem to
problem.
remember, what was it, like a citizenship test or some weird equivalency thing where the questions were worded in the most roundabout ways
Yep.
where no one could fucking answer it. And they're like, well, sorry, you don't get to have your rights because you didn't answer the questions.
Well, and
Right,
that's the
and then
problem. In the U.S., there wouldn't be any way to have a nonpartisan agency that would, be governing the test.
Yeah, I've already
It's
suggested.
almost as if what we need to do is to have another country oversee our shit.
Well,
You know,
there's
like
where I was
someone who
headed.
doesn't have a vested interest in like the status quo or their own power base or whatever.
Yeah, some years ago, I had actually stated, perhaps the U.S. needs some UN intervention, and
Oversight.
one of the and one of the people there said, "Oh, they'd never go for it." That's the point.
Yeah. Yeah.
How
the
about we have
people with
Switzerland
power
run
don't wanna
elections?
relinquish it.
How about we have Switzerland run the elections for everyone since they've always stayed neutral?
There you go. I'm liking it. Really, okay.
They can run the
my...
U.S., the U.K., and the Australian elections.
Oh my word. Okay. I almost wish that we had a parliamentary system, but I mean, we see the UK and we see the problems they have, so
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Canada seems to be
hell,
doing the
there's just
best
a
job of
problem
it at
with
this point.
aristocracy. You know, these entrenched interests that are also hereditary. You know, I mean, it still knocks me out that in this day and age, we have royalty that we almost take seriously. Royalty, like this is the
Yeah.
fucking medieval times. That it's just bizarre to me that this is a thing.
And it's not simply the
Yeah,
UK.
that this family is in power just because they've been in power for the last 500 years.
Yes.
And they're like not even slightly inbred. I mean, I was reading up on some of the old kings and queens and stuff and how their reigns went, and like the sickly, unwell, just health wise state of some of these people, and largely because the aristocracy was so inbred. It's just scary reading about some of these leaders.
And that the royal families of basically every European country were never further removed than a cousin.
Yeah, I mean, I was headed there, if I remember correctly. Isn't it the Habsburgs with the they used to call it the bleeder's disease. What the heck is it?
Hemophilia.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah. You had it through Victoria, basically, and then spread all over fucking Europe.
So with all these like inbred European hicks that somehow managed to get the throne, like what's the British equivalent of you know?
That would be Prince Charles.
No. I mean, literally, what song is the equivalent?
Okay. Jeez, I don't know. We have to work on that one.
You know, that's
Send
the whole
in your
dueling
suggestions,
banjos British
kids.
style. I have to wonder.
I don't know.
Like, yeah, the British equivalent of dueling banjos. You know, boy, you got a pretty mouth.
Yeah, do we have anybody in the side chat from the UK?
Mouth would probably sound remarkably like ridiculous in a British accent. I'm trying to, but oh my lad, you've got a. I can't even fucking do a British accent right now. But like hearing that boy, you got a pretty mouth in like, in British.
Okay, you're gonna have to go on Twitter and ask Bad Tempered Badger.
Actually, you know who I'd really rather ask is a very stable milking stool.
Oh, jeez. Does anybody know if he's awake? Get him on here. Get him in the side chat. I'll send him a link.
Oh, yeah, it should only be about dinner time for him now.
Yeah, it's, let's see. Yeah, about 18-30 hours or so. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, for the love of St. Kulik. No, that's that's the whole damn thing, though. I mean, I'm scared. Okay, I'm frightened because
Scorpions.
Yeah, pretty much. what's going to happen when I'm in an emergency and somebody doesn't want to treat me. What happens when I cannot get a hold of certain chemicals I need? Certain steroid hormones or steroid hormone blockers, that sort of thing. Um, yeah, it's they know what they're doing. Of course they do, and they're killing a lot of us this way, and that's exactly what they want.
Well, it's not just the queers and the lesbians and the gays. It's the poor.
Oh well, that too. Yeah.
I qualify as in that latter category. You know, where it takes a lot to find the money to pay for medical insurance. And I got lucky enough that um, I called the right person, or the right person called me, found me a way to get medical insurance for less than $30 a month. But
yeah, and that's a major
no.
accomplishment right there.
Yeah, I pay $21.75 for medical insurance a month. And, I don't get the earned tax credit for it because I don't make any money.
Yeah, yeah, that's the interesting thing. You get the break or the perk or whatever you want to call it, but
Hmm.
not if you really, 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 really need it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you have no income, well, no, you can't have anything. Yeah. Or as the
Yeah.
I'm still waiting through the paperwork, so at this point I have health insurance for my cat, but I don't have any.
I saw that,
I
and that's yeesh.
Well, it's like when we the alt-right playbook, where it's just, we want to deny you anything you haven't earned. That's why they're denying people all of this insurance, is because if you could afford insurance, you deserve insurance.
Well, that's
Like
yeah.
they don't
Yeah.
want you to have no, if you don't need, or if you can afford insurance, you don't need state insurance, and if you can't afford it, you're not allowed to have it because you didn't earn it.
Well, that's
So-
Of course,
yeah.
the
That's what
people with this attitude of you can only have what you have earned mostly are those who inherited money and haven't worked in their life.
You got it. Yeah. And then there's the male slimy bastard who, in as many words, once told me, "You're poor. You're not supposed to have anything."
Mm.
But
That's a
not
lot.
having anything is why I'm poor, asshole.
But it's that supposed to that's at the heart of the problem.
Yes,
Is that a
yes,
lot of
yes.
these people believe in destiny.
Yeah.
That they think that there are those who deserve and should have, and those who are destined to be their lackeys. And the whole idea is to be on the highest tier of lackeys.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. The poor white trash saying, "Well, I've got it pretty bad, but at least I'm not an N-word." One of these deals.
Or even just like, yeah, sure, maybe I'm lower middle class, but at least I'm not like even lower class. Like at
Mhm.
least I'm not like not even
poor.
homeless. It's like I live in a shack, and like at least I don't live in a shack that has no insulation, nothing. At least I'm not working a job that doesn't pay me enough to eat. I'm relatively comfortable, on the low end of comfortable, and so I have someone to look down on and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Milking Stool has showed up in the side chat now.
Hey, milking stool, you feel like coming on in? We could use a little bit of your wit there. Let me see what we can do here, huh? Oh my word. Let's see, what do we have here? I think, let's see. Yeah, there we go. Do you want to have a look at your DMs?
His
Yeah.
dungeon masters.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, there's a link in your DM, Stool, in case you want to come on in and give us all a hard time.
It's mostly because I had a silly question that only a Brit can answer.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
But
Yeah.
anyway,
What is this obsession with black pudding, right?
it's weird because I know that that's a food over in the UK, but isn't it also like an explosive? Or am I just thinking of black powder?
Black powder, I think.
I'm thinking you're thinking of black powder. Yeah,
I like maybe you can make something from black powder that's called black pudding. I'm not sure, but I swear there's a thing.
neither am I
Don't
sure.
know.
Wait a minute, what do we have here? I has to find, where did you go? There you are. Yay, we're going to do that, is what we're going to do. And, oh, it's
Oh, hi, Miss Jenny Morgan.
Jenny Morgan is here. Hello, dear.
Hey,
Oh, okay, nerdy. Okay, thank you. Thank you. I did not know that.
Yeah.
okay, so the British don't eat black pudding; they only eat spotted dick.
Yeah.
Which sounds like something that requires antibiotics, doesn't it?
Yes. I was thinking along much the same lines there. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
If
I've
mine
never
was
had
with
black
it, I would
pudding.
definitely go to the doctor.
I've never
Wait a
had
minute,
black pudding.
where are
I
we?
don't even know what it is.
Oh, it's a sausage made with blood.
Oh, yeah.
It's the Scottish equivalent of quiche.
Now, is
Eh,
that just another word for
disgusting.
blood pudding, or is there something else?
Well, whoever joined us is
Or
mute.
sorry, blood sausage.
so-
Did I say blood pudding or blood
I
sausage?
think you said blood sausage. Yes. Hello,
Okay,
dear.
I meant blood sausage. So
I think that's Stool, but I think he wants to change his name before he comes in here.
Hmm.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, you're already in, but yeah, if you don't want to say much for fear of showing your name,
Oh, he just left. So.
oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think he'll probably be back. I think he maybe didn't realize that his name was showing.
Okay then. Yeah, that's happened to a couple of people on my live streams, and
That happened to me one time last year.
Hey,
yeah.
can I share my screen?
And I'm thinking it happened to Jimmy at one point when he didn't want his surname revealed, and there it was, right in the this person has joined the chat. It's like, okay.
Oh, nope.
And
Name's
no,
still
honey,
showing.
yeah, the name is still there. If
Hey,
you're
can I share my screen?
no,
He
Um,
has to go into Google or YouTube or whatever to change.
Yeah, you've got to go into your Google account to change it.
Yeah,
Change the name
it's
on your
so
Google
much
account
about pain in
settings.
the butt. Yeah.
Well, he's no longer muted, so.
Okay.
Hey,
Hi,
Have
honey.
I got a voice?
Yep,
Yeah,
we hear
you
you.
absolutely have a voice. How you doing, sweetness?
Yes, and I don't like Google. It's wank because I can't. It doesn't let me on these stupid fucking Hangout things. It doesn't let me use my brand. Doesn't let me use my brand account. So I don't actually know what you're seeing. I don't know what I'm called today. If
Okay.
it's my real name, I don't give a shit.
Oh, okay.
Well, I'm not
It
gonna
is.
say
It is something that one would consider a real name. We're
Yeah.
seeing your.
Okay, that wasn't catching
We're
at
also
all.
we're seeing your icon. We're not seeing your actual face. So if you were worried about that, that's not a problem.
Also, I
Well,
got
he's
Wait
had
a
his
minute,
face
then.
on camera before.
Yeah, and as a matter of fact, I had to replace a monitor the last time your face
Oh,
was on camera.
So
Oh.
this is why I was summoned. You just wanted to laugh at the poor
Yeah, there you
British
go.
guy again.
Yeah.
Well,
You guys
kind
mind
of.
if I share
I
my
actually
screen?
had a genuine question, although it comes from a place of humor. Is like we were talking about American Hicks and the whole like dueling banjos thing with the boy, you got a pretty mouth, and you got the. And I was just wondering what the British equivalent of that was. Like
Oh,
what British song sounds like dueling banjos or is used in place of the American, dueling banjos thing?
I don't know the fucking answer to that.
Okay, no worries.
No
You've
worries.
Do you have a stereotype there of like, inbred rednecks?
Oh, fuck. Well, yeah, I mean, if you've been watching the news recently, I know you guys aren't allowed to watch news from foreign lands, but over here
That's
in the
pretty
UK,
much accurate.
all these knobheads who've been going fighting, the football hooligan types,
Oh my
Yep.
word. Okay.
bald head, lots of tattoos, big
Hmm.
belly, bit like Bionic.
Oh, hush you.
Oh,
Aww.
That's that. I guess that would be the equivalent because they're probably worse actually than your hick type people. I thought you were talking about black pudding. Anyway,
anyway.
We're
Well,
talking
yeah,
about
but
whatever
it-
comes
share
to
my
mind.
screen.
I mean, really.
We went down a rabbit hole, and we always do. So,
Do you mind if I share my screen? Because I want to show what I'm.
Go
actually
for it,
got.
honey. Go for it.
oh God, are you about to show us Kerbal Space Program?
Please don't do
Yeah.
that. No, please don't do that.
Don't.
No.
That's totally off topic, honey. We'll come up with something at some
Aw.
point. I mean, we've already got enough of a problem with Trump, and well, okay. I mean, Stool can tell us all about Boris Johnson, and oh God,
I don't want to hear about Boris's Johnson.
there you go.
Your friend and your Johnson.
No, just no.
Google is so fucking shit. Jesus Christ.
Well,
Uh,
what do you expect when the highest office in your country is held by BJ?
Yeah, it's Sunday. I'm not talking about that dick. He can just fuck off.
Now, okay, this is an actual question I do have.
Is it about
Okay.
black pudding yet?
Well,
I'm only-
it might get there because I mean, we're talking about fudge packing in a minute here, but
Okay.
I mean, on your side of the pond, is there as much hate for people of non-standard preferences? People who are not cishet, as there is here, or
I'm
I mean,
gonna-
have you guys grown up, basically?
I don't know the answer to that one either because I honestly thought we had grown up. But if you look at what has been happening in recent years, and especially in the last few weeks, I think we're just as dick as you lot, to be honest.
I am so sad because
Yeah.
I was holding out some degree of hope that there was some reason, there was some rationality somewhere in the world, but I guess not.
I think we're all basically going to fuck off to Canada because that seems to be the only place.
I keep hoping that the nation state of Cascadia becomes a thing.
What does it say about both our countries that we're now kind of seeing Australia as being a more evolved culture?
The United States is definitely a failed state at this point.
Yes. Yeah.
Democracy is dead.
If it's not dead, it's coughing up blood.
It's been infected with Ebola, which, by the way, is actually now happening in the Democratic Republic of the Congo.
So what I'm curious
Yep.
is how this Bola ended up online.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Ebola. I'll
Yes.
just be over here.
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
Ebola.
Oh, shut up, Stool. You know you love it.
No. You gotta pronounce it wrong. It's Ebola.
Yes.
Yeah,
We understand.
Ebola seems to be an appropriate analog to it because, yeah, we're definitely going and infecting other countries.
Mhm. I mean, I've said it before and I'll say it again. This is why I am so happy that I have more life behind me than ahead of me.
Hmm.
See, the thing, I know you say that a lot, but the thing is that the upcoming years are going to be interesting, if nothing else, and I would hate to miss out.
Well, you know the old curse, may you live in interesting times, but,
Yeah.
you
Well,
know,
well, but I mean, like, okay, you know about Chaz, right? The Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone?
yes, yes.
Well, I mean, because I used to live literally, like, I could have seen where Chaz is from my window. Not even kidding.
Okay,
Right?
okay.
And I kind of feel like I'm missing out by not being there for this really interesting historical moment.
Now
You
this is
know?
okay. This is the thing I'm wondering about when you mention Chaz. I don't see a way that a society can be run long term that way. Am I missing something?
Well, what do you see as the problem?
There are always going to be people who want to cause trouble, and you do need a way to, for lack of a better word, police them. You do need some sort of law enforcement. Now, I do know that law enforcement is the problem. I know. So now
Well,
you're caught in a cycle that you can't seem to get out of.
Did
well,
you
there are a
watch?
couple of things that people need to know about Chaz because number one, it's tiny.
Yes,
Okay,
six
it's
blocks.
like 2 by 2 basically, and most of it is Cal Anderson Park.
Okay,
Right?
I have
It's just this grassy area. And like, but you look at the Republicans, or even a lot of people on the left who really don't know what the fuck they're talking about. It's like this huge occupation of Seattle where
Oh
everything's on
no,
fire.
it's not that at
You
all.
know,
No.
and it's no, not even slightly. And so, I mean, I think my biggest problem with Chaz is that right now, some people who are involved in it are trying to rename it to CHOP, which is like the Capitol Hill occupied something. I don't remember exactly. But the thing is, I've been saying for a while that the left has a PR problem. They
Yeah.
cannot come up with a slogan to save their lives, at
Right.
least not one that can't be spun horribly by the right wing. And like, I actually talked to someone who's there, who's an advocate of renaming it to CHOP, and he said, "Fuck them, I don't care." And I'm like, that is not a way to be accepted. That is not a way to be normalized. That is not a way to get people on your side, is by saying, "Fuck them, I don't care." When what we're talking about is how people can deny you legitimacy. I think it's one of the stupidest things I've ever heard what this guy said.
Mm-hmm.
I have to go. I have to
Be sure to
go.
wipe after.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, at least you said it before I did.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
Someone was gonna.
Yeah, well, I have to go. My mother's needing help, so
oh my, oh
Okay.
my. Okay,
I will
honey.
talk to y'all later.
Well,
Bye
Yep.
bye.
Bye-bye.
thanks for navigating as you do
Oh,
so
for
well.
a little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll talk to you later.
okay, hon. Take care. Oh
Yeah,
my.
it's kind of the way I feel about religion as well. Is that they don't seem to understand that they're marketing a product, and if your PR is shit, people aren't going to buy it, or at
Mm-hmm.
least nobody intelligent will. And so I look at theists saying, "Here's why you should believe in Jesus," and I'm like, that's not a reason that can be convincing to anybody with half a brain.
And besides, one of their reasons anyway is so outdated and so stale, and we know it is that you cannot even use. I'm, the whole thing about salvation, salvation that was completed in the first century. Yeah, I mean, we weren't
Well,
even supposed to exist because the world was supposed to have ended.
oh geez, how many apocalypses have there not been
Yeah,
that have been
right,
predicted? You
right.
know, I mean, it like it seems every week someone says, "Oh yeah, the end is coming. Everyone prepare yourselves," and then of course it doesn't.
I mean,
They've been predicted by at least 20 major churches in my lifetime.
Mhm.
what is it? The font of all knowledge. Wikipedia has an entire freaking list of apocalypses predating the Jewish apocalypse that Jesus was all a part of, and post dating it right up to the present day. Um, and none of them, of course, have come to pass. So, doesn't anybody get the point by now? I guess not.
I have been so disappointed the rapture hasn't happened yet.
Yeah.
Because you know how much good stuff the Christians are going to leave behind that I can go and collect?
There you go. There
Well,
you go.
I still love the idea where people say, okay, when there's a rapture predicted, everyone go out and buy like blow up dolls and fill them with helium and release them into the sky. So
I
that
like
when it
that.
flies up, all the Christians are like, oh shit, I didn't make it. I
I love
think
that.
that's
Yeah, like
hilarious.
100 inflatable sex dolls rising into the clouds.
just
Well, I mean,
don't
even
do
No,
if
it.
they're
no,
not
no. What
sex
you really
dolls,
want
just
to
the
do is
basic idea of like all these Christians looking up and seeing bodies going into the sky and going, "Oh shit, oh shit, I'm one of the bad ones."
Just don't do it near an airport. That's all. So I guess that leaves you
Well,
out, okay?
yeah.
Yeah.
No, what
Although
you really,
imagine the look on a pilot's face.
what you
You
really
know,
want to do is
flying into final approach, and all of a sudden, splat, and it's like, "Oh shit, what did I just hit?"
I wonder what vinyl does to
no, guys.
aircraft
What you
engines.
really want to do, is you want to get some shoes and you want to lay them in front of church steps or the houses of pastors and put dry ice in the shoes.
Mm.
For
Like
once, he may
basically
have a
do the
point.
equivalent of a ding dong ditch, I guess.
There you go. There you go.
Or just have clothes just strewn all over the streets.
Well, there's the interesting thing. I mean, we even got a little bit of the instruction in the rapture in a Catholic school, and
Bye, Mom. Be safe.
you had the
Love you.
people. Yeah, you had people, being taken up into heaven and stuff. And with the illustrations they had, they were in their clothing, and I'm thinking of, oh, wait a minute, what's the point? But I guess, when you're presenting this to 8-year-olds, yeah, you got to have the clothing on these guys or something. I don't know. It's
So stupid. I mean, that's the thing. It really is just so stupid, all of this stuff. I can't believe anyone believes it.
I know. It's
Well, it's mostly the thing that if you were brought up with it all your life, a lot of people have never thought to question it.
But then you get those people who convert later in life. And it's
those.
like, the
Yeah,
fuck are you thinking?
these people I don't
Yeah.
understand. Now, okay, I do understand the crisis conversions. I think my sister was one of them. Where people are in all kinds of trouble and they don't see a way out, and it's someone help me please, and the Jesus peddler offers companionship or comfort or whatever, and okay, there they go. But I don't know how anybody could be converted by any sort of argument in favor of the religion.
Well, I want to know, because I've never actually heard why Kirk Cameron decided to go insane like he did. I know he had a conversion moment in his life, like while he was still filming Growing Pains,
I was
but
gonna
I've never
say.
heard exactly like what the spark was that ignited his zealotry.
Well, now when he's doing the Growing Pains, he's still a kid, right? I mean,
Yeah,
what,
yeah.
no older than 13 or?
No. Closer to 15.
Oh, okay, fine. But I mean, still that age where you can be pretty damn stupid.
Yeah.
So I mean, that may have helped a little bit. I don't know, because.
But I mean, you heard about some of the crazy shit he pulled, though, right?
Not.
Like, okay, one of his female co-stars, the one who was supposed to play his girlfriend, had done a spread in Playboy, and he lost it. He went like he said, she needs to be fired or I'm out of here. And he actually went to the corporate offices of, I think it was ABC, and told them that if they didn't fire her, he was going to like damn their souls or some shit.
Oh, jeez.
They wanted They wanted him to fuck off, but he was such a cash cow at the time, this teen heartthrob, that they couldn't do it. And
Okay.
so he made them sanitize growing pains so much because he had that sudden conversion.
In the side chat, Julia Lavoie said that Cameron was persuaded by Pascal's wager.
Oh, what a shitty reason to be persuaded.
What's Pascal's wager?
That's the one where you have a couple of options. Either there is no God, and so like it doesn't matter what you do, or there is a God, and like he'll send you to hell if you don't believe in him. So you'd better believe in him to be safe, just in case. Because you lose nothing if there is no God, except every goddamn Sunday of your life. And so it's like, but the problem with Pascal's wager, of course, is but your God isn't the only possible God that there could be. And what if you're like pissing off Zeus the whole time you're worshiping Yahweh?
Well, that too.
Jesus Christ!
And
don't ask her a question again, please.
Yeah, and then
it just goes on and on and on.
The other,
hush, Joe.
The other one is it's not like the God that the Christians describe isn't going to know that you're faking it and damn you anyway. You know.
Look at me, Mom, playing it safe.
Yeah.
And then you've got the odd case of me where I'm the science-minded Christian in the room. And I don't actually like the whole flood idea. The flood thing is
hang on, honey.
Stupid.
Well, the whole thing, though, is that this religion thing is not solely the flood. It's not solely creationism. I mean, you can have profoundly religious people who are science-minded. I mean, Francis Collins is the first name that comes to my mind.
There are a lot of Christians who don't take the Bible literally. They accept that it's, allegories and metaphors.
Yeah.
What is a metaphor anyway?
I'm not too sure. I don't know.
Well, they're outdated now. We're up to the Meta Sixes.
Okay, then.
Actually, it sounds like a good name for a band.
Yeah, it really does. Yeah, they could have gone as the metaphor rather than the Fab Four, but no, that's never mind.
No, it's called the.
Sounds like a Yoko thing.
It's not the Fab Four; it's the Fantastic Four.
I remember, you mentioned Yoko. Those of you who are familiar with the "Whose Line Is It Anyway?"
Are we talking Yoko Ono?
Yes, we are.
Of course.
And Colin Mockery was doing his impression of Yoko Ono, if you will, with a song about attorneys. And, he's singing about attorney and that whole bit, doing an over-the-top Yoko Ono. And,
Yeah. I don't know, I know it's not spelled that way, but I can't hear anything other than Colin Mockery.
Uh-huh.
Just can't.
There we
I'm
go.
thinking it was Benny Hill who said that Yoko Ono means beautiful bird who cannot sing.
God,
she's
weird. God, she's totally off the rails.
Do you not follow the Yoko Ono bot on Twitter?
The fact that he produced an album for her, I think, just proves how desperately in love John Lennon was with her.
Oh man, yeah.
Yoko Ono was a girl?
You didn't know that?
You didn't know that?
Almost every Japanese name that ends in ko is a feminine name.
Oh.
You just made that up.
No, not at all.
I'm not believing that nonsense. You're just making crap up again.
Okay, I double dog dare you to look it up.
I'm looking nothing up today. Listen, I'm pissed off with Google. I'm not touching it.
I don't blame you. Oh, Lord.
How stupid is it that on this damn thing I can't use the account that I want to? It's just messed up. It won't let me.
Yeah, they are really weird about that whole thing, and especially linking everything to everything else. to where you have to change at 3 levels to make any superficial change at all.
Well,
Um,
I'm blaming Google for the fact that half of my own sock puppets won't subscribe to my channel.
there you
Matt!
are.
But okay, so here we are. During the period when typical parents had several children, it was a common practice to name sons by numbers suffixed with "ro," and then girls were often named with "ko" or "child" at the end of the given name. This should not be confused with the less common male suffix "hiko." So, neener, it's true. Bite me.
Yeah. Nina, you. I believed you anyway. I just wanted to make you do some work.
There you
Well,
are.
the thing is, it doesn't work for you if I didn't mind.
And
I've
remember,
heard
if you're
that
losing
before.
the argument, you can always go in and edit Wikipedia.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah.
that reminds me of that one time the people who were the young Earth creationists. Did they ever try and edit Wikipedia to say that young Earth creationism was true?
I seem to remember they did try, and people kept changing it back on them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they actually have had for a good long time people who do read the changes and the additions and everything. I tried to make a joke edition some years ago, and this is nonsense. We're getting rid of it, and for the
Aaron Ross said something that on the Wikipedia page about him, he kept correcting it, and he'd go back a little while later and somebody had changed it again.
mm-hmm.
So it's like people were correcting his corrections to the page about him.
Yeah, you like that one? All right. Yeah, I know you better than you do.
Oh man, the sheer number of times I have to use that argument now where someone tells me, "Oh, you just think this." And I'm like, I think I know my own mind better than I do, and if you're going to insist on that, I have no reason to talk to you anymore. And
Yeah.
I realize now that Stool is going to use that as a way to shut me up, or at least but that's just him, and I'll take it as it is because
You have
he's
such
a
low
goof.
expectations of me.
Am I wrong to do it?
Listen, it's Sunday. I'm being a good boy today.
Not completely, but okay, I take it.
Nah, he has been so far.
I've been remarkably well behaved.
Well, yeah, but only by comparison to usual.
Ouch.
Yeah, but
Now that's the interesting thing though when you were talking about the ko. Japanese it's a feminine suffix. In Slovak it's a male suffix or a masculine suffix. Ka is the feminine suffix in Slovak.
Yeah, well, now it's usually a term of affection, but kun is like a male thing.
Oh, we can't say that, can we?
Well, it's spelled Kun.
Oh, right.
But like if you have someone, I don't know, I'm trying to come up with a good Japanese name here, and totally blanking. Akira-kun is like saying, "Oh, I like you, Akira. You're a good guy. Oh, darling," that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. That's
It's the male equivalent of chan for females.
okay. Yeah, and that's
I
the
learned
deal
something
with
today.
that's the deal with ko and ka in Slovak. They are affectionate diminutives, if you will. And it extends to the other languages also, like Russian and Polish. So Ivanko, for example, is Johnny, and then Ivanka is Janie.
Gee, I've never heard that name before.
That's the way we came up with it.
Ivanka Trump.
Yeah, because Ivanka's mother was Ivana, Jane, and then she was Little Jane. So Ivanka, that sort of thing. Oh my, oh my, oh my. What do we have?
Yeah, the only reason I knew that stuff about Japanese is I did spend a while as a bit of an anime fan. And like I got out of it because I thought that the fan culture got kind of icky, but like I did learn a lot of stuff about Japan, Japanese language, and all of that stuff. So, that's the only reason I know that particular thing about the suffixes.
But thank you for reminding me. I've got to dive back into Duolingo and get back into trying to pick up Russian.
I hate to say Duolingo is not like as useful as I wish it was. It is a decent supplement, but it is no replacement for actually learning the language.
Mm. Well, right now it's all I've got because I really don't have the cash for some of the other methods. I'll start there, and I remember a tiny bit of the Slovak Babka was trying to teach me when I was like 2 years old, and the Russian and Slovak are so similar you can mistake them for each other, were it not for the alphabet.
If you give a Slovak some caffeine, they turn into a quick Vok.
Yes.
Oh, for God's sake.
Well, that's like a Pokemon. It's a slow Jamaican gentleman.
Yes, there you go. There you are. Nerdy, nerdy
Get
Road
any
can
worse.
speak of some American.
Yes, it can. Don't tempt me. Don't test me.
Yeah. My father was Polish, but the only Polish I ever learned was swearing.
Well, that
Because
is
when he
first-
started swearing, he'd swear in Polish, presumably so we couldn't understand him. But
Oh,
that was
yeah.
the only time he ever spoke Polish at home.
Uh-huh.
Was it actually on the show when I was looking up the Chinese curse words they used in Firefly?
Yes. Uh-huh.
Oh yeah, I remember.
Like, wow, were some of those crazy pants?
Well, yeah, that's a very common thing. Now, when you say your father was Polish, he immigrated to the U.S., right?
My father didn't. His father had.
Oh, okay. So he's first generation. Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, with Babka and Detko, for example. And
Yeah.
by the way, there's the beautiful example. Babka, Detko, Granny, Gramps. Anyway, I was the lucky one who got to learn the Slovak. Their kids did not. The generation previous to mine, because they spoke the Slovak when they didn't want the kids to know what they were saying.
Yep.
But it was okay to teach the grandkids because that dynamic didn't exist.
Yeah, I wonder if that ever backfired. Like on the sly, someone learns to speak Slovak so they know what's being said.
Actually, my aunt Eleanor did. Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely. I do not remember how it was that she picked up the Slovak, but yeah, she did it by herself, and she actually knew what mom and dad were saying. Oh, oh God. Oh my, oh my, oh my. But that's the fun stuff. Oh my, oh, ow, 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 ow. Don't do that. Don't do that. Please don't do that. A little bit of a, not a bad muscle cramp. Yeah, Artemis Brain Sample sent me a bottle of, what the heck is it called? CoQ10 or something, or CoQ10, some sort of coenzyme that he claims helps with the muscle cramps. And I haven't been on it long enough to know if it really is helping, but we'll eventually find out. So if you're
We
listening,
know how that
Artie,
goes.
yeah,
If that's useful.
yeah, I've only been on it for a week, so I mean
Okay.
that's nowhere. I'm figuring nowhere near long enough to
Yeah,
make
I have
any.
problems with my legs cramping up, and if there's something that would help.
Ow! Could you not do that into the microphone?
Oh, okay. Moo. Okay, we'll try to remember that. But yeah, when you talk about the leg cramps, I'll get those, and I will end up screaming because it can be really, really, really. And the horrible thing about it, I don't know if you go through this or not. When I start getting the muscle cramps, be it in the legs or the fingers or wherever, Okay, so I'll stretch it out and try to get rid of the cramps. The cramps will go away, but I dare not move because they'll come right back. Okay, you're just going to
Sorry,
take.
I was typing at somebody, like there was this whole thing about like Trump and having some weird funky disease thing. Like you know how he's standing at this weird angle right now? And
Yes,
that's like symptomatic of something, and I forget what, probably Alzheimer's, I'm not sure. But also, have you seen the thing where he cannot drink without using two hands?
I saw
Where it's like
that this
he's like
morning.
doing this or whatever,
Yeah,
and people
was
are
it
telling
this
him to get a
morning?
sippy cup.
Yeah,
Oh, well, I saw it yesterday. I don't know about this
yesterday.
morning, but yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I couldn't remember if it was yesterday or today that I saw that. And I'm like, okay, something's not right here. Um, Now, I know it's a little dodgy to be diagnosing someone over YouTube, but still, I mean, if he's as bad as some of the reports claim he might be, there's no good reason for him to be in that seat of power with his finger on the fucking button.
Yeah, thinking of Trump being the man with the finger on the button is terrifying.
Yeah, I want to hold to the idea that there are enough bright people in the Pentagon that somebody made an intentional typo when they gave him the codes.
That would be
Hmm.
nice. That would be nice. Now, this is the interesting
Yeah, you know,
thing.
it would not shock me to discover him, like, if he gets voted out of office and he decides, well, you know, better dead than out. And he might just decide, let's launch a first strike. Now, I know a lot of people say, no, you can't do that without Congress. But let's face it, Trump will try.
Oh yeah, he'll try
Oh yeah,
anything. And this is
I would not be surprised at all if it takes the military to remove him if he loses the election.
well, this
Yeah,
is the
oh, he's not
interesting
going to
thing.
go unless, like, he will go kicking and screaming.
Of course,
Yeah.
because he knows that well, there's already been an article, and I think it was the Atlantic, um, that he is going to die in prison once his
Yeah.
term is over, and
Yeah.
probably within a year. Um, and
And again, I think one of the most reassuring things about Trump is knowing that he has pissed off so many top generals that the
yeah,
military will not hesitate to pull him out of there.
and this is I've thought of this occasionally, well, more than occasionally. I know that it's a big no-no under normal circumstances, but of course these circumstances are not normal. Are there going to be those who are willing to violate an order if the order is, from Trump to do some horrible thing? Um,
I think they'll have to.
I hope they're reasonable enough or rational enough to do so.
Did I miss anything?
Not much. Just the end of the world.
Hmm.
Don't take this the wrong way, but I just went to the shop, so.
Okay, gotcha. Oh my! It's I remember watching a documentary program or whatever it was on Discovery Channel, maybe about 20 years ago, on submarines, and
Oh, we like submarines.
yeah, and one of the crew was being interviewed about what happens when they tell you to push the button, and the guy actually had to stop himself because he's saying, if we get that, I know that we're going to carry out the order. So there are some rational minds there, but are they willing to act upon the reason? I don't know.
Do you
That
remember
was one of
the
the
movie
story
War
elements.
Games? Because in
Yep.
War Games, like they have a test at the beginning of the, like, you get the two guys with the keys across the room,
Yes.
and the one
Yep.
dude was like he didn't want to turn the key at
That's where I
all.
was going to. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That was
and that's they
crazy.
were saying in the movie that 40% of the operatives refused to turn the key.
Mm-hmm.
Can you
Mhm.
understand why?
What happens on our British submarines are a bit shit. So what happens on the American submarines? I'm out of breath. I shouldn't have done that. What happens on the American submarines when the command comes to launch something? How does it work?
Well,
Well,
one of
I
the
knew
flaws
that.
with the American subcommanders is that if they are out of contact for more than 3 days, they are authorized to launch.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
See, we've
only
got,
completely terrifying.
because we're terribly advanced over here, in every nuclear submarine, the captain, are they called captains? I can't remember.
Yeah.
But he
Mm,
has, he in his safe, locked safe, is a letter signed by the current Prime Minister. And he has to open the safe, open the letter, which he's not seen before, and that's his permission to launch a missile. Terribly advanced, isn't it?
Yeah.
And also, you mentioned about going out of touch for so many days. The BBC World Service, which is, you know what that is, radio.
Yes. I get a good
If
bit of my
a,
news that way.
if a British submarine is out of contact with the world for so many days, it can still receive the World Service radio. And the BBC World Service will say something that will mean only a certain thing to that captain of the submarine, and that's, hey, press the button.
Oh, sort of the same sort of thing that happened on D-Day when the broadcast went out. It was a poem of some sort or something, which was, okay, it's on, get moving. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
See, if I was the one devising that code, it would have to be a filthy limerick.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, you're listening to the radio, and all of a sudden, a Scotsman named Angus MacLeod thought he was quite well endowed. He'd lift up his kilt to show how he was built, no matter how unreceptive the crowd, and be like, "Okay, beep, nuke," which you'd probably want to do anyway, just because of that limerick being so horrible. But you know,
There you go. Oh man.
I wanted to say something similar with the whole thing. It was like there once was a woman named Jill who tried a dynamite stick for a thrill.
Please, no.
yeah, that's enough of that.
We know how much trouble you could get yourself in. Okay, it's already happened enough. My finger is on the button. Okay.
And I'm ready to issue the command.
There you go. You've got us into a few interesting positions there, Tornado.
Yeah, and punching the cobra is only one of them.
Yeah.
Shut up.
No,
Okay,
you don't get to live that one down.
Since we got people in the UK here, I want to check on this idea, but
Are my people now?
yeah, well,
Sort of.
okay, the whole thing about the Atlantic floor spreading,
Yeah.
that was engineered by the British scientists, wasn't it, to get them further away from the US?
Atlantic what?
Yes.
I have no idea what you just said. Atlantic what spreading?
The Atlantic floor spreading.
Yeah, the
You're
Mid-Atlantic.
gonna have to.
The Mid-Atlantic Ridge, where the
Okay,
the two
pretend I have
plates.
no context whatsoever and start from the beginning.
Okay, basically, lava is coming up from the floor in the Mid-Atlantic Ridge and
All right.
pushing the continents further apart.
Okay.
So Europe is actually getting a few centimeters further away from North America each year.
I see. Okay.
We're taking our time.
Yeah, they're
slowly.
saying, this cannot be quick enough. You're getting us the hell out of here. Oh my word! It's really bad when you consider that the U.S. is still a superpower. And yeah, Jesus Christ.
Hey, something I was. I might have mentioned this already, or I might have mentioned it before we started the stream, but you know how superhero and supervillain origin stories usually tend to start the same way?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
with someone who really wishes they could change the world for the better and no one else will let them.
Mhm.
And I can't help thinking that if like we could make superheroes or supervillains, now would be the time when one would be created.
Well,
You know, like I look at my own frustration at the Democrat Party and their unwillingness to nominate a progressive who could actually do something for this world. And I'm like picturing Bernie Sanders as the next Professor X or something.
well,
You've got to be
was
very
it?
careful though, because what I've discovered is that I don't use my superpowers because it's very tempting to use them for evil. So
Okay.
I just keep my superpowers switched off.
I was headed there because Kate, was it not you that was describing a story of a particularly frustrated guy or something who wanted to become a superhero for the good of mankind, and when he did become a superhero, he ended up becoming what he was wanted to fight, or something.
Well, that's happened so many times. I mean that is the plot of so many stories.
Okay then.
So, you know, it's that whole you always become that thing that you hate or whatever, and absolute power corrupts absolutely, and all the whole mishmash of those cliches has been the basis for the fall of a hero so many times in fiction.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm getting sick to the teeth with it.
So,
Yeah, once you've got the power, you are not going to be a good person. I don't think it's possible.
yeah. And that, like, okay, there's a movie. I wish they could do it in a serious, non-comedy way. But if you've ever seen the movie Megamind, it's like this
Oh, yes.
supervillain wins and you know, like allegedly destroys his hero antagonist. But when he takes over, he's like, I miss fighting the good guys, and so tries to manufacture his own villain.
Yeah.
And of course,
Yeah.
it doesn't go well for him. I still want to see a story that's similar, but instead it's more like the bad guy wins and then realizes that it stinks because it's like, I thought I was going to be sitting on a throne issuing commandments, and instead look at all this paperwork.
Yes,
You know,
absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely.
it's like, I don't want to be doing this. This isn't what I signed on for.
That's why I keep telling people why I'm not going to take over the world. It's just too much work.
Mm-hmm.
I keep thinking about it, but as I've said many times, when I am elected dictator of the world, I will be a kind dictator, maybe for the first week or so.
Okay.
But then you'd get bored, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
I think you would. I think you would.
And then you would have to say, "Oh, hang on a minute. What happens if I touch this?"
Yeah, like that, I would probably fall into the same trap of not necessarily can I get away with this, but more a matter of what would happen, what, like, it'd be interesting to see and no one can stop me, like the
Yeah.
effects of this thing I'm doing. Yeah, that would be hard to resist.
Which is why I only do it in simulations.
Actually, I got my hands on a really neat game, and I know I've described it. It's the Universal Battle Simulator or something like that. It's got a long ass name where you can like create armies of different like types of fighters, like anything from World War II to the 18th century to dwarves and orcs and shit, and just tell them, okay, I've put you on the map, go. And they just fight each other to the death.
Okay, going back kind of to what we said earlier, I'm coming to the uncomfortable realization that I'm going to be the one winding up being the universal dictator because I'm the only one here who doesn't want the job.
Well, I realize that I'm going to be that because everyone else is going to commit suicide by virus, and I'll be the only one left. So
Suicide by virus.
You heard me. I mean, like I look at the various demonstrations we've had, from the people who are flipping out because they can't get a haircut to the people protesting George Floyd's murder and all of that stuff. And I'm like, you guys are just crowding together in this tiny little tightly packed space.
It's like
Some
a
of you with
flamethrower
no
being lit on.
masks on whatsoever. And I'm
Most.
just like, you're all gonna die, and I'm not. And
Well, aren't the
that
numbers showing that the second wave is already starting?
probably, I don't know, I haven't noticed. And I'm also
Definitely in some
saying,
of the southern states, particularly Georgia and Florida.
well, and it
Great.
doesn't help that I
Amazing,
keep
isn't it?
hearing conflicting reports, though.
Do
That
you-
doesn't help.
Do you guys not still have your daily briefing from the Orange Turd? Has that
Well,
stopped?
I've never paid attention to him.
Well, he went through a phase, didn't he? Because he thought it was good ratings, and so he did his daily live briefing about the virus.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think his handler stopped him doing that after he talked about people injecting bleach.
Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah,
I
did he
don't-
like completely walk off the stage once just because
Yeah.
he kind of had to?
Yeah, they were very weird, but what is weird these days, I don't know anymore, but they were certainly weird. But I don't watch ours anymore. We still got the daily one.
Okay.
And I can't be asked. They're just complete bullshit. Absolute bullshit. So I think our figures are going down, but there will be I'm not a doctor, but I think there's going to be a spike. If you've seen the photos or the videos of what was happening in London yesterday, shit. I mean,
Well,
Yeah.
and Trump's going to get pissed off as soon as he realizes that the U.S. isn't number one anymore, that Brazil is passing us for the number of infections.
Yeah.
Well, and let's
shame.
face it, his briefings were really just him getting other people to stroke his ego anyway.
Right. Right.
So,
Well, I think they let him go as long as the information he gave wasn't useful. When it turned out to be downright dangerous, they had to put the reins on it.
well, maybe they did. I'm just talking about his motivations and how shit they are just because he's such a child. He really
Yeah.
is.
Yes, he is.
So-
Yeah,
He
it's all
has-
about his ego and his money.
Yeah,
Mhm.
he's got that.
Me. I can't let anyone else do what they want.
I'm just gonna
Well, he
keep
did-
my mouth
he
shut.
did that tweet, didn't he? When he discovered that lots of people were watching his briefings on the TV, as in lots of people. Well, you know what happens in his head: numbers, ratings, and so that's why he was enjoying it, because as he tweeted, he said, bigger ratings than whatever, a football game or whatever. Who the fuck says that during a fucking pandemic? That's not normal.
You got
No.
that right.
Yeah.
Where
The
was
problem
I
is, it
headed?
kind of is in a way. It feels like human nature to want your ego stroked, right? Like resisting that urge seems more difficult than like giving into it.
I know
Yeah,
sometimes it's nice to have your ego stroked, and then other times it gets boring because you sit there and you're thinking, do they really mean it? And then it loses its appeal.
Yeah, and it's even worse though when you feel like, do I even deserve it?
Yes, yes, yes.
I mean, being your own harshest critic, it keeps you humble, but at the same time, it can also really eat at you.
Yeah, absolutely. I know the feeling, and well, I've known you long enough to know that you suffer from that syndrome.
I mean, I talk a lot of crap, or not a lot of crap. I guess you could say I talk a lot of crap, but it's usually self-deprecating, like self-aggrandizement.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's ironic.
Yeah.
Like if I ever say, dude, I'm the awesomest motherfucker that ever lived, I don't mean it.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, you should mean it more often than you do, but that's
Yeah.
another
You're
story.
a little bit on the biased side on that one.
Who, me? Biased?
Yes,
Yeah. Yeah. See, I've just never had that much of an ego. I would rather have a half dozen friends who will actually tell me what they honestly think than a whole bunch of people just being yes men.
Mm. I mean, don't get me wrong, the occasional sycophant or two is fun to have, but still.
For a while. Um,
I mean, hell, if nothing else, some of them buy me stuff. I just looked at my Amazon wish list, and there's a whole bunch of shit arriving soon.
Oh, awesome! What
oh
are you
my.
getting?
Ow,
A
ow, ow,
bunch
ow,
of
ow.
add-ons to the Firefly board game, and a few other things like The Simpsons season 2.
Oh my,
cool.
back when it was good.
Yeah, I know. That's why I want it. But I'm surprised there isn't some big Simpsons box set of like a shit ton of seasons. And if there ever was, it's out of print big time. But you cannot get Simpsons discs, early Simpsons discs for love or money, and it's not streaming. So.
Yeah, I am surprised they haven't released as like packs of 10 seasons at a time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, if they released the whole thing, you'd have to pay like $12,000 for it. But what is it? Over 25 seasons now?
I think they're up to like
Um,
30 or 32.
Oh God.
they're definitely past 30, I guarantee it.
And they should have ended long ago because it just kind of died, really.
Well, and it doesn't help that, like, when Phil Hartman died, he was so many voices. You know, I mean, he was part of The Simpsons, like, just like he was Troy McClure and he was all these other people. And then Harry Shearer left and he was like Principal Skinner. And I think he might, no. Hank Azaria was Moses like a bunch of other people. But I mean, he was so many voices that like when he left, who is there besides like Bart, Homer, Marge, and Lisa now? You know what I mean?
Right.
And then they went all PC and got rid of Apu. And I'm like, yeah, I realize that's a horrible stereotype, but
Oh, for fuck's sake! Oh,
Hey, when I was in the department,
oh no!
quite a few of the people from the subcontinent that I knew would joke about it. I mean, I think I've told the story about the one the one person, first generation American of Indian ancestry. We're standing at a bus stop waiting for the damn bus. We're talking about this, that, the other, and he happens to say at one point, "Oh, we were talking about how it was that we got into the department." And when I speak of that, I mean neuroscience. And he says, "I'm Indian. What choices did I have but become a doctor or run a convenience store?" And we both got a good laugh out of it. So what's this? Hmm?
No, go on. I thought
Yeah, I
you were
mean,
done.
what's this whole PC thing?
Well, it sounds remarkably like someone said once, like, "Well, I'm Jewish, and I should have been either a comedian or a doctor. It was one or
Yeah,
the other."
yeah.
We're
My
having this
fiance
thing.
and her friends used to talk about that a lot, that it was the PC white people who were getting offended for them when none of them were offended.
Uh-huh.
Well, it's like there's a lot of black folks out there who actually totally love the N-word. Like, and it's just like, well, that's weird to me. But if you're them too.
Is that
So
good
you,
or bad? I don't know.
it sounds really shit to me, but you know, what do I know?
It would actually be quite like, oh, you're not fucking old enough to remember these things, are you? But if the keyboard that you're talking about actually had a proper carriage return with a bell, so instead of hitting enter, you go bing.
It does. I'd have to look it up, but I think it does.
Well, at one point I did see somebody
That would be
selling
fun.
what was basically a laptop computer that was all put into the case of a Commodore 64.
Oh, that's kind of awesome, actually. I always
Yeah.
wanted a C64, and my parents wouldn't get one for me because they thought, oh, it's mostly for games and you need something educational. It took me so many years to finally convince my hippie parents that violence would not make me violent if it was for entertainment.
Mm-hmm.
They tried to keep me from watching frickin' Star Wars. That's how against violence they were.
Well, and it's like this whole thing about, video games making kids violent. When I was growing up in the 70s, we chased each other all over the neighborhood with wooden and plastic guns.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And there was no like red tip on the end of them to let people know it was fake.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And now, I have to wonder, like, what stops criminals from just painting a red circle on the end of their gun and saying, look, it's fake?
Yeah, I've wondered about that too.
That's something that you don't see over here anymore, because when I was a little stool, I did have this, because I watched Starsky and Hutch all the time. It was my favourite thing.
Oh, Lord, I remember that show.
I was totally obsessed with it. And this sounds weird, but I did like Hutch's big gun. There you go.
Yeah.
I'm just going to keep my mouth shut, okay?
Well, I think I will too, but my brain went somewhere with that, and I think it's the same place yours did.
When the PSA was first created, one of the first things on their ban list was the G1 Megatron, because it was a robot that could be transformed into a German pistol.
Gee, I wonder if that name had something to do with another robot named Megatron. From Transformers?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah, it was the G1 Megatron.
You were saying about playing outside with your wooden swords and what have you.
No, guns.
Okay, wooden guns. And that's something that I don't know about over there. Well, you've got real ones, doesn't matter. But over here, you don't see kids running around with toy guns anymore. In fact, I don't think you can even buy them anymore.
Yeah, no, you don't see them here anymore either.
I was going to say...
This was when in the 70s when I was growing up.
That's scary.
Wait a minute. Is mine... Oh, yeah, there it is. This looks real enough, but it is actually sort of similar to laser tag. Like the batteries go in here. You can even see.
Okay,
right?
then.
And this was Daisy Pursuit, which is the equivalent of Worlds of Wonder's laser tag. And I've used this as a prop in my videos many times, but I would never take it anywhere in public unless it was sealed in a locked case that was opaque. So.
Now that's really interesting, though. Yeah, when you're showing that thing off, and the batteries or the cells actually are in what would be the magazine, were that an actual automatic pistol? Yeah.
Well, where else would you put them, really?
Yeah, really. Well, I don't know. Maybe you could stick them in the barrel or something, but
yeah, but it's a 9-volt, so shape-wise.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, absolutely.
These days you could not build that and sell it. No one would allow it. I hate to say it, as much as I'm left wing, a lot of the left wing decides to flip out over irrelevant shit, and they would lose their collective mind over that toy.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
And you were talking about the stuff earlier. The one thing about the Slimy Bastards is they absolutely refused to let me watch Lawrence Welk because of all the Saxon violins.
That joke is so old that Trump is denying it
I
Social
know.
Security.
I've never heard that one before, and I'm chortling. I enjoyed that.
Mm. Still, that joke is older than the crust on your underwear.
It was a million times better than any of the crappy jokes you come out with.
See, you say that from a place of affection. You know you want me.
No, I believe I first heard that joke when I was in the 8th grade, so I would have been, what, 12? That was a little while ago.
Yeah, only a
Just
smidge.
a little bit, yeah. Oh my! It's amazing that when I think about that, things that I did whenever and how long ago it really was. It doesn't seem like that long ago, but yeah, it was. And then again, it's the other way around too. I mean, it doesn't seem like a long time ago, but it was. But in other cases, it seems so long ago, but it was only yesterday.
Well, I find it interesting. Like, sometimes I think about how long childhood felt. It felt like, that school would last forever, that I would never, like, it was this unending horror that I would never get out of and be able to play more, And now I look back and I'm like, if I live a normal-ish lifespan for this day and age, I still have from childhood to now ahead of me. And
Mm-hmm.
it,
Mm-hmm.
it seems like such a long ass time that I have ahead of me, and I'm okay with it, but it boggles my mind just a smidge.
Yeah,
I
it's
maintain that being an adult will always be 5 years older than I am.
I'm with you. Growing up is for suckers. I want nothing to do with it.
okay then. Yeah. Um, I guess I'm the type that really does not want to grow up. That's another one. It's
I think that normal people never think they're grown up.
right, absolutely.
I'm not sure I agree, though. I think there's a lot of people out there who revel in their adulthood, who love being grown up.
But are they
Most of them are
normal?
probably most of them are probably boomers, and yes, they're normal. If normal is the majority, then yes, they're normal.
Yeah, I think that probably is for most of the people who, conform to what society expects and work a 9 to 5 job and house in the suburbs and those kind of things.
I mean, I don't see an ounce of childhood in my parents at all. Like, really not.
Okay then.
And that's what I always saw with my father, that I never remember him ever having fun. He always just did what was expected of him.
And there's where I
And
was going to start heading is that when I was young, I looked at those two and I never saw them have fun. I never saw them enjoy themselves. It seemed like their lives they saw as drudgery, as something you had to do and you had to get through.
You had to endure it.
Yes, thank you. That's a very good way to put it. Yeah.
Well, it always boggles my mind when older people think it's some sort of good argument to say, look at how much tougher I had it than you. Look at how much more I endured. And I'm like, yeah, so life is better now. And I'm sorry you had to go through that, but you don't get to like run me down because I didn't do it.
Yeah.
Like I'm sorry you walked uphill both ways to school in the snow, but I'm glad I don't have to. It's like, did you hear about those folks who were saying, well, why should anyone else get free college? I didn't. I had to
Oh
pay for
my
it.
word!
Yeah.
And there are a couple people in the Twitterverse that I otherwise respect who say that. And it's like, why are you even doing that?
I mean, I forget who said it, but someone famous and with a big forehead probably said something like, the goal of any parent should be to leave a better world for their children.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm like, yeah.
kind of obvious, isn't it, really?
And then the experience that I've had with so-called parents, instead of doing that, they want to drag you down to where they are. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's funny. I remember an old Monty Python sketch where, like you got the old dad and the young kid coming home from college, and it's this whole, well, Dad, I'm working at the mill now.
Yes,
and
that one. Yeah.
making your paintings and your art and your music, but and all that stuff. They just totally reverse the roles, and I found it interesting.
Coal mining's a beautiful thing, Father, but you'll never understand it.
Yep. Oh man.
I still have to find the time to pull those things out and actually rewatch all that shit. Yeah. The ex bought me the box set years and years ago, and I've actually watched my way through it a couple of times, but still, you can never watch too much Monty Python.
My copies are over there, the discs are over there, but of course it's also streaming on Netflix, so I don't even need the discs. How many times has that happened to me, by the way, is where I buy the discs for something like the week before they put it on the streaming service.
Okay, yeah.
Just as well, because I've had the opposite experience on Netflix. That I've been like halfway through a series and then they dropped carrying it, so I didn't get to see the last couple seasons.
That one's happened to me. They dropped a couple of things while I was watching it. I click next episode and nothing happens, and then I like go and look for it on the main page and it's gone. That's happened to me twice while I was watching it.
Yeah, and there's one of the reasons that I keep so much stuff locally. I mean, it takes up a lot of drive space and everything, but I never know when something is going to disappear. And it's happened to me so often that it's just second nature for me to keep local copies of everything.
Well, what can you do? I actually got 2 episodes into Mad Men before it disappeared too. But that was the next day rather than while I was watching it. But still, 2 episodes in and then gone.
Bullshit. I just don't know.
Well, that's why there's so many series that I started watching, but I don't know how they ended.
Okay.
Well, and I just got my hands on season 4 of The Good Place, which is a great series, except the last half of the last season kind of started to blow. Like, have you ever been watching a TV show or a movie where the solution to a problem is so freaking obvious, and like they spend hours and hours not seeing it, and sometimes they don't even see it, and you spend the whole show going, "Let me in, coach, I can do this one,"
shut up, Phil.
Now that was the very last half of season 4 of The Good Place, but otherwise it's a great show.
I don't know what The Good Place is. What is it?
Basically, this woman finds herself in the afterlife. She's told she's in the good place because no one religion got it right, except she discovers that she's not who they think she is, and she doesn't belong there, that there was another Eleanor Shellstrop who died at the same time, and she's the one who should be in the good place. And from there, everything goes completely sideways, and it's absolutely hilarious. It takes the piss out of the concept of the afterlife big time, and I think at least the first 3 seasons are worth watching. Unfortunately, that's all that's streaming right now. If you want the last season, you have to buy it.
Oh, that sucks. I still haven't finished watching the thing that I loved so much, that I loved so damn much. I can't remember the fucking title of The Last Man on Earth. The Last Man on Earth.
Oh, that is such a great show. But the thing is that it ends on a cliffhanger.
Oh, well, the last one I saw, don't ask me which season it was. I have no idea. But it ended with a cliffhanger, and this was on Amazon Prime. Cliffhanger, and I thought, oh, what's going to happen? And then, of course, all the next episodes you had to pay to watch, and I was getting it for free.
So it wasn't the part where all the people were coming out of the bunker?
I think that was the part, yeah.
That's the end. There's nothing more.
Are you shitting me?
No, I'm not. If you go onto Wikipedia, you can read a synopsis of what they had planned, but that's the last episode.
Oh my God, I didn't know that.
I know, it's shit, isn't it?
You just ruined my life.
Well, you know, all
She's
part
good
of
at
the
that.
service.
Oh my
Amiga
God.
Nuts computer just threw up in the side chat.
What? Oh
Yes,
my gosh.
that does
Yeah.
happen.
I mean, those people, are they even in the chat?
Yeah, he's got everyone who has been in the chat since we started there.
Ah,
I
I
think
see.
he's got everybody who's been in the chat since I started the damn show.
Yeah.
For
So
Christ's sake.
does Amiga Nuts, do you have some sort of like bot or macro system that does that for you? Or are you typing all that out yourself?
Well, he's basically got a file with all the links. I think he just cuts and pastes them for whoever shows up.
I don't know. I think it'd be a lot more interesting if you could just type in all the names or type in a name and hit control whatever and it just spews out the whole thing for you, but whatevs.
What exactly is he doing? Because I don't watch this shit.
Linking up
He's just
to
got links
every
for
channel.
everyone.
All right.
Yeah, the YouTube channel and the Twitter for everyone who's been in here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, since 2018.
Man, has it been that long? Crazy.
Well, I started my channel in earnest in early 2018. This particular show, this Coffee with Lavender, sort of sprang out from you coming onto my after shows quite a bit. It's been around for at least a year. Because there have been a couple of weeks that I've missed, and we're already on episode 74. So,
Well, I mean, didn't your live streams sort of not be the original thing you were going to do, and then it sort of turned into that?
I think so. Yeah, I do believe that was it. And I mean, it's not a bad thing that they turned into, but yeah, I was originally looking at a continuation of the interview shows. I was just having a hard time thinking of people to bring on at the time because there weren't as many people around then as there are now. But then when I got around to asking a few people on, the time must not have been right, or they must have been busy, or they must have thought I was shit because I didn't get answers back. And it's like, I'm doing so well with this, why don't we keep this up for a while, and then maybe I can get around to doing the other stuff on a third day during the week. I don't know, you know.
I have to admit, I don't really understand the appeal of interview shows. I watch them and I'm like so bored. And I'm surprised people even watch us right here and now. It's just like I find it awfully frustrating to not be participating.
I feel the same way. If I can't be at least in the side chat when it's live, I don't have much interest in watching it later.
I would
Even
not
if I
be.
can in the side chat. I find it so dull. It's just
Well,
I don't
that's
know.
what I mean. That at least in the side chat, you can ask questions of the people that are in there.
True. I mean, and in a way, it almost feels hypocritical just because I'm on a lot of those shows. But if other people want to watch them, who am I to deny you? I just don't understand it.
I sometimes wonder if a lot of people are not watching for the reason that I'll watch or listen to some shows just to have a human voice in the room.
Well,
I think
I'll
you
just
could be
put on-
right
I'll
with
just-
that.
I'll just put on fiction for that.
You could be right about that one. That's a good point, and I
Well,
think I agree
I
with
do
it.
run playlists like that just to have familiar voices.
It's like listening to the radio. You know, it's
Well, I
just.
don't do that either.
Well,
Yeah.
you're too young. You haven't got a radio, but it's just having. It's like hearing a human voice. You might not be paying attention to what they're saying, but it's just a little bit of background noise that's, I don't know.
Yeah,
Well,
I
let's have fiction for that. You know, if I need that, I'll put on a movie or a TV show or something.
I've still not watched any TV now for over 2 years, so I can't remember how to do it.
Well, I
that's
grew
what
up in a
streaming
house that always
services
had.
are for.
I grew up in a house that always had at least a dozen people So it's like I can't work if it's too quiet. If I don't have people talking in the background, it's disturbing to me.
I kind of feel that way because of seasonal affective disorder, attention deficit disorder.
Okay.
Like I need something to make the brain monkeys shut up, and so I'll distract them with television or a movie, and then the rest of my brain can concentrate. I know that's probably weird to some people, but that's what it's like having ADHD.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm getting to the point now where I need something to serenade me to sleep. So I'll put on a YouTube playlist or something, and where I would not have been able to get to sleep with absolute quiet, to have Gray Still Plays going in the background, or to have other things like that. I'm, sleeping like a baby, and
well, I have the playlist running.
You're sleeping like a baby. You're waking up every 2 hours to shit yourself. Yeah,
there you go. Yeah.
I've never understood that expression.
I have the playlist running when I'm asleep.
To my Kindle, and I listen to those to sleep.
Yeah. I have the playlist running when I'm asleep because I only sleep for an hour or two, and then I wake up and I lay there for a long time trying to fall asleep again. So, at least I get to listen to some of the programs that way.
Well, just masturbate. You'll fall asleep.
Yeah,
totally getting that sound bite. I'm going to.
Men have a bit more of a limit on how often they can do that than women do. So, it's not possible for me to do it that many times in one night.
I'm still struggling to concentrate because about half an hour ago, Kate said red tip, and you know what? I just can't get over that.
I said what?
My brain's in a bad place.
Clearly.
It usually is.
Oh dear. Yet again, it doesn't happen very often. Actually, it has been happening. Oh, I'm going to shut up.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, don't turn into tornado. Please don't do that.
It happened last night when I was Purple. Who was that person who we were in that stream with? I can't remember who it was. Has Purple gone?
Well, I'm not sure which stream you're talking about. We've been like 3 streams together this week.
It was the one last night. Well, my last night. Or maybe it was my this morning. I don't know. But I couldn't stop laughing, and I had tears rolling down my face because it only takes one little thing to set me off, and I just can't stop. And it could be the most ridiculously stupid thing ever that nobody else will ever laugh at. And I can't stop. And so
I think that was Thursday night after Kate had left and Faye came in.
Oh, but
I think that was Wonder Lady.
I've no idea about that one. But the recent one with that guy Stag. What's he called? Stags.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Staggers and Jags.
Oh, yeah. That was last night, and that was on Staggerson's channel, and that was Faye in there again. Yeah.
It was just shoes. I couldn't stop laughing at shoes. Don't ask me why. I don't know why that's funny.
In the old days, I was on a number of streams with Nadine Callan where things would get that way. But you get her giggling, and it just does not stop at all. For hours, it does not stop. And you can make use of that phenomenon, really. And okay, then, because that's back in the days when Don Michaud was doing his streams and his 8-hour after shows and all this other happy stuff, and doesn't happen anymore.
Where we draw the line for the old days now.
Well, okay, it's a change of what's the word I'm looking for? It's not change of type. It's there's a word I'm looking for, and the ambiance, if you will.
I won't.
Okay, yeah, there was just a feeling, something or other that kind of changed a couple of years ago, And I know a couple of years ago was 2018, but I think it was late 18 or something like that when a couple things went sideways. And for a long time, it wasn't as fun as it used to be. It's getting back to
Yeah.
fun now, but there was a point at which, yeah, it was a couple things went
Yeah, that-
bad and it wasn't fun anymore.
It's funny when you were saying the like I don't know the word thing, and there was some comedy sketch where someone was saying it has a certain je ne sais quoi, which means I don't know what. And the way they put it slayed me. Like they, it was one of those I don't actually know what je ne sais quoi means, and so I'm going to say the definition to try to say I don't know, and it turns out to actually be the definition. I don't know.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Oh man. Yeah, 'cause things were a lot different in early 2018. Were they not the way they were, I wouldn't be here right now. And don't you guys go into all wishful thinking and all that sort of thing. But I mean, were things in October 2018 to have been the case in March, yeah, I wouldn't have become involved at all. So it's just that whole ambiance, if you will. And
I think things have changed since January of this year because of the whole virus thing.
Well, yeah.
oh, sure, absolutely, absolutely.
I think people are, well, as you know, a lot of normals have taken to using Zoom, etc.,
Mm-hmm.
because they don't know how to cope with life because they're stupid. And so I think more people, maybe I'm wrong, I think more people are getting involved in streaming or whatever. I don't know.
Oh no, definitely.
Well,
Oh,
part
yeah.
of it is that they have to. Like a lot of schools now are having lessons through. Well, not now; it's summer vacation, but we're having lessons through online services, streaming, like
Yeah.
like to their classes.
Yeah, and a lot of companies, anybody who has to do business meetings has been forced to learn how to use it.
Mm-hmm. My GP uses Zoom for doctor's visits.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just not the same, of course, because certain things you have to have that person there in the room to do a few things and figure out what's going on. Like, well, with me, the pain that I was in a couple days ago and occasionally still am, to figure out exactly what it is, you have to put the hands on the abdomen and feel around. And yeah, I know.
My brain went somewhere absolutely horrible with that. It was like,
yep.
it put no. Let me say it. It puts the hands on the abdomen, or it gets the hose again. Is just what I heard in my head. So.
Yeah, and I really don't want to go on the Zoom just to be told, well, yeah, you're going to have to come in 2 or 3 months. It's like, oh.
Yeah.
I think
I
we've
can't
got
remember the last time that my doctor actually checked anything. It's always so tell me about your current state of health. Oh, okay. Here's either a prescription or just leave, and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's no exam. It's just a chat.
Yeah, same here. And I know myself well enough to narrow things down, but there are still those occasions where it could be 1 of 2 or 3 things, and you need that initial testing to sort of kind of figure out what's going on.
That's what you need when you see. I don't go to the doctors very often because I'm British and tough. But when you do, you want a doctor who says to you, you know what? You know your body better than I do. What's going on?
Yeah.
Mhm.
rather than just be, ask really pointless lists of questions.
Yeah, like in this particular situation right now, I suppose that the problem I'm having could be related to the umbilical hernia. It could be a duodenal ulcer. Um, I don't know offhand how to tell, but I'm hoping anyway, somebody with an MD would know how, but they'd have to be in the room with me.
I have to say, I still wish that doctors would do medicine for real instead of practicing medicine.
I know, yeah. Isn't it frustrating?
Shh, that was fucking not good. That was
Oh,
really not.
you love it, biatch.
Biatch?
You heard me.
Never been called that before.
Well, you can't say that again without lying.
Now, but if you're calling him a bitch, aren't you misgendering him?
I didn't call him a bitch. I called him a biatch.
Biatches were little furry creatures in Star Wars.
I think you're thinking of Ewoks.
No, he's thinking of Star Trek.
So Tribbles? I don't know. I don't watch a lot of Star Trek, but I like that Wesley Crusher
This is
kid.
going nowhere. I wasn't leading anywhere with that one. I just felt like saying it because I
Okay.
can.
I know, and I knew it was going nowhere. That's why I had to keep it going.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like cheese.
Cheese is
Oh,
shit. Unless it's
man.
No,
Oh,
well, cheese is eventually shit. You're right, but
melted, then it's just there.
cheese
Well,
is
actually,
good
it
food.
depends on your system. For a lot of people, cheese is shit that doesn't come out.
well,
And then
you
for
know,
others,
I'm glad
it's
we're having this discussion.
yeah. For other people, it's shit that comes out too easily. I mean, just think of being the person who loves cheese and is lactose intolerant all at the same time.
Do you see what we're doing here? We're teaching the
Yeah.
doctors how to do a Zoom diagnosis.
Yeah, there you are.
Yeah, this is also the last time I ever mentioned cheese on this show again.
Oh, come on now.
Well, if you fecophiliacs could keep it in your pants, I might say it again, but
Now, Kate, you can't give up on it at the first mention. It might get cheddar.
Oh,
I will hurt you in ways you won't enjoy. And I have to
That's not hard.
specify
I'm not
that
into
because
pain.
let's face it, if I said I'm going to hurt you, most people on the internet would go, "Ooh, more baby, harder." So,
Yep.
We
No,
are recording this, aren't we?
I've been in a BDSM relationship, but not into the pain.
A bionic Dan says moo relationship? What?
I'm going to do a remix of all these little sound bites to a funky dance tune.
Oh, jeez.
It won't
a
be
bit-
the first time.
I could
I'm
just
just
see,
saying.
yeah, I could just see doing clips from the show with that repeat thing. How do you do it where it sounds like it's vibrating in time?
Oh yeah.
Or one of those things where it does the voice changer where it goes up and down, like octave wise, even though you haven't done it. Like the
Okay.
auto tune thing. Auto tune.
Yeah.
Auto-tune
okay.
can go fuck itself.
No, you're not wrong. But
What's she called? That stupid Cher.
what?
Fuck
Oh.
off, Cher. You should never have done that.
Okay, I do my best to not pay attention to her, so I don't know what you mean.
Oh. I can't remember what year it was. It's going back quite a while now. But she sang a song. I think she was on a ship when she's in the video. And she makes... It's very famous. You're not old enough, but it's very famous and it's heavily auto-tuned, but you're supposed to know that it's auto-tuned.
I'm curious how old you think I am.
Oh, I'm just going to shut up now.
Well, it's you. You've said you're not old enough at least 3 times now, and I'm just wondering, like, how old do you? Well, let's put it this way: how old do you think a person has to be to get these references of yours?
I'm not playing anymore because I can't win. I'm just going to get in so much trouble. So
Not at all. If
Not
anything,
with
you're
her
looking
around.
See,
No.
that's the thing. Number one, I'm proud of the fact that I look younger than I am, and number two, you're basically saying you think I'm younger than I am. So I'm curious how old you think I am and how old you think I need to be.
I'm not going there. Anyway, cheese.
All right, tell you what, I'll help you out. I'm 44.
Yeah, I'm not having that at all.
Okay.
Anyway, cheese. I think cheese should always be melted. So if it's on a pizza, that's good. But if it's in those awful, horrendous blocks that people put in the fridge and eat with their mouths, oh, why would people do that?
Well, I like the
Well-
port wine cheese that I can spread on crackers.
Does anyone remember a commercial from like the late 80s that was like just extolling the virtues of cheese? And it was this chorus of people, cheese, glorious cheese, like that. And it was just like, wow, okay, someone likes their cheese.
Yep. Well, I think
Uh-huh.
that was a commercial by the American Dairy Association.
Yeah,
Obviously,
I think so.
Obviously, I've not seen this because I'm normal and British, so I'm guessing it's like shit American nonsense. But we did have a thing about milk.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That is absolutely my favorite picture ever. I love it so much.
Well, whenever someone bitches about pineapple on pizza, I like to pull this pic out.
I would so eat that. I really would.
Okay, I have the question. Yeah, who was it that thought that was a good idea?
Yeah.
Did you ever see, there's this guy on YouTube. He's got this channel where he's sort of like this faux hippie where he exaggerates like hippie and vegan stuff. And he makes a vegan pizza that was basically just nothing but cucumbers.
Oh, no.
You know, like he goes, okay, so you put your cucumber on your vegan bread and then you grate the cucumber cheese and then you place the cucumber slices as pepperoni. He's just eating this big slab of cucumbers and calling it vegan pizza. And like, it took me a while to figure out whether or not the guy was serious. That's how bad vegans have got.
Yes, absolutely.
I think I know the guy you mean. I can't think of what the channel name was.
Like long, sort of almost ginger hair with a headband on and a horrible man beard. Yeah, that guy.
But would you not eat?
Like not the mountain man beard that you know you've got there, Stool. More like a goatee looking thing.
Jesus Christ! Why do I even bother? I just get insults all the time.
Oh,
You love
insults!
it. You
You have
love
a
it.
mountain man beard. Own it.
I have the what?
A mountain man beard. Own it.
I thought you called me a merry man.
No, I said mountain man.
I thought you said merry because there's
Like a lumberjack sort of guy, you know?
So you would have a problem hanging out with Robin Hood?
I think you would.
I think I broke him.
We're manly men. We're men in tights. Anyway.
That was funny. That was brilliant. Yeah.
And unlike some Robin Hoods, I can speak with an English accent. Yeah.
Oh my.
I gotta pull that disc out and watch it again. I haven't seen it in so many years.
And what's really sad is that the society, if you want to call it that, is changing in such ways that much of the stuff that he put out is now considered politically incorrect, and that's just so sad as I think about it.
Well, people don't see, like, people have actually said that Blazing Saddles is racist.
Oh,
even
the
though
hell
what
it
it's doing
is.
Calling out
Yes.
racism.
Yes.
The point of the movie. I've had posts dropped off of Facebook where I was like, you know, screw the bigots, and they thought I was in favor of the bigots. You know, it's like you can't post anti-Nazi anything on Facebook because they think you're pro-Nazi.
Well, Twitter's been going mad about that. That, you know, in the last week, several people have had their accounts suspended.
Yes.
because they were talking out against this shit. And yeah, it's like the bots have no idea of context. So
And then I think
It's a
you guys may remember Skylar Fiction. He got
The name is
nailed.
familiar.
Say again.
The name is familiar, but I don't know.
Yeah, he got suspended from YouTube for calling out, I believe it was Matt Powell. They said that Skylar was participating in the hate speech when he was actually calling that out. And happily,
I had my own Matt Powell video like taken off YouTube where I had challenged him to tell me I should be executed for being a lesbian, like say it right to my face, and he wouldn't do it. I've had that video pulled.
Okay.
I remember watching that live. Did I watch it live? Yes, I did. And that's going back about 2 years, is it, or something?
At least.
And my jaw dropped. I mean, that guy is so fucked in the head. He really is.
Oh yeah.
And I know why he's doing it. He's just a wannabe grifter. Get the dollars rolling in by saying controversial things that appeal to bad people. But that one was a real shocker. Even if he's got that thought in his head, you don't say it.
Well, that's part of the problem with the stuff that's been happening here in the U.S. over the past couple of days. You've got the rolling back of the protections for trans folk in the medical care area, and the proposed rolling back of things like marriage equality and a few other things, where he's doing this to appeal to his base. He's grabbing at anything he can.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And it's unfortunately sending a lot of us down the shitter.
Yeah, I don't like this because I keep saying it, but this year is so fucked up in so many ways.
And it's only June.
Yeah.
And it's only June. We're not even halfway through it yet.
Yeah.
So
It is scary.
yeah, it scares the shit out of me. It really does.
I mean,
That's why I keep coming. That's
that
why I
really-
keep coming for my therapy sessions with you morons.
Well, the one that
I
really
honestly
gets
think that everybody is an idiot at the moment. I don't mean you lot. You're kind of okay-ish, but everybody else is just so fucked up. And it's because of Trump, of course.
Of course. Well, oh God, I love that one. The one that I love though is the calendar, where you have the months and the horrible things that have happened, and then the projection to the horrible things that will happen, and we have to wait until Christmas for the asteroid. Damn it!
Yeah, but I'm still waiting for the alien invasion.
Okay, yeah, because you want your birth parents to pick you up and take you home. I know.
Yeah, I want the hell off this planet. The rest of you fuckers can die without me.
Oh man.
Oh, take me with you.
Oh,
What
and
do you give me?
I'll give you nice things.
Such as?
I'm not going any further yet again. I'm going to keep my mouth shut. Just take me to another planet.
and somebody
Take me
has
to another
revived
planet.
the Mayan calendar thing,
Oh, I
claiming
saw.
that they misread it and it's actually ending this year.
Well, there's a shocker.
They might
That
have a
never
point
happens,
there.
does it?
Yeah, how many times have prophecies been misread when they didn't come true in the first place? Misread.
Well, that whole Harold Camping thing about 2012, if you remember that one, where who did you have who was one of many who sold everything to buy the billboards warning everybody that the end of the world was near, and of course it didn't come, and Camping was, well, okay, it's next week, you know. It's like, okay, it always goes that way, you know. It's like, okay, no, I was a week off, you know, fuck you.
Well, I mean, my question is, what purpose is it? Like, not even just specifically with Harold Camping, okay, so don't go there.
Right.
But when people think that the rapture is coming, so they sell off all of their worldly possessions, why? What are you going to
Hang
do
on
with
a
all
minute.
that money?
Hang on, dude.
I mean, you're just exchanging material things for
Yeah.
wealth, and
Is
it's
that a
not like
thing?
is that gonna help you somehow in the afterlife? I don't understand it.
Is that
Wait a
actually a
minute.
thing, though?
Well,
Yes.
I think that a lot of these people may be handing those pictures of dead presidents over to their pastors.
Yeah,
Hmm.
well, there are a lot of churches that are promoting it that way.
Yeah.
That
Well, what's the
the idea
pastor gonna
is
do
that,
with that?
well, they're just convincing people that if you give all their money to charity, i.e., them to redistribute, then that will gain you rewards in the afterlife.
Hmm. I wonder what the pastor would say. Someone goes to them and says, "I sold off all my worldly possessions and gave the money to the cancer research institute or to some homeless kids for food." I wonder if the pastor would say, "Well, you're damned to hell. You didn't give it to me. You're damned to hell."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Or how about okay, I sold off everything I own and gave the money to Lambda Legal. Uh,
Oh, you didn't give your money to Jimmy Swaggart, and now God will call him home.
Good.
You remember that shit?
I remember that
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah.
And what amazes the hell out of me is that people bought it. It's why weren't there so many more that said, "Okay, you're annoying, so just go home."
Uh-huh.
This is what I don't get. As an outsider looking at your weird, fucked up country, I get it. You've got a huge problem with fucking religion,
Oh yeah, absolutely.
and it baffles me why, as you just said, why do people not just say, "Hang on, this is bullshit.
I
This is
think
so
Nerdy's got
obvious
it.
Me
bullshit."
too.
Nerdy Rodent in the side chat said you have to give your preacher money in order for him to level up. A fully leveled up preacher can get you benefits to the next level.
Okay, then. Okay, that works that way. Yes, that would work.
Yeah,
That
the
would
problem
work.
is they always increase their subterfuge skills, their haggling skills, their lying skills, their ability to dupe the NPCs, which is unfortunately us.
Yes. There are things that I think about, and okay, when you look at the way these people behave, it reminds me very much of disordered thought, disordered thinking, and yes, I'm heading in a certain direction here. And I'm wondering, can disordered thought, as in mental illness, be taught? Can you screw up the development of a young brain such
yes, you
that it behaves in a manner consistent with the description of mental illness?
Are you just
And
asking nature versus nurture here?
what I'm asking is it possible that religion is a mental illness that is taught? Because
That's a
there
good
have been a
question.
lot of people.
So nature versus nurture then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you could put it that. Yeah, yeah, okay.
It's a good
yeah.
question because you are not allowed, and rightly so. You mustn't say that a religious person has a mental illness because that's just not a fair thing to say.
Yeah, there's been a lot of argumentation that's gone on recently about that.
That's
Yeah.
It's not an argument I care for. I've no interest because it doesn't affect me. But in my opinion, you shouldn't say that about a religious person. Because there are people with genuine issues, problems.
Mm-hmm. Well, what I'm wondering is if it is, and if it could be recognized that way, might it not be a doorway to a treatment?
Well, the thing is, though, I mean, unless you're saying that, and it's proved that somebody can, be young, be indoctrinated into a religion, and it literally shapes their brain in some fashion that it wouldn't have been shaped without religion. I mean, if you improve that, then sure.
Yeah,
But
there's.
I think honestly, people are just being gaslighted from way too early an age to be able to deal with it, to look at it critically and skeptically, and really analyze what's being said to them.
Yeah, and either way is not a good thing. And I mean,
Hmm.
I'm the person who comes from a neuroscience background. I wanted a PhD, and unfortunately, I fell ill. I didn't get the chance to complete that. But this is where my mind goes. Is it, you know, this is something that I'd like to be able,
What's that?
absolutely.
Excuse
Uh,
me.
this is something I'd love to be able to study, but of course I'd never be able to. You'd never be able to get the funding.
Well,
Um,
and I, I don't know. I was gonna go somewhere with that, but I don't remember.
I just went
Um,
somewhere very bad with it, so.
hmm.
yeah, I mean,
Well, I mean, like oh, I remember now. The sheer number of times I've heard about people who were raised really, really, really religious, and then like with their first encounter with an atheist, they've gone, people do that? People don't believe in God? That's a thing? And they're shocked. It's like so alien to them that they can't process it.
mm-hmm,
And then
mm-hmm,
you get like
mm-hmm.
all those people where I mean, I'm sure some of them are doing it deliberately, but there's other folks where they just can't wrap their heads around the idea that someone doesn't have a God-shaped hole in their life that needs to be filled with something. They just don't
Yeah.
get that you can live without God and have a perfectly wonderful life without God. It doesn't compute. And these are the people who say atheism is a religion.
It has to be because something has to be. Yes.
It's also, I've heard people say, oh, well, you may not believe in a god, so sci fi fandom or sports fandom or stamp collecting is your religion because you're like dedicated to it even slightly. And it's like, no, it's not my religion. Religion is a very specific thing. And just because I
Yeah.
really dig on something, that doesn't make it a religion. And it's just, it doesn't compute for them.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
Ken Ham just well, I should say Ken Ham just ran one of his AIG articles on just that yesterday or today. That yeah, we have to have that religion, and our religion is oh no, it wasn't Ken Ham. I'm sorry, it was Frank Turek.
Hmm.
That you know if you hear about Jesus and you hear about the God who created you, and you don't want to give up your sexual desires for that God, then the sexual desires are your God. That's it. That's it.
Ugh, you just love your sin.
Uh huh. Yeah. And
Ugh.
well, Turk's a piece of shit anyway. But
It's complete gobbledygook.
mm-hmm.
Anybody, and again, I'm looking out from the outside into your country with this massive fucking problem you've got with religion.
Yeah.
It's utter, I don't get involved because it's just utter bullshit. I'm not going to ever sit down with somebody and say, you know what, you're wrong. This is all made up. I can't be asked because what else do you then argue about? You make any random crap up. To me, that's how ridiculous it is. It's a silly thing to, I know that let's debate and all that shit. Why? It's nonsense.
I just got
The
the
only
idea
reason
here.
to debate is because they use this religion to shape policy, to shape a worldview, and impose it on other people. It's the only reason you have to engage with these fuckers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get that, but it goes back to what I'm saying because there is a huge difference between the religious problem in your country and my country. We just
Yeah.
don't have this shit that you have. So it's not
Mhm.
something that I have to, worry or think about. I don't have to have arguments about it. It doesn't affect me in any way whatsoever. So to me, it's 100% complete and utter batshit crazy, fucked up bollocks.
Well, it's the same for a lot of us too.
Well,
It boggles me that we have this at all.
the impression I get, and it just came to me, and it probably should have come to me a long time ago, but I have a feeling that maybe part of the difference is, you guys in Europe are a lot less religious than we are here in the U.S., but I have a feeling that it traces back to the religious crazies leaving Europe to come
That's
here
exactly
and
what
find
it
a
is.
fucking new country. Yeah, I mean, this country was founded by religious nutballs.
And
Yeah.
it might not be as bad if it hadn't been for the Cold War, because the
Uh-huh.
right looked at the Soviet Union and said, how can we differentiate ourselves from them? How can we make them the other? And it's like, oh well, they're godless and we're godly
Yep.
people. And it's like, if we hadn't had that, religion might not be where it is today in government.
Yeah, well, that's how we got under God in the pledge, and in God we
Mm-hmm.
trust on the money.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, okay, in God we trust on the currency. In God we trust was on the coinage since the Civil War. But that was another war-born problem, is that the Union minted that onto their coins to say, the Union had in God we trust, the Confederacy had Deo Vindice. Okay, the whole thing.
Can someone explain to me why this country has such a fucking hard on for Israel?
Oh man, I think
Oh, this is a can of worms.
yes,
Yeah.
it really is.
Well, but I do not understand it. And I swear, if it doesn't have to do with religion, it has to do with oil, and it might be both. Probably both.
What you'll
It
find,
actually has more to do with religion, because before Israel was founded in its current location, there was a proposal to create the Jewish state in what is now Alaska.
Really?
Yes, I'm not
my.
joking.
Oh my.
I don't understand. Every time I hear politicians go, "Oh, Israel, Palestine," all this, I'm like, why are we even there? What is our interest?
it's
Just
not-
after World War II, there was a proposal to create the sovereign Jewish state in part of Alaska that we got from the Russians.
But why does anyone need a Jewish state? Why can't it just be, oh, we go to synagogue, full stop?
Because it's in the Old Testament. That's the only
Yeah,
reason.
that's the reason right there. God gave us this land.
Yeah, that
And we have to have it. And
one
unfortunately,
of
you've
the-
got.
it's
Well,
also a very
one of the
handy way.
many, many reasons I can't be president is because, if someone asked me, what about the Israel question? I'd be like, what about it? Screw them. They're not our country. I'm sick of this country being interventionist. I'm sick of it.
what Vonrick just said in the side chat, because the forming of the state of Israel is part of the prophecy of the end times coming.
Ugh.
You've got that. You've got the religious whack jobs who believe such nonsense. But the whole Israel/Palestine issue is not something I'm going to go into because it's just complicated.
Yeah.
And Britain also played a part in all this.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and for all of the stuff they say about, every time there's a war in the Middle East, we come up with another reason to go in there. And it's like, no, neither the US or the UK ever does anything in the Middle East unless it's going to affect the oil prices.
Mm-hmm.
If you are British and you are playing around in British Twitter, you'll notice that the bad people, i.e. the racists, will always have the flags of England, not the UK, but England, the USA, because all the racists now really love Trump, and Israel.
Yeah.
And that's a little warning, an alert, that the person that's tweeted this thing is not a good person, because the Israel thing is like it's like the bat signal for racists.
Yeah.
I know damn well that none of them actually understand the issues about Israel or Palestine. I know they don't understand, but it's being on a team. And the bad people, the racists, will display that Israel flag with the US Stars and Stripes and the flag of England. It all goes back to this fucking thing that we're seeing more and more each day, which is about the bad racists who need
Are
to.
you saying there's good racists?
You beat me to
got
it,
that,
hon.
I got that one wrong, didn't I? But that's the world we're living in now. You know, it's not just America that is having these problems.
Yeah, but
going to say something
I mean, I would very much like to see the United States stop trying to be the world's policeman. You know, like a lot of the world just doesn't fucking want us there. It's
Yeah.
none of our business, and we should treat it that way. And whenever I see those memes where it's like how Americans see themselves, and you see like all the superheroes and how they really are, and you either see rednecks and hicks or villains or something, and I'm like, you realize that's just right wing Americans, right? You realize some of us are ashamed of those people too, right? You know, I don't want to be lumped in with those assholes. I don't see myself that way, and I never will.
Oh no, what you've got to understand is that the normal people on this planet recognize that most of you guys are fucking normal and okay and good. We get this, but we also see that there's a problem with your guns, the racism, and the orange dog turd who's in charge. So we're not taking, we're not kind of going, oh, look at those idiots. That's not what we're doing. We want to help you.
Oh, yeah.
Still, though, I mean, I don't like being lumped in with those people in the memes. I wish they were a little more specific.
Well, then the other thing about
Republicans see themselves this way. The right-wingers see themselves this way. But, there's people like me who want to fight those people too.
And then the problem goes back a lot further than, last week or last year. Let's go all the way back to Teddy Roosevelt. Or is it Teddy Roosevelt? I forget how you pronounce it.
Everyone says Roosevelt.
Yeah, because there's FDR and Teddy, two different pronunciations. But yeah,
I did not know that.
When you had the whole Spanish-American War thing in that time frame, that's when the U.S. started seeing itself as protector of everything, especially the Mesoamerican and South American banana republics. Who do you think set that shit up?
Yeah.
See, that I made this specifically because of those fuckers who think that this guy represents all Americans. They do. Some people out there, or at least they act like they do. And I'm sick of it because I don't like this guy. I don't want to be associated with this guy just because of my country. It's not okay. It's not fair. That's not me. So if you make those memes that say Americans think they are blah, 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 shut the fuck up.
Yeah, but you do get that normal people don't lump you in with those idiots.
They have not made that clear in any way.
Yeah, I forget what the name of it is, but it's that common fallacy that the people who don't like something the U.S. did take the people on the worst extreme and convince everyone in their country that all Americans are like that.
Mm-hmm. And, we're kind of on the not side there, really. It's just so frustrating. It's like, you remember, and I realize no one falls for it anymore, but how Americans, if they were traveling abroad, would like pin a Canadian flag to their backpack or something, just so no one thought they were American.
Yes, yeah.
And it's because we're perceived like these redneck hillbillies who are fucking racist and homophobic and whatever else, and we're ashamed of them too.
Yeah, Aaron has talked about that more than once.
Well, and unfortunately, Fox News broadcasting in other countries hasn't helped that attitude.
As I'm not allowed to say that word. Oh, I can say that word, can't I? Am I allowed to say token?
Token?
Do you remember Token from South Park?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the only black kid in the town.
No, what I was going to say, as the token foreigner in this lovely stream, I can assure you, Kate, that is not how normal people view Americans. The bad people might think so, but that's not a thing.
Then I have to ask, where are those memes coming from, or are they just being non-specific in ways that piss me off?
Well,
No, because exactly the
lots of things
propaganda that people use to fuel terrorism.
There are lots of things out there that are going to piss you off, especially on the tweeters, because that's what Twitter is. It's basically people pissing each other off, who's got the biggest dick and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I don't mean that literally, but
Well, and Twitter is the worst of it because
it's not real
the
life.
character limits. There's no chance for any nuance.
Yeah, that does bother me. That's why I actually prefer Facebook to Twitter, is because I trend towards the verbose, you may have noticed. And being unable to express myself properly is a real problem for me on Twitter.
Yeah, it's difficult.
Yeah,
that's
I
why
have
it's
that too.
easier.
What, you
It's
don't want to
easier
chain
just
tweet?
scroll on by. Scroll on by. That thought that's in your head, just let it go. It's not worth it.
Well, I mean, even things that nobody else is going to care about, like talking about my cat, I can't fit that into a Twitter post.
I usually just use a picture. I mean, that's what memes are for. I've actually seen people type out a big, long-ass post on Facebook, take a picture of it, and post that to Twitter so that they don't have to deal with the character limit.
Okay.
It's a potential way to do it, but still.
I think
Yeah,
the worst.
unfortunately, half the time when they do that, the text winds up so small I can't read it.
The worst.
Although I've seen people react to like pictures without clicking, because Twitter truncates your picture so much that the relevant bit of info may not be there visibly.
The bad
Yeah,
thing
well,
that
just like
Twitter
your
have
ironing
just
meter
introduced-
yesterday or the day before, yeah.
The latest thing that they've introduced is this ridiculous feature where you can make a post and nobody can comment on it on Twitter.
Yeah.
Have you seen this?
I have indeed. Or the other one is you can select the people you want responding.
Who can comment?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's
I mean,
really
I get
bad.
it, but it's shit.
It's very fucking shit. It's just shit on
Oh
a
yeah,
stick.
let's guarantee that all you can do is build an echo chamber.
Yeah, absolutely. I could never do something like that because I want people disagreeing with me because maybe I'll learn something, almost to the point where I revel in it. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Well, I
follow
want
some
people
right-wing
disagreeing with
people.
you too, so maybe you'll learn something.
The previous picture. What the hell have you been eating?
Blackberries. Blackberries.
Go on, get it out again. Show us. You dirty, dirty, dirty person.
You realize I take that as a compliment, right?
I know you do. The
I don't
previous
know. All
feature
I'm
that
thinking
they
is if you've
introduced.
got a
Stop
black
it!
sun,
I will have to make your picture go away. The previous feature that Twitter introduced was the one where you can hide certain comments to your post, which is utterly pointless because you can click to see them. So what's the fucking point of that?
Oh yeah.
But this new one where nobody's allowed to comment, that is just fucked up. And I've seen people in positions of power, let's say, so certain British politicians using it. And, call me old-fashioned, but that's basically propaganda.
Yeah.
If they're allowed to
you're
spew their
old-fashioned.
bullshit without any comeback, then...
okay,
like I
how
said,
about a new feature on Twitter that just automatically hides all the posts so nobody can comment on anything?
Okay, I think that's called not going there. Yeah.
I think it would improve the site considerably.
Yeah.
Do you think this could there be money in this idea? Do you think? Should we invent it?
Well, I don't know. Can you get people to read the ads without any content in between them?
I don't get.
Man,
I don't-
imagine when you activate your ad blocker.
Hey,
And so
Hasbro did
Twitter
it
is
during.
just a page of like whatever color scheme you chose.
There you are.
Hasbro did it during the 80s. They had half-an-hour cartoons that were broken up with other commercials in them.
Uh-huh.
You know.
Yep. It's I know the newspapers need to make money and all this other stuff, but I still find it annoying to go to a news site to read the article that somebody referenced, and you get that thing that plops itself over the page with, "We see that you have an ad blocker." Yes, because the ads are totally annoying. Um, I'm,
I've
Although
got a
you know what's
problem
even
with
worse though is when you're
those,
scrolling up reading a thing, and you
and
get
then
like
it
one
pops.
page in, and all of a sudden it pops in front of you. Do you want to
yes,
subscribe? Give us
yeah,
money. Me, 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 me.
yeah, hmm
Ugh.
which
I
Yeah.
is
don't like those articles, those news sites, let's say, because as you said, you read the first few lines and then bam, you give us some money. Turn your ad blocker off. And the thing is, if it's interesting, an interesting article, I'll go to my ad blocker. I'll say, "This is fine. Let me look at it," and it still will not let me look at it. Even if I go into, because I'm using Chrome, and even if I go into my Chrome settings and say, "Okay, show me ads on this site,"
Yeah.
still won't let me. No matter
okay.
how I try to turn all my protections off, still can't fucking see the damned article.
Well, the other thing that bothers me is when they come up with those as soon as you get to the site, and it's like, until you let me see the site, how do I know whether or not I would want to subscribe?
Exactly.
Mm.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what's even worse is if you're looking for a picture and you find the picture and you go to download it and they say you can only download this picture if you create an account.
Oh, for
Yeah.
Like you don't even necessarily have to give them money, but you have to create a whole account just to get a picture.
I'll
Yeah.
tell you what. Okay, now this is getting nerdy, but continuing on that kind of theme, I often find myself searching for PNGs, and
Mhm.
I'll see one in the Google results on images, and when I click and it takes me to the site, it's not a fucking PNG, it's a fucking JPEG. Now that winds me up. That's how
Well, you
that's how fucked up my life is. I actually care about things like that.
Well, I mean, usually what ends up happening is like they have the image that you want to have a transparent background, but they put that checkerboard pattern behind it like they do in Photoshop. And so it's just a thumbnail of the picture you have to download by clicking specifically a download button.
Yeah.
It's complete shit the way they do that. Because
We're-
again, often that's when you have to create an account to be able to actually do anything. You know,
These
to download what you want.
these are the important matters in the world.
Mm-hmm.
We got bored
Yes.
of racism, so now we're doing PNGs.
Mm-hmm.
It's a pain in the ass because if I do find something that I want to use, and it's a pretend PNG, just a JPEG with the pretend checkerboard behind it, you then got to go and fuck around and do it yourself. Who can be asked with that?
Well, and the other thing with these sites that want you to create an account to get to one article, it's like you go there and they're bugging you about this. So you go to create an account with your email, and it tells you there's already an account under that email because apparently you looked at one article there 3 years ago and you don't remember you were ever on that site.
Yeah.
And goodness knows you don't remember your password anymore.
Yeah.
I just got really worried then. I thought either my screen had frozen or I'd bored Diana to death because there was no movement there for about 20 seconds.
Well, one thing I've been doing actually, in the hopes that they don't insist on verifying your account through email, I will like enter in a password and then as my email address, and you're going to find this funny, Diana, I would put moo.cow@pasture.com. I wonder if there's some poor fucker who actually has that email address who keeps getting these account things, like verification emails, and going, "Who's doing this?" You know.
I'll tell you though, the one of the nice
But that
things.
person does now have your Pornhub password.
Say that again.
That person does now have your Pornhub password.
They probably don't, since I just make up a password when I do it.
Okay, then.
Yeah. Well, until they went into all the high security stuff of requiring you to use a capital letter, a number, a special character,
Oh, wow.
an
Yeah.
algebraic formula.
Mm.
Until they did all that, just anytime they asked for a password, I always just used fuck off.
Okay, then.
Yeah, I don't know. And now they have, of course, the like two-step verification where it's like we have to confirm it through your email and your cell phone and blah blah
Yeah.
blah. And it's like, really, guys? You know, just to download an MP3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and then you've given them your number, so then they can spam your cell phone for the rest of your life.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and don't
Yeah.
get me started on some of those robocalls you get. Have you gotten the Chinese lady?
Oh, yes.
Oh, I'm so
Yep.
sick of the Chinese lady where it's just like, I mean, as I understand it, the intent is to frighten illegal immigrants that they're going to get deported unless you do this, that, or the other thing. And but I keep getting that phone call
Yep.
over and over and over from different numbers. And I've learned now if anything has a Seattle area code, the likelihood that it is a robocall goes up like you wouldn't believe, because my area code is still from Seattle.
Yeah. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I've got
Okay.
the same thing. And I'm constantly getting the ones about your car warranty is about to expire.
Oh, Lord. I don't even own an automobile, and I get those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, oh, there's a security problem with your Visa card. I don't have a Visa card.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And everybody is getting in on this. Now, I am now getting spam from a local church.
Oh, Lord.
And now I
You
have
know,
a weird
how the
outcome
hell
in
they
my
got
head.
my name and address and all this shit, I don't know. But it's like, you know, you got the wrong person for this. You are definitely just wasting postage.
Do you guys not have the system that we have, whereby you can opt yourself into a system where these bad people are legally not allowed to call you?
Yes, there is something like that in the US, but the way they wrote the law, they left so many holes in it that it's completely worthless.
Yeah.
Like every law.
Yeah, I mean, it's to the point where my flip phone here is worthless because I get 4 or 5 spam phone calls daily on this damn thing.
Yep.
Um,
That's why the ringer on my phone is virtually always off.
So
Because it's like less than 1 call in 10 that I get is actually anyone I'd ever want to talk to.
yeah, the
has
unfortunate.
any country or government or anything ever actually learned the lessons from the past? Ever?
No.
It's so crazy. Like human nature is so knee-jerk when it comes to any sort of well, I hate to say crisis, just adverse situation, I guess. And it's like you can tell them over and over and over. You realize this happened ages ago, and you're doing exactly what made things go sideways last time, right? You realize that, right? And they just don't listen.
Right. Right.
I think this
You know,
whole
shut
handling
up,
of the
Bill.
pandemic
Yeah.
proved that they don't get it at all.
Mhm.
Some people just need to be angry about something. It doesn't matter what it is. Usually there's nothing. What the fuck does that mean?
A Ren and
There's
Stimpy episode
Blackberry
was like
fingers.
Okay, that kind of looked insulting.
Mhm.
Yeah, stop it now. What was I talking about? I've forgotten. Damn it. Shit.
I think
yes.
you were done.
Most of the time, life is insanely boring and not much of interest happens. But the people, you know, the angry bad people will usually find something very trivial to be angry about. could be the most trivial thing in the world. I don't know, the colour of a carpet or whatever. But now we've got all this shit going on. Virus, racism. They're all getting very angry about not about the issues themselves. They just want to be angry about something.
Well, I think a lot of it has to do with like the virus. You know, you've got something that people can't even see. They can't fight it. They feel helpless to do anything about it. So they need to focus that helpless feeling on something that they feel they could somehow affect.
I wish that were it, but I don't think it is. I
No,
think
I
there are
don't.
some people who just desperately need themselves to be the underdog. And
That's exactly it.
and they desperately need to have an other to fight all the time, constantly. I mean, I think that's where the homophobia comes from. I think that's where the racism comes from, is people just need to feel superior to something.
That's it.
Yeah.
You nailed it. That's exactly what it is. I can't remember what the technical term for this.
Well, it's the basic
effect
tribalism
is.
thing at that level.
Yeah.
It's tribalism, but it's also the thing that Kate just said. Some people need to feel superior, and so they will get angry or pick on the people that they perceive to be lower down on the ladder than themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm not saying those people are lower down, obviously, but in their minds, let's pick on these people because they're less than we are.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, we are more superior.
They really want to be, like, even if they don't think they deserve to be at the top, the last thing they want is to be at the bottom.
Right,
And
right.
so they have to fight the people they see at the bottom to keep them down so that they themselves can stay up. And
That's exactly it,
like, if
yeah.
they can work themselves up higher in the hierarchy, that's great. But, you know, they do think that there are certain people who need to be in their place. It's not
Yeah.
okay to not be in your, like, predestined place. That's who you are.
Yeah.
It still seems to me that even if that is your attitude, the more practical thing is to kick out the legs of the person who's above you and knock them down.
Well, I mean, a lot of them really like the idea of a hierarchy where they are the foot soldiers for the people who are in charge.
Yep, definitely. Yep.
So
That's very true, yeah. That is, you've just done a clever there.
Yeah, I've
So-
got too much of the
well,
Robin Hood
part of it-
complex.
part of it is just that, and I've recommended. The hell is that? I've recommended to Diana to watch the alt-right playbook on YouTube, which explains the mindset
Yeah,
of a right winger. And I highly recommend anyone watch that if they want to understand what the hell's going on these days.
And I'll second it, definitely. It explains a lot. It really does.
The really sad thing is that I understand what's going on, and I don't understand why other people don't understand. Because to me, I can see what's happening, and I keep saying this. I can see it. To me, it's night and day. It's obvious in your face, but for some reason, other people just don't get it.
Well, that's the thing, is I don't think they want to get it because they like it.
Yeah, this is true. Yeah.
You know?
I keep thinking it's more a divide of the people who are, you know, reacting to things intellectually and the people who are reacting to things emotionally.
I wish it was that, but I can see the emotional reactions on the left wing as well. And I it's a difference of mindset. I mean, that's
Yeah.
one of the things they make very clear in the alt-right playbook, is that like a lot of people on the left think that the people on the right just haven't gotten the message yet. They just haven't processed the message. And if we can convince them enough, they'll go, oh, you have a point. But
That's
the
not
truth
how it
is that
works.
they do understand it. They just don't agree. And so if they were only reacting emotionally, we could reach them, but we can't, because they like where they think they have an idea of where the world should be, and it looks nothing like ours.
Yeah.
It's the emotional tribalism. You mentioned
Yeah.
earlier, Kate, about slogans.
Hmm.
That's a very often used tactic by the more right-leaning folks. They keep the message simple. A 3-word slogan could be meaningless.
Well, and that's not exclusive to the right either.
Well, I mean, that is another thing that they brought up in that series I was talking about, is where the right wing will often give a sort of pithy, short, and often wrong, like little answer to something. And that's all people remember, because if you give a long, detailed explanation of why it's wrong, no one remembers that. Even if they think you won at the time, all they remember is the pithy slogan that was thrown in your teeth.
Yep.
Exactly.
So,
That's such a common tactic, and we know from, well, it's probably been going on forever, but we know when it was kind of really used back in the 1930s. Let's not go there. But keep it short and simple, and even if the message is utter gibberish nonsense, the people will remember those pithy 3-word slogans. They've got no interest in a nice paragraph because that's boring. You know, reality is unfortunately boring.
Well, when the right wing, whatever, starts throwing that slogan around, and if I'm interacting personally with someone at the time, what I will often do is, instead of trying to refute the wrong thing they've said, I'll just go, "What, are you kidding me? Where'd you get that idea? Justify that. Explain your position." Because a lot of people will try to answer, and there is no answer. There is no right answer, because even if your answer is 100% correct, it's not effective. So if you make them look ridiculous, or rather make themselves look ridiculous by forcing them to explain their position, then it's a lot harder to sympathize with them. But of course, a lot of them will try to adopt the what the hell's that guy's name now? It doesn't matter. I responded to this one dude from PragerU where he kept saying, "Okay, keep the other side on the ropes. Keep asking them questions. And if you come to a question that you can't answer or makes you look bad, then just say, 'I don't know. I'll have to get back to you on that.'" Because the whole idea is to keep you, the opponent, in the hot seat constantly, to make sure that they never that like the right wing, the religious person, never has anything to prove. That it's always the other side that proves things. And so, and if you try to turn that around on them, they'll just say, "I'll get back to you on that," so they can avoid it. And I think if they do that, you go, "Aha, so you have no idea what you're talking about. Gotcha."
That's exactly what they do. And that reminds me of the famous, let's use the word debate, if we must, between low-hanging fruit Ken Ham and Bill Nye. And Ham, was it Ham or the other one? I forget. Damn. What's the other one called? Shit.
Comfort? Great Comfort?
No, it wasn't. It was Ham.
Oh. Okay.
You remember when Nye and Ham did a...
Are you talking about the one in Memphis on is creationism valid or something like that?
I don't know where it was, and I can't remember how long ago it was, but it was basically Nye did not come out of it very well.
Right.
Because Bill Nye is honest.
Right.
Whereas Ham, as Kate just alluded to, Ham gish gallops.
And what I think about,
that's another one of their tactics. They don't answer. They will throw questions.
Right. And what I would really like to have seen was that debate the way it was supposed to have been, because that was not supposed to have been Bill Nye against Ken Ham. That was supposed to have been Aaron Ra.
Oh, that would have been interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, are we talking about the same thing now?
Yes,
we are. It was a change in personnel. The way I understand it, Ken Ham refused to debate Aaron.
Well,
I'm talking about the
I remember
big
how
one.
out of his depth he looked too, where it was like he tried to present these arguments that really had nothing to do with the point at all. And it was like, "Wow, you are so childish, sir."
The one I'm thinking of was a big event. It was televised.
Yeah, it was Ken Ham and Bill Nye at the Creation Museum.
Okay.
And that was a big part of it, that Aaron Ra was supposed to do it, but he wanted it to be in a neutral venue.
Yes.
Oh, I see.
And Ken
Right.
Ham wanted to have it at his place.
Mm-hmm.
Of course. Right.
Yeah, he wanted home field
Which,
advantage.
in a way, no, you probably should do it at his place, because if you're surrounded by an audience where at least half of them agree with you, who are you reaching? I mean, that's why the American Atheist Convention is inevitably in a place that's not friendly to atheists.
Well, no,
Like, that's done deliberately.
That's the thing. I mean, Ham wanted home field. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. His are the people that you need to reach the most. So why not be surrounded by them so they can see you trash their leader? Because if you're on your home court, who are you trying to convince? You're already preaching to the choir, so to speak.
But there's the darn thing. They will never see their guy get trashed. Because even when the guy gets trashed, it's, oh, look how great he did. Because they have.
But that's not even true. I mean, because the sheer number of times that someone has said to me that my videos have changed their mind, right? I mean, even if you only reach one person, or even if you only plant that little tiny kernel in their mind, and it festers for a while, and they come out of religion. I think that you need to speak to the people who oppose you. I mean, yeah, most of them will probably go, "Ha, my guy kicked ass," but there's gonna be that one or two people who hear you and go, "Oh my gosh, I never thought of it that way."
Well, one of Aaron's big objections to it was that Ken Ham was making money on it.
There's the other problem.
Aaron said that he wanted all of the ticket proceeds to be donated to charity.
Yeah, because
he did not want any of the people involved in the debate making a profit.
And Ham got a good
Ham
got a good kick in the bank account for the ARC nonsense via that that presentation. I won't call it a debate because it flops as a debate. And he was in a win-win situation because if he is perceived as doing well, it's, oh, look how well he's doing, let's hand him some money. And if he's perceived as doing badly, oh, look how badly he did, let's send him some money to shore him up. One of those deals. Yeah, it's horrid, really it is.
Yeah.
And the heck was I going to go for? I lost it, but that's okay. I'm usually losing it.
Well, these guys, if you're talking about Ham and what's he called, Hovind, they've been around for so long, and if you look at Hovind's early stuff, pre-internet days, when he was talking to his fans, if you like, and it was videoed and recorded, he's the very epitome of a used car salesman. It's completely obvious that he's fucking lying. You can tell by his speech pattern and his body language. He's just going through the moves to get some money. To me, that is blatantly fucking obvious, and I'm not an expert on body language. And yet, there are people in America who will, again, I'm not including you people, there are people in America who will look at him and say, you know what, he makes sense. That just fucking baffles me.
One of the major reasons people seem to believe that he makes sense is because he speaks so confidently.
I don't think he does.
He's okay. Which, I mean, you do have your point, but it's I don't see him and falter all that much.
Exactly. This is what I was going for, because when you look at his old stuff, when people couldn't go online to see what he was, he's basically just reciting a script that he's got memorized, and he rattles it off very quickly. And so you're correct, there are no ums and ahs, because he's said it so many times. It's not natural.
Yeah, no, exactly. It's a script because he does not respond to anything that the other party is saying.
Right. Yes. And this is one of the problems. I think I now know. One of the things I was going to say earlier. I think I know one of the problems that people fall into when they are debating these types of Christian hucksters. I see it. I saw it in Hitchens. I saw it. Aaron does it as far as that goes. They don't get to the root of the fallacies that the opponent is delivering. They go for the superficial questions, but they don't say things like, why do you think this is real? What is it about this
Well,
that makes it true? And not leave them alone until they've backed up the claims they make. And of course, they
the
That's
never
part of the
will.
problem, though, is the formal debate format doesn't really allow for it very well.
no,
That's
that's
the
why
problem.
that's why they're absolute nonsense.
You can't do that Q&A thing. You can't do that back and forth thing. It's you've got 5 minutes, you've got 5 minutes. That's it. You can't really do anything with that.
Yeah, I
You
see
know,
that,
like
that point.
you can't press someone on the issue and say, whoa, 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 you didn't answer the question.
This is why I'm not a fan of these things. I think they're quite pointless.
Yeah.
I'm sure
No,
in some instances it may be on a different topic they could be useful, but when you're dealing with the religious nut jobs, they're not honest. They're very dishonest, and they don't use the platform honestly.
Right.
Right. And that's the thing. A formal debate only works if both parties are sincerely, for lack of a better phrase, bargaining in good faith.
Yeah.
And they're not.
Yeah. As long as one party is just trying to promote an agenda and doesn't really care about it being fair, it's not going to work.
Mm-hmm. And of
Yeah.
course, a lot of those debates are won by whoever the audience liked more. Like who was correct has nothing to do with it.
Right.
But a
Right.
lot of people on our side are like, well, if I just make the most convincing argument, if I present the most evidence, blah, 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 then I'm going to win. But if you just sound like a stodgy old professor instead of being a bombastic, like work the crowd kind of person, you're going to flop, no matter how right you are.
Yeah. And we're basically back to how Trump got elected.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just have short slogans, shout at people the things they want to hear, and you don't really have to talk about the issues.
I mean, what was that thing he did in the debate where he was like, his opponent was talking, he's like, no, wrong,
Oh,
it's
that
not even
was.
his turn to speak.
Yes, he did that to Clinton quite a bit.
Yeah.
He was also doing that really creepy thing during those.
Hovering over her, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
And,
he was.
to counter that in the debate, each candidate should have 3 opportunities to say, let's go to the video and show that the person is contradicting themselves.
Well, that, and honestly, I think that if someone starts interrupting you during the debate, you should be able to turn to the moderators and say, foul. Not only do I get my time back that they just wasted, but I get an extra 30 seconds. Something like that.
Who is that lady politician? I don't know if she's a senator or whatever you guys call them, but what is she called? The one who does that in committee meetings and things.
You're going to have to be so much more specific.
I can't be so much. I can't do it. She's the one who says, okay, I'm reclaiming that time when the bad Republican guy waffles on about bullshit.
I don't know. It's probably AOC or someone. I don't know. Maybe Nancy Pelosi?
No, I can't. I didn't. I should have done my research. Let's just drop this one.
I don't know them.
Yeah, it's okay. If you give me a name, I wouldn't know who you're talking about anyway.
I might know who you're talking about, but right now I don't recognize the event you've described.
I'm going to drop it because I've totally forgotten her name, but she's very cool
Hey,
anyway.
Did you say she's cool?
Yeah, she's cool in the way that she says, Imagine the scene. Okay, it's in one of those kind of committee room type situations that's televised, and the Republican guy stands, or he says his thing, which is complete utter bullshit, and the cool lady will say, "I'm reclaiming that time," or something like that. She's basically saying that was all bullshit. I now get 3 extra minutes, or something like that. This is
I
the
must
worst
miss that
fucking story
entirely.
ever. This is so bad. Let's delete this. Okay, let's
No,
reshoot this bit.
what you're saying is a good point, but I'm not sure who you're referring to that's doing it.
Hmm.
I'll get it right when we go live.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, what was that? Yeah, we'll do it live. Fuck it. With what's his face, the Fox News dude who I can't remember.
Oh, oh yeah. Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my.
Where he's just throwing this complete shit fit. And
Yes.
yeah,
O'Reilly.
Yeah,
right.
that's
Yeah,
who.
Bill O'Reilly. That's it. Yeah. Good old
Well,
Billo.
luckily he got sacked, so that was a good thing.
Yeah.
He was a dirty
Yeah.
bastard. All you need now is to get rid of Hannity, and you guys might have a fucking chance.
Oh, we also got to get rid of that other one, dude.
Carlson?
Tucker Carlson.
Oh, he's a bad piece of shit. He really is, yeah.
This is what I'm saying. Yeah, and I gotta tell you, like, do you think parents ever really consider their children's names when they're naming their kids? I mean, how does someone look at an infant and go, "Oh, I'm going to doom you for a lifetime of being called Fucker Carlson"?
There you go. There you go.
I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but it just seems like the kind of thing some parents should consider.
Dick Budkiss.
Yep. Dick
Aw.
Butkiss. That's just so. I mean, at least call yourself Richard.
That's not a real thing, is it?
Yes, it is. He's like a football coach.
Yeah, he's a football player.
Yeah. If I
Seriously?
remember correctly, the Bears.
Yep.
I wouldn't know that part, but
That's a
Yeah.
real thing.
Yes.
yep.
Yeah,
And
he was a
I
pretty big
hesitate to
sports star for a
actually
while.
look it up. I hesitate to actually look it up on Google image search because wow, you type in Dick Butkiss and you're gonna get I didn't even want to know.
Oy vey.
That PNG will really fucking scare you.
Oof. Oh, I just found the worst picture. Well, it's not the worst, but it's bad. Because it's here. Dick Butkiss, bloody knuckles. Do I want to know?
Oh,
Oh.
jeez.
But
Seriously? Oh my
That's
god.
the guy, Dick Butkiss.
Okay, did his parents have a sense of humor? Was it just like a joke?
I mean, I've never actually looked it up. For all I know, his real name is Fred, and someone just thought calling him Dick would be funny. I just know that I like saying Dick Butkiss because you can get away with it.
Or his father was one of those guys that had the attitude that if he gets the shit beat out of him every day, it'll make him tough.
Here we go. It says Richard Marvin Butkiss. So that's his real name.
Okay, that's really fucked up.
Why not go by Rich or Richard or Rick or something? Did you have to go with Dick? When your last name is Butkiss. Really?
Or when you get to be 18, why don't you have your last name changed? It's not really that difficult to do.
Yeah, I
It's
know.
just so bizarre.
It was interesting about that one, though, when I went before the judge for my name change. You're changing all of them, is it? Yeah. He seemed to think it was unusual, but he said all three of them.
I'm not seeing anything in here about the origin of his name.
There's something quite charming, to be honest, about American names, because as you know, back in the old days when the people came to Ellis Island, they could choose themselves a brand new name. Just pick one out of the air.
Mhm.
And I used to think it was funny. I remember many, many years ago, I saw a clip of an American weather person presenting the weather on TV, and his name was Al Sunshine, and I thought that was hilarious because I was young and naive. I'd never heard of fucking Dick Butkus before.
Well, some Native Americans had a tradition that I would like to see going back to, was that at the ceremony, when the person was considered becoming an adult in the tribe, they would then pick the name they would be known by for the rest of their life.
Yeah, that's cool. I could do that.
I have to say that's probably not an option you should allow for most American kids, because we would be surrounded by so many people named after anime and Star Wars characters. And while it might be cool, I mean, there's going to be some kid out there who's going to name themselves something like Professor Superhero McAwesomeville or something. And there's going to be someone who's going to name themselves just a string of nonsensical emojis, and you have to call them that. It's just like
like
open that can of worms. I'm telling you.
The rock star tried to do Prince. Yeah, he tried to name himself that weird glyph or whatever that was. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And it just ended up being the artist, formerly known as Prince, and then the artist, and that was it. And I was just like, dude, really?
Man.
I remember that.
No. Fingerprints.
Well.
Anyway.
I remember that so well because on the radio, they had to call him the artist formerly known as Prince, because what else can you call him?
Yeah, there was no way to pronounce it.
But they did occasionally call him Symbol. Not as in what you clash together.
Right, but yeah, the picture that stands for something, yes. And the other thing I can't stand, and it's just me, I know, is the whole namesaking. Because my dead name, I was a namesake, and I was named for the biggest piece of shit that ever walked the earth. And it just leaves a bad taste, is all. I was once known by his name.
Well,
or the other thing.
Admit, I'm very amused when you get those members of the British aristocracy who have 8,000 names. I love the way they took the piss out of that on Animaniacs, where Dot Warner was introducing herself as Princess Angelina Contessa Louisa Francesca Banana Fana Bobesca III.
Okay.
So,
The other one with the namesake thing is that then you wind up with a guy who's like 50-some years old who is still being called Junior.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
There was a character like that on The Sopranos, even, where he's 8,000 years old and they call him Junior.
I still have not finished that fucker.
I mean, it's good, but the ending is incomprehensible.
Nope.
All I said is it's incomprehensible.
Vonrick has a point there about Prince, that part of why he did that was because the record company was claiming ownership of his name.
Well, why not just call himself King? Look at me, I got promoted. You know?
Okay, now this is something I don't like. I guess if it's something you want to do, you can, but I don't like the idea of selling the rights to one's name. There are a few people out there whose, they don't have the right to use their own name anymore because they sold the rights to the company that they founded, or some company that they sponsor for that company or whatever.
Well, that's just
I didn't
the
even
problem.
realize this, but Prince's name really is Prince, like his birth name, Prince
Right.
Rogers Nelson.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that. It's also like for some reason, someone had told me once that Madonna is not actually Madonna's name. That's just a stage name. I don't know. It turns out to not be true. But I mean, if it was just Prince, and that's all he calls himself, I think an argument could legit be made for that to be a trademark. Right?
I have a terrible problem if I try to give myself anything using my real name. I can't.
Okay.
Because that's a famous person.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I can't use my own real name for certain things.
Well, did you hear about that guy whose name was Michael Rowe, and he tried to start a software company called Mike Rowe Soft, and Microsoft had a fucking fit? I think they should start a potato chip company and call it Micro Chips.
Mm.
But that's just me. But still, yeah, he tried to make, and he's like, but it's my name. I should be allowed. And they're like, no. But it's my name. No. I don't know. Well, and I'm trying to remember. There's like a politician who has the same name as like a news guy or something. I'm trying to remember what it is. Oh no, I remember what it is. There's I want to say a politician named Paul Ryan, and I have a Paul Ryan on my Facebook friends list, and I'm like, you're not that guy, are you? You can't be that guy. And he's not, but it took me a while to realize I didn't have Paul Ryan as a friend. You know what I mean?
He was a dick.
I would rather hang myself than have Paul Ryan, the politician, as a friend. God. And this is the amazing thing, that he was considered the stable choice to replace John Brenner. Oh man, who the hell ever thought he was stable?
He did a runner very quickly, didn't he? After he'd got his dream of fucking people up.
Yeah.
The little people, he ran away quickly, didn't he?
Yeah.
He's very into that person whose first name I can never pronounce correctly. Ayn or Anne Rand.
Oh, I believe it's Ayn.
Ayn.
Rand.
Ayn.
Yeah. Ayn. I don't even know what country she's from.
Russia.
But, yeah.
As in pre-revolutionary Russia.
It's clearly one of those names that like Americans have never encountered before, but looks vaguely like names we have, and so it's so hard to get it right.
I believe it's a manufactured name.
Really?
I'm
well, that's easily checked.
Yeah.
Let's see. So
I'm pretty sure that
Ayn Rand, born Elisa Zinovienva Rosenbaum, is her birth name. Elisa Zinovenia Rosenbaum.
Uh-huh. And I believe that, I cannot remember where the Ayn comes from, but I believe that Rand came from the brand of typewriter he was using at the time.
Wow.
Hey, I've never heard of stuff like that ever happening. I mean, I never knew of anyone who decided that her surname was going to be Clarion by looking at a map of Pennsylvania. Okay.
I'm wondering, like, no. I'm trying. It just says pen name, but I don't see anything about the origin of her name, though. Okay, let's see. So it says something about assignments. By this time, she had decided her professional surname for writing would be Rand, possibly because it is graphically similar to a vowelless excerpt, and it's a Russian character, of her birth surname in Cyrillic handwriting. It does sort of vaguely, that doesn't. And she adopted the first name Ayn either from a Finnic name, Aino, or from the Hebrew word, and again, not pronounceable, meaning I. Doesn't say a damn thing about a typewriter.
Okay, so that must be an urban myth or something. That's the way I had heard it, was that Rand came from the Rand typewriter. But it's for you, it's not annoying on that. You know.
Well, we're used to it.
Yes, I do not know nothing for you.
I know nothing. Yeah.
I know a little about everything and a lot about nothing. Um.
I speak English. I learn it from a book.
Well,
Well,
if you want to,
the whole I know nothing thing was another Faulty Towers reference where Basil Fawlty had won a bunch of money on at the racetrack and he didn't want his wife to know. And so he tells Manuel, remember, you know nothing. But at one point, he actually has to have Manuel admit that he knows the money came from winning it on a horse. And all Manuel will say is, I know nothing, and it's like, no, tell her. I know nothing. It was the whole like gag. So.
Yeah, the BBC are fucking with that one as well. The
What?
deleted
Oh, right, the German thing.
scenes. Yeah. Damn it.
Mm.
Everything's being destroyed.
Mm. That is a bit of blah. Humans.
Yeah, humans suck. They really do.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah. The hillbillies of the galaxy.
I'm rather ashamed to be one, but what can I do?
Every time you ask that, I get the same answer in my head.
Right, where, when?
Well, it's what you gonna do? Me complain.
Touché. Dalla colpa
Can't
tiene.
help it. So,
Yeah, I'm
Right.
the one who asks these significant questions in life and that sort of thing. Yeah.
Write a strongly worded letter.
Oh, bullshit.
That's what we used to do over here. Until apparently now we do Nazi salutes at Churchill statues. So what the fuck do I know about life anymore?
Well, the way I
Crazy.
understand it, wasn't Churchill a big racist? I mean, really and truly.
He was a massive racist, yeah. He did some truly horrible things. Not just said things, but did things.
So now you get to this thing where you decide, or you have to decide what his legacy is going to be, because he did some true master strokes as well.
He's responsible for a bit of genocide type things, so he's not
Yes.
a good person
Right.
yeah,
at all. But he was there for a few years, and we know how that turned out. So that makes him a hero.
he was an effective commander.
Mm.
It
But
gets into questions of whether or not you approve of his methods, but he had a specific goal and he accomplished it.
Yeah, I keep hearing that story about how he had to sacrifice an entire town so that the Nazis didn't find out that they knew some secret or other that ultimately defeated them. I don't remember exactly what it was, but he had to make that decision. All these civilians have to die in order for us to win the war.
Oh yeah, lots of shenanigans occurred during that war that are horrendous. But
Yeah.
did they have to be done, or did they not? That's a fucking argument, isn't it? But
It's the trolley problem over and over. Yeah.
Yeah.
But what you've got to remember, though, that after that war, I don't call it the war because that's what these horrible racist English people who are obsessed with the fucking war call it. But after that war, he was voted out and he was kicked out of office, basically. Yeah, we got a Labour government.
Well, then he worked his way back in, though. That's the thing.
So if you want to talk,
I've now got
trolley
two
problem.
things going on in my head. I'm listening to Diana and I'm seeing that box, and I don't know which to concentrate on now.
Well, if
Churchill
you
or
ever
box?
played Cards Against Humanity, this is sort of like Cards Against Humanity mixed with the trolley problem.
Oh, okay. That looks fun.
I've wanted to get that, but I don't have anyone here to play it with.
And you do need at least 3 people. It's not even a 2-player game.
Yeah. Yeah, because one person's going to be judging the answers, so.
Mm-hmm.
So Churchill, I'll wind this up because I've got to get to the shop soon before it closes, because we have shit shops over here and it will close in about 20 minutes.
Oops.
And I need to get some goodies. But he was quite a nasty bastard. He really was. But obviously the war, so yeah. But he was a conservative, i.e., our version of your Republicans. So he did have lots of bad ideas about how people should know their place. You know, i.e., if you're poor, you can fuck off.
Mm-hmm.
And those people, I'm giving you a fucking history lesson, I do apologise, but in 1947, we invented this really funky thing called the NHS, which means we all get healthcare for free-ish, if you know what I mean. And Churchill and his crew voted against the creation of the NHS, I think about 17 times. They didn't want it at all, because that would be giving equality to the poors. And they don't like that. They hate it so much.
Yeah, well, that certainly wasn't, for Churchill, that wasn't unique. It was still a pretty popular British attitude at the time of, everybody being in their class and staying in their place.
Well, and that persists to this day, at least in the U.S. Certainly, that's like the core of the right-wing ideology.
Before that thing was created, the NHS, and I get that Americans don't necessarily understand what it is or how it works. I'm not being patronising, because a lot of Americans will say, "Ooh, taxis, ooh," and all that shit. But before that thing was created, we didn't even have a system. There wasn't even an insurance-based system. There was nothing. So you literally had to have cash in your pocket to stay alive. If you were poor, you would die. No two ways about it. That's how fucking shit this country was. And in many ways, it still is. Now. But I mean, your insurance system is fucked up. We all know this, but at least there's something.
Honestly, the right wing they would try to implement some sort of class system, like they have. What is it in India where they have the untouchables?
Oh yes, yeah, that's the caste system.
They would probably give so much to have an underclass of untouchables here in the U.S. They probably have wet dreams about it.
Oh, absolutely, they do. Yes, damn, I do not like being the age that I am, because I can see what is happening in this world, and there are people who want that. They wank over this. It's their dream.
And it's so terrifying if you're an empathetic person at all, like even at all.
It takes you back to the Ayn Rand thing, because a lot of these people really like her ridiculous ideas.
Yeah, well, my ex was a Randroid.
Randroid. And her ideas, basically, fuck everybody else.
Right.
I'm the only important person.
So, I mean, I have to ask, when someone has that kind of attitude, what happens if something goes wrong and you slip down a couple of pegs? You know what I mean? Like if all of a sudden you have some financial crisis, you lose your job, whatever, and now it's like, well, everyone else is telling me, fuck you. What do you do?
That's the only good part of the Rand story, because famously, she died penniless, receiving income support benefits.
Yeah.
The same
we see that kind of thing happen all the time.
The same sort of support against which she had railed when she was having better times. Yeah.
Hypocrites, a lot of them. Listen, I've got to go into the shop. If you guys, which takes me literally 10 minutes or something, if you guys are still going, I'll pop back in. If not, I will see you later. But this has been fun.
Great to have you here, honey. Sincerely.
And I've taken so few opportunities to insult your dumb butt.
Yeah,
I
but
was
you know what?
marveling at how amazingly civil you've both been to each other this time round.
Well, you know, I mean, I have to admit, I don't dislike Schmucky the Wonder Hamster here. It's just that, like, the first time we met, you started ragging on me, and I figured, what the hell? I guess that's the
Yeah.
way we talk now, and I just kept it going.
Well,
You know
Schmucky
that you'll
over here
never win
rags
in
on
this war.
everybody. That's
Yeah,
how you
no,
know he
Well,
likes you.
that depends on whether or not we have the same goal. Like,
Yeah.
your win conditions may not be the same as mine.
My goal is world domination, and I'm going to achieve it by playing some of the audio that I may or may not have recorded during this.
Well, my goal is to make you to tell me to fuck off.
Yeah, well, it's not going to happen because I'm British, so, you know, stiff upper lip.
I'm
Anyway, I've
glad
got to
you
go. I've
finished
got to
that
go. I've
with
got to go.
upper
I've got to
lip.
go. I've got to go. I've
Yeah,
got to go. I've
we'll
got to go.
probably
Right.
still
All
be
right.
here. You go and go do your shopping.
If you're
Take
still
care,
around,
honey.
I'll join you back. Okay, this has been awesome. Thank you very much. I've got to go.
Yep.
This is rude, but the shop's going to close.
Later.
Bye-bye.
Definitely enjoy.
Yeah. I'm actually not sure how much longer I'm going to last. I mean, as much as I had those blackberries, I am getting hungry.
Totally recorded that.
Okay.
Yeah, food is often a good thing. It really is. And what I'm going to have to do, I hope that there is not too much echo, because I unplugged unplugged my headset.
I'm not
I mean,
noticing any echo yet.
I mean, I hear it, but it's so close together and so faint that I didn't see or notice it until you said something.
Oh, okay,
It just sounds
good.
like you're in a room. That's all it's like. I'm not getting echo from your speakers. It sounds more like echo from walls.
Okay, because with 3.5 hours or actually 4.5 hours of wearing the headset, it kind of hurts a little bit after a while. So that's what.
Okay, and Kate Von Rick is saying you need to make an apology to the hamsters.
Yeah.
Harvey the Wonder Hamster. He doesn't bite and he doesn't squeal. He just runs around on his hamster wheel. Harvey the Wonder Hamster. Hey, Harvey.
Okay then.
You don't listen to Weird Al, so you know.
Oh, I love what I've listened to, but I haven't listened to Weird Al in a long time. And that's horrible. I know.
I think that was
Wonder
somewhere in.
Hamster sounded remarkably, to me at least, like a mashup of like Ren and Stimpy and also Spam from Monty Python.
Okay, and what I was hearing was every late 60s, mid 70s commercial that I'd ever known of. Yeah.
Well, I mean, the song came out in like the late 90s or something. And,
Okay.
you know, so counterculture was a big thing and all of that. So I think it really grew out of that particular time span.
I was actually thinking it sounded like the theme for one of the Marvel superheroes from the 70s.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, something bright and chipper as a superhero theme. I like the idea.
It seemed to have about the same beat and tempo as the Captain America song from the first time they did a cartoon of Captain America.
It's funny to
Okay.
me to watch like TV from back then, like pre-Star Wars TV, because like watch Space 1999 someday and listen to the disco theme song.
Yes,
You know,
yes,
it's like
yes.
so cringeworthy. But that's what everything was right up until like John Williams and George
Yeah.
Lucas collaborated, and then all of a sudden everything is a like bombastic orchestral score. And this is not me complaining. I'm just saying this is a thing that I've noticed and reacted to.
Mm.
Oh no, I get what you mean, and you know, and like you say, with the themes from some of the anime shows and that too.
Oh man, there's some of the
Like Star Blazers.
Yeah. Although I have to say, and sure I'm biased because I'm an 80s kid, but some of the theme songs to 80s cartoon shows were so fucking badass. Oh my gosh. Like, Bionic 6 and Mask and all of those. Oh, such good theme songs.
Although as far as, theme music and cartoons, I did think one of the best moments was in the Transformers movie of using Weird Al's Dare to Be Stupid when the Junkions rode into battle.
Yeah. I love the story about how when Weird Al came out with Dare to Be Stupid, Devo called him up and said, "Fuck you for making a much better Devo song than we ever did." It was all good natured and shit, but they were like, "Man, you just so totally showed us up, and you beat us at our own game." I think that's hilarious. But it was kind of, actually, now that I think about it, it was kind of like the whole Peanut Butter Wars thing when I sort of ended it with my animation with the aliens invading. The Skippy aliens, and basically everyone involved in the Peanut Butter War was like, "Yeah, this is over. You win."
Yeah. Nobody else could produce something of that caliber.
Yeah. I don't know. I've had people say that I should make videos of me interacting with Sandra or something, and I could do it. It's just, I don't know. And I know there were a number of mistakes I made when I did the live action aliens interacting with the real world thing. And I can correct them really easily now. So, I know most of those mistakes weren't apparent to people, but to me, I was like, ugh. Because I actually went outside and did all the measurements to make sure I knew where all the objects were that the aliens would have to interact with. But for some reason, those measurements didn't look correct in 3ds Max. But now I know what I did wrong, and it will be perfectly fine next time. So, and actually, there's something I've been wanting to do for a good long time, because it pissed me off that Who Framed Roger Rabbit was all comedy cartoons. It was all sort of like Looney Tunes and Disney style. And I was going, where's the Transformers and G.I. Joe and cartoons like that? Where's the superheroes? Why is it all the slapstick characters? And so I would love to try to make something in the same sort of vein as Who Framed Roger Rabbit, where people are interacting with cartoons, but it's all of the adventure cartoons. It's like Thundercats and all of that stuff. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, except, it would have to be the not copyrighted stuff. It'd have to be original characters. So instead, we'd have the middle-aged microwave samurai salamanders instead. But people would know the reference. They'd know what was being said, even if it's not,
trademark safe knockoffs.
I still want to know how Steven Spielberg got all the licensing fees for every reference that was in Ready Player One. Holy shit. That had to be a minefield. Or
I'm sure a lot of it has to do with just being Spielberg, that, a lot of them probably were okay with it being in a Spielberg movie.
Well, maybe, but then again, there are some companies out there who would be like, pay us out the snout or you'll never use our character. I just want to know how he managed it, because there were so many, and they couldn't have all been from the same studio. It's not possible. So what happened? How'd they manage that? I would love, maybe there's commentary on the DVD and he'll say, I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't see that movie, but I know what you mean. Some other things that when they wind up getting characters from different studios, of how do they pull it all together?
Well, sure, but usually it's just 1 or 2 or 5 of them. This was 2 hours of references out the ass, and I want to know how they managed that. There were anime characters, and there were characters from various movies from the 80s, like Beastmaster and Krull. There were toys. There was, everything. It's just crazy how many references were stuffed in there. And I don't know. Hmm?
Doorknob head. Dare to be stupid equals America says here, hold my beer.
Okay.
We live in such a strange world. And yet it's weirdly boring too. How do we manage that to be interesting and boring?
Well, that's, for me, this is feeling rather surreal because I'm like 75 miles out of Minneapolis and there's absolutely nothing happening here. There are no protests. There's nobody walking around with guns.
I do feel a little disconnected too. Like I said, I kind of wish I was in Seattle to be able to walk around in Chaz.
Yeah. And it's like it started in Minneapolis, but it's cities all across the country. I'm worried about my friend out in Oregon.
Oregon. Believe me, I almost got my ass beat for pronouncing it that way once. They can get a bit huffy about it.
Yeah. But that's what I mean. It's like, how did this spread all across the country and miss a city that's basically next door to where it started?
Well, okay, I don't really know anything about the city where you're living. Like, how big is it?
It's a mid-sized city. I'm not sure what the population is offhand without looking it up, but...
Well, I mean, because I expect in really small towns, people are probably not protesting all that much. But, I'm sure there's a size threshold.
Well,
in terms,
that was true like in the first couple of days, but, it grew to be like 500 cities across the country. So at that point, it's not just big cities, it's getting into some fairly small towns.
Dunk. Oh, you're back.
Okay, according to Wikipedia, we're...
What?
Excuse my heavy breathing.
Yeah.
And since when is your name Howard Jones?
That was on there before.
Was it?
was
I
it?
missed it.
Yep.
Okay, so now you realise why I can't use my real name to do things.
Why?
Yeah, not really. It's not that
There's
well
some
known in the
famous
U.S.
fucker named Howard Jones that I don't know.
It's an incredibly famous name from the 80s.
Howard Jones. It sounds vaguely familiar, but I'm blanking.
Go and Google it.
No, fine.
Yeah, I think he was a British TV actor.
No, he
It's a
wasn't.
singer.
He was a famous pop star.
Oh, okay.
British singer. Really? He's the guy who did What Is Love? I always thought that was a woman. I don't know. Well, it's funny because I was Stranger Things season 3 years old when I discovered that the theme song to the Never Ending Story was not only 2 people, but one of them was a dude.
Lamal.
Yeah, I had no idea. I always thought it was one woman singing it. Always.
If I wasn't so out of breath, I would sing it to you. Because that's from the same era as my namesake.
Okay.
Yeah, well,
also,
the name I wound up with is so generic that it takes up 6 pages in the Minneapolis phone book.
Wow, there's that many people named Stinky Whizzleteats? I actually think, like you said, your real name once, your offline name, and I've completely and utterly forgotten it. So if you don't want anyone to know it, don't tell me.
Yeah, before I figured out how to correct it in Google, there were times it was coming up in the Google Meet before. So you probably saw it at some point there.
I've no idea because I can't see myself. I think I've been banished.
Yeah, well, I actually went into my Google account and actually changed where it had my legal name, so it says Orange Purple instead.
I've gotten to a point now where if I want it, I can't put my real name, Jeannie, back in the bottle. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, once you've showed it to everybody, you can't put it back.
Mine's not hard to find if anybody cared to, but...
Actually, I might still have the packaging where you like sent me the jarts set and all that stuff. I might be able to still find the packaging. I doubt it, but maybe. So, whatever. It doesn't matter that much. Although, if
actually, no, you've seen it because I've commented on your Facebook page. So.
Oh, yeah, okay. I don't know. You know me and names. My memory for names is shit.
Yeah.
This really sucks because I've now got my breath back after my little jolly to the shop. Got myself all nice and comfortable, and now I need a piss. I fucking hate when that happens.
Yep. Hey, it could be worse. You could have been catted.
I'm not going to Google that. It sounds not good.
Having a cat on your lap.
Oh, okay. So it was innocent. Okay.
No, because cats know how to do mass shunting, so a cat can make itself weigh whatever it wants to, so you can't move it.
Yep.
Yeah, I've definitely been diagnosed with lap kitties more than once, and it's so immobilizing.
Yeah.
The fun part was my Miranda. Well, the only place she ever felt safe was my lap. So I'll sit down to do something at the desk, and then boom, there's this cat in my lap. And then inevitably, you have to take a piss. And Miranda, I have to take a piss. Meow. Really, I do. Meow. Miranda, you might want to move so I don't embarrass us both. Meow. And it gets to the point where you have to stand up, and she's hanging on with the claws, and digging into certain sensitive areas. And you get halfway to the bathroom with her still hanging on to you, and it's like, ah!
Xander is being such a butt munch sometimes, where it's like, suppose this is like an actual dish with a meal in it instead of the remnants of blackberry juice. And like, he's smelling whatever meat I put in there, and he wants to get at it. And so he'll climb up on this side of the chair, and I'll sort of push him backwards so I can keep eating. And he goes, "Oh, you just don't want me to go in that direction. Here, let me try from this arm of the chair."
Yep.
And it's like, dude, I realize you're relentless and will not be denied, but no, this is my food. And if you don't stop trying to get at it, you're going to find yourself being flung. So.
Fling, flang, flung, is that it?
Yeah. Oh man, I wish I could get the kind of air this kitty does, because he jumps high. He like jumps high enough that if he if he hit me, he could clamp onto my tits. Right? That's how high he
fun.
And so the thing is, he has no regard for where he's going to land, though. So like if I've got a cat chaser and I do this with it, and he takes a flying leap and then ends up just face planting into the air conditioner or a chair or something, and I'm like, dude, like pay attention, idiot. I don't know.
Well, he is, but he's only paying attention to the object he's trying to catch, not what happens after that point.
Right.
So fun.
Oh my! Oh, I see the little thing over there. Yeah, with the pronouns. Yeah, my bio there.
Sorry, what of the what now?
Oh, I guess Vonrick mentioned something to that effect, or something in purple you put in there.
Yeah, Vonrick says I tend to call people whatever they want to be called.
Yeah, and then I have in my bio, Your Majesty or Mistress.
Well, I actually kind of want, I realize it's a total joke, but I kind of want people to start calling me Her Ladyship, the Reverend Catherine, the Marginally Acceptable of House Farr.
This never works. This never works because, as you know, I did try to get people to refer to me as Roger Taylor from Queen, but I think there were too many words in it.
Okay.
It didn't catch on.
It's got to be short.
I bought that
I was going to say you
aristocratic
did buy
title,
that, right?
title of nobility from Sealand, and I got the Reverend thingy from the Universal Life Church. So legit, you could call me Her Ladyship and Reverend. And I figure, like, you know how they had Catherine the Great? I like the idea of being Catherine the marginally acceptable. You know? So, in fact, my profile on Netflix says that is Catherine the marginally acceptable. So, you know.
Amongst my other legally owned names, which I've told
Hmm.
you about before, I know one is Jean-Luc. I forget the other one. Oh, James
Wilbur
Tiberius.
Blankenship.
James
Wait, what?
Tiberius, I'm also
Oh.
called. But I am actually a lord officially. I did buy myself a lordship. Very easy to do.
Like a British one or from Sealand or what?
I don't know the answer to that, but I've got one.
Well, so you have a lordship, but you don't know how or from
Yeah,
where?
I bought it. You know, you buy things, don't you, occasionally?
From?
A lord shop. I've no fucking idea. It was a long time ago.
A lord shop. I love it. I'm opening a lord shop. That's going to be awesome. Oh, I did ask and they answered the Sealand titles are not hereditary.
Okay, then.
And you also cannot get like a lord or ladyship for your pet.
Oh.
It won't allow it. I cannot like make Columbia or Xander a lord or a lady, Duchess Columbia. I can't do it.
I have a title. I actually helped out the daughter of a minor noble, and I got knighted.
Oh, nice.
As defender of the small and helpless and champion of the hopeless cause.
I thought like you could only be knighted by the actual like king or queen or emperor or empress or whatever. Can you actually get knighted by a lesser noble?
Oh yeah.
Huh.
In the Middle Ages, it was done all the time.
I did not know that.
I've got
basically
really
any landholder could have. Any landholder could have bestowed a title on someone.
See, I'd rather get something hereditary though, if I could.
Like.
Well, okay, wait a minute.
No. Whatever the hell the feminine version of Earl is, or a Duchess, or a Countess, or something like that, where you can pass it on to offspring.
But this is where I'm confusticated. You're not planning on springing any off, right?
Well, no, but like, let's suppose that I don't know, end up getting involved with someone who already has a kid. Or something. I don't know.
Are you going to steal a baby?
Not my plan. I might end up being adopted by one, though.
You people are not allowed to be knighted.
Why not?
It's not allowed. It can only happen if you're British.
Oh, so you weren't just being snarky.
It's just not allowed.
He is being snarky.
You've got to be a proper British person.
I'm trying to remember. This is one of the amendments that was passed or was not passed or ratified. We're accepting a title of nobility from another nation would forfeit you your U.S. citizenship.
Yeah. This is true. Off the top of my head, you people are not allowed to accept a title, and also we wouldn't give you one anyway because you're not British, so you're not allowed.
Well,
so I'm really sorry about this, Kate, but you can't have your damehood.
Okay, well, what makes someone British exactly?
Oh, don't fucking start.
Well, if I were to get a British citizenship, if I were to emigrate, would it count? Or would people go, no, you started American, once American, always American?
I don't know the answer to that, so I'm going to guess. I think you would still not be allowed.
That's shit.
There you go.
I mean, the only thing we have like that is president.
Okay, wait a minute. How about Canadians? Because they still observe the same queen.
I'm going to guess this one as well. I don't know the answer, but I'm going to guess no. Prove me wrong by all means. I'm guessing.
Well, I was wondering about that because that could be a problem with the other thing about, American citizens not getting it, because there have been certain situations where Americans have been allowed to have a dual citizenship with being considered Canadian.
By the way, I have the answer, and the answer is no. Canadians cannot be knighted.
There you go.
Yep.
See,
Here, let's see. Wow, this is weird. Canada asked for it, it sounds like. In 1919, Canada adopted the Nickel Resolution, which requested that the reigning monarch no longer bestow knighthoods, baronetcies, or other titles upon Canadians. It was the beginning of a long back and forth, which has resulted in a practical ban on Canadians accepting British honors.
I think my answer was more succinct. I just said no, and I didn't have to Google.
Yeah, but I wanted to give the facts rather than just a suspicion.
Okay, Von Rick is claiming to be the offspring of a deity.
Really?
Who's that? Who do I have to worship?
Joe Pesci. No,
Joe
you
Pesci.
worship you worship the sun. You pray to Joe Pesci.
There you go.
Yeah, in the side check, Von Rick's saying that their mother's friends, as a tax dodge in the 80s, made up a religion and named their mother God. The high priestess of the religion said the divinity of the mother was passed on to all of her offspring.
Okay.
That sounds rather Hovindish.
Now, okay, I've started a couple of churches, but I never actually claimed to be a god.
I think I started one, but you know how my brain works. I do these things on a whim and then I forget about them. So I did actually forget that I'm a lord. Totally forgot that one. I think I did start a church, but I can't remember what the fuck I called it.
One thing
I started it.
Actually, you said we know how your brain works. I don't remember your brain working, though.
Listen, I'm very, very renowned for having a calm, cool, collected, patient brain in which
You remember what I said my win conditions were? You're just playing right into my hands.
Oh, am I? But am I? Or am I double bluffing you? Maybe I'm winning.
This is a victory for me.
In the same level as arguing with Christians, for the sake of argument, I will allow that you have a calm, cool, collective brain. I just will not accept that you remember where you've left it.
There you go.
Well, okay.
Well, okay, I don't understand this whole thing about, calm, cool, and collected anyway. I mean, I've been calm, I've been cool, but collected? I've been collected from. Thank you,
Yeah,
Mr.
collected
Carlin.
sounds a bit scary.
Yeah, it's like someone, I don't know, created baseball cards of mildly known YouTubers.
Okay, there you go.
I'm not even going to say prominent, just mildly known. Someone knows us from somewhere. I mean, you can have your own custom cards printed up. We could totally make a YouTube trading card game if we wanted to.
Hey, that would be shitloads of fun, wouldn't it?
I
Hey,
can almost picture it like Magic the Gathering. It's like, oh yeah, you got 1,000 subscribers. Well, I'm taking away 500 because you said a dirty word and had your video removed or something like that. You could just play these cards on. Man, that would be fucked up. It'd be interesting, but it'd be fucked up. Oh no, you played the PewDiePie card. That kind of thing.
Okay, now does this game have a Joker? Because I guess I could be the Joker, right?
No, I was going along the same line that, it would be about, who's got the most subscribers. And you could have cards in there for like copyright strike. So, this card is suspended for 3 rounds of play.
Right.
Don't tempt me, Purple, because I will do it.
I'm trying to find the problem.
when you say the
Oh
C
no,
word,
hey, this is an idea, and I think we could put this together, and I could take it to some of the gaming conventions to have it play tested.
Well, I still I'm having trouble getting the rules good, like actually quality rules, but I still want to make that Abductions and Dragons game with the UFOs attacking a medieval kingdom. But I'm having a really hard time getting the rules to make like not to make sense. I know they make sense. It's like the game balance I'm having a hard time with.
is the balance slightly askew because of the dragons, do you think?
No. It's a matter of how do I make it so that one side doesn't just plain dominate.
Yeah, play balance is the most difficult thing in developing a game.
Yeah.
But you've got dragons.
The dragon is like a sort of a last ditch Hail Mary thing where it's like you got enough magic points to summon the dragon to attack the UFO. Whereas the UFO, like the mothership, is the alien equivalent of the dragon as far as gameplay, game mechanics are concerned.
Your brain is so fucked, it really is.
What? I would actually love to see a movie about UFOs going and crop circling and abducting and anal probing and cattle mutilating a medieval village that happens to have like magic because, fuck it, fantasy world. But, I think that would be a really cool idea. There was a book that was sort of vaguely like that-ish, but it wasn't, the gray aliens that abduct people like in Roswell, that kind of shit. So it wasn't quite what I was after.
There was a movie simply titled Cowboys versus Aliens.
Oh yeah, and it was all right. Not anything special, but
No.
yeah. But I like.
I mean, it wasn't to the level of Valley of the Gwangi, but
I wanted more like Lord of the Rings versus Aliens, like Lord of the Rings mashed up with Independence Day or something. But like I don't know. Yeah. There's so many times where I have this very specific idea in my head and no one else is going to make it, so I have to, which is annoying because then I'm nothing but spoilers. I know how it's going to end. I know what's going to happen, so it's no fun to watch it.
Do you ever do the weird nerdy thing of playing D&D online with people?
I haven't yet, but I might consider it.
I've looked into it, but you know what? I've got standards, and that's just weird.
Why?
I don't know. It's kind of nerdy. I looked at one that you can play for free. Don't ask me what it was called. I have no idea. But I had to spend, and I did this by myself, I had to spend a lot of time designing this fucking game, this scenario, and making little rooms and shit. And I thought, fuck this. Why is this not a thing that I can just do without the effort? Effort sucks.
I know what you mean, but then again, some of the effort I want to do is going to end up kind of rewarding, I think. Like this animation I'm working on, the Quinn Redshift animation, it's some of my best work ever, and I can't wait to show it to people.
I'm sure it'll be awesome. I'm a big fan of the choo-choo trains that you have in the background.
Oh, you mean the
monorails?
That's not actually it, though. That's not anything to do with Quinn Redshift.
No, I know that. I'm just saying, just putting it out there. I like the background. And there's also a little bit of audio with it as well. You can hear them, can't you?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yep. They do make a rumble.
I kind of like that. The rumble, that's the word, yeah. I like the rumble.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm not stroking your ego, so fuck you.
See, I win again.
She actually thinks she's winning. She's so not.
Well, see, the thing is, I can totally win if I set the win conditions myself. I mean, you might think that you just totally ripped me one, but no, making you tell me to fuck off is my goal. So
I think
Yeah.
maybe when we have the two of you in a chat together, we need to start having an on-screen counter.
drink. Anyway.
In my own way, I kind of miss that stuff, but I can't stay awake through it anymore. Damn, I'm old.
I nearly face planted during the last movie night, but usually I'm awake for the whole thing.
Okay. Yeah, I remember
But
when
I just got hit with this massive, massive wave of tired and had to stop.
Yeah.
No, I can
One of the-
remember when we would start at well, we'd get in the green room at something 11:30, and we'd finally split up after movie night was all over, and this would be at like 10 a.m.
Well, that's the thing. It seems to be a lot shorter now than you've described it. Like it for me, it'll start around what 8:39,
Yeah.
something like that, and they're always late. But like it'll usually end maybe 1 or 2, maybe if
Well,
yeah.
that. You know, I mean, it's usually closer to midnight or 11, really.
Yeah, it is. It is
Jessica
a good
tends to
bit.
keep it down to 2 hours for the actual broadcast.
It is
Yeah,
a good
and
bit
I
short.
will
Just
say
go on
this
all
much.
night.
I honestly, there's times where I wish they'd just get on with the video. There's so much crosstalk back and forth that ends up being so irrelevant to the video. And the
Yeah.
introductions take an hour all by themselves. And I'm just like, come on, guys, step it up a little bit. Yeah.
I don't know if anybody involved in that stuff would want to hear this, but I don't know that there's any replacement for Jeff. I don't know that anybody could run the thing any better than he did. He just
Yeah.
had a knack for running movie night. And
You know, go
Hmm?
on.
Yeah, I'm
I
thinking.
thought you were done.
He's about the only one I can think of who could do it, and I'm surely wrong. I mean, there's got to be somebody else out there who can do as good a job as he did. And I am
To
slightly
keep
biased.
the
I mean,
group of
he
any
was my
size
dearest
under
friend in the
control
entire
requires
world.
a special
but-
talent.
Say again.
Well, the weird thing is, I have him on my friend list, and apparently I met him at some point at one of the conventions. I do not remember him at all. Like, I really don't.
Okay. Okay.
But you know my memory for people, so you
Mhm.
know,
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's not exactly a kick against him. But also, let's face it, he kind of looked like a lot of other people looked. You know, hairstyle and face fur and all that stuff, body shape. Like, I could probably not pick him out of a lineup because there's a lot of people who look the same.
Yeah, people have a very nasty habit of doing that.
Well,
Mhm.
I met him when we went down to the ARC protest,
Mhm.
but since at the time he hadn't appeared on camera, I don't have any pictures where he's showing his face. He's got his face hidden in every picture I took with him.
When did this happen? I can't remember. Is this going back a couple of years?
July 19. July of 2019.
Yeah, just last summer.
So oh really?
Yeah.
I assumed it would have been. I'm out of the loop on this one. I assumed it would have been something that happened maybe 3 or 4 years ago. So are people still doing stuff at that ridiculous piece of
Oh
wood?
yeah, they were going to do it again this year, but with the virus thing, it was called off.
Okay.
You know,
Okay,
it was
so it's
supposed to be
definitely
a
called
yearly
off?
event.
I mean, I was hearing some folks making noises that they were going to do it, and I'm thinking, you really don't want to do that. Yeah, it's no way would I go down. The whole virus
Yeah, well,
thing.
it was like back in March, I got an email from the atheist freethinkers saying that they weren't going to do it this year because of the virus.
Okay, then.
So what is happening then? Is he still getting proper, what do you call them, visitors?
It had been closed for about a month,
True.
and he's reopened it again.
But does he have numbers? I mean, he never did have numbers, did he? But
He
Well,
was
I
constantly
remember he had to
monitoring the
get
numbers.
bailed out by the government. Like people weren't going enough and it cost too much, and so he had to get bailed out. Do you
Oh, I
remember
didn't
that?
hear about that one. I know that
No.
there was the tax breaks that he got.
Well,
Yeah.
maybe
There's
that was
something
it, but there was
besides that.
something where maybe that was it, but there was something where he absolutely had to have it was about to fail and he needed something.
Well, he got massive tax breaks to build it, and he wound up getting the land, like 100 and some acres of land for like $10 an acre.
Yeah, which sucks ours.
Okay, here we go. Let's see. In May 2011, the Kentucky Tourism Development Finance Authority voted unanimously to grant incentives of up to $43.1 million to the Ark Encounter for the project, by then projected to cost $172 million.
Yep.
So yeah,
Jesus.
so it was taxpayer funded, like it or lump it.
Yes, and this is a problem because it's technically illegal.
Mm.
I remember the tax break he got
Mhm.
because that's really fucked up.
That's one of the reasons the protest exists.
Yeah, that is so fucked up. But
Yeah. Well, and he's supposed to be paying a 50 cents a head tax on
Oh,
admissions.
yeah.
Well, I
Yes.
thought,
And, he keeps trying to find ways to weasel out of that.
well, of course, because I thought he was paying it, and that's how we know what his numbers are.
That's
Well,
the one.
he's kind of paying for it, but he's found ways to, like doctor the numbers and dismiss a lot of it. Like, they people who have season tickets and things like that,
You are
aren't
not.
really being paid per visit.
Whoa. Hang on. Did you
and-
just say season tickets?
Yeah. Oh, he's got season tickets and lifetime memberships.
Okay, obvious question. Okay, I don't get that. Because if you. Right.
Yeah, I don't
He
think the
expects-
residents
Are you
would go there that often, but
He expects
somebody's
returning
seen it
visitors,
once,
yes.
Why would you go back and see it again? I don't get that.
That's the whole point. None of us know why.
yeah, but because he has managed to, skimp on paying that tax that's supposed to go for, some of the public services related to it, the county it's in has not been able to buy a new fire truck
All right. That's not good.
because they were planning on the revenue from that to help fund the fire department, and the money just isn't there now.
So do you think that most people in that area are idiots, or are they also angry?
A
mean-
lot of the local businesses are very angry because he had promised he'd be bringing in all sorts of tourism to their
yeah.
community, and it's like, yeah, the local businesses aren't getting any benefit from it. The local restaurants and that really are not getting any extra traffic
Right.
because it's like people go to his thing, they eat at the restaurants that are in his Ark thing. They don't spend any money in the local town.
What do the normal everyday people think?
Most of them think they were swindled. That they helped pay for this, and they helped.
With the
like-
taxes?
Yeah, they helped with letter writing to the government and that to get this thing pushed through because of all the big promises. And yeah, their taxes are paying for it, and they're not getting anything back for it.
So what was the original estimated cost? Did you say 174 million? Just to build the thing?
I think it was. I'll have to look again. I know
Yeah.
I just said. I think it was 117. I might be
Yeah.
wrong.
It was definitely over 100 million. I don't know what the actual number.
Yeah.
So did nobody at any point say, hang on a minute, that fucking thing is not worth $117 million. Where's the rest of the money going? Ken?
Honestly, couldn't tell you.
There's
Yeah.
no way that pile of shit costs that much money to build.
Well, what I'm waiting for is for Ken to finally just let the whole thing drop, because I'm sure he knows that it's never going to make money, it's never going to break even. And the reason I think he knows is because he's skimming.
Oh, of course he is, yeah.
Yeah, and then once he's skimmed as much as he can skim, he'll let it fail.
It's a classic scam. It's an absolute classic scam.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because he'll let it fail, and then he's going to, find a way to use that as a tax write-off.
Yeah, the Donald Trump business model, basically.
Yeah. And yet there are fellow human beings who think that he's some kind of good person.
Yes, absolutely. And it's mind-boggling, really.
I'll never understand this ever.
Well,
really don't
actually, I suppose that most of the people who think he's a good person think he's a good person because he's a man of God.
Yeah.
Well, actually, a lot of it is also they just love their bullies. Like it pumps them up to see Trump fucking with other people, like lesser people on the totem pole, so to speak.
Yeah.
They love it. They absolutely adore that.
Yeah, exactly. That's another thing that I can't keep saying that Kate is correct on too many things because it pains me.
There you go.
It is very true that we've got this thing now where these bad people, be they Trump supporters or your I don't know, your Republican supporters, the base, if you like, and the Brexit supporters over here, it's not about them winning, it's about the other side losing, and they want the other side to lose at all costs.
Right.
The other side to suffer.
You've hit it on the head. You really have.
Yeah, and I was reading a thing about the whole psychology of this, and that, more than half of the people they found are actually willing to give up some of what they have just to see other people knocked down.
Yeah.
That they don't even have to benefit from it. Just if it brings other people down a level, they're still willing to back it.
Well, but that's the thing, though, is I mean, I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never going to keep me down.
Yeah.
Shit off. I'm not allowed to sing. I get in trouble if I sing on stream, so don't do this to me.
Oh, I had to. Come on. How do you not see that one coming?
I'm totally not going to do this. I'm being such a good boy today. And I'm certainly not going to do it on Diana's stream because I'm getting so much trouble.
It's hard to not love that song, though.
It is a cool song. However, look, I'm itching to do it. You know how this works. But I'm going to resist the urge. I'm just going to be a good boy. No, I'm not going to do it.
Doorknobhead, don't encourage him.
No, do not encourage me ever. Please don't.
Well, you can encourage me all you like.
Yeah, I've heard the rumors. But anyway, fun fact. That particular song, 1997, as you know, the keyboard player was... I'm waiting for the answer. No Googling. No Googling. Press your buzzers when you've got the answer.
I have never in a million years cared, so you're going to have to tell me because I never knew.
I think you're going to care about this one.
I'm going to bet human. Probably all the members of the band are human.
The keyboard player was Professor Brian Cox.
Brian Cox. Why do I know that name?
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
Because he's like a really famous professor. What the fuck is wrong with you people?
Physicist, yeah.
I'm horrible with names. That's what's wrong with me.
Yeah, me too. Also, I think I was thinking of someone else too. I don't know. I'm brain cramping on names here. But I swear there was someone with that same last name who was kind of famous with a very similar, very short first name, and I'm trying to think who it was.
Doorknobhead says he was a cyborg.
I'm not going to say Cox again, so you lose.
You know, I don't think I do. Every time you have even something remotely resembling a fit, I win.
It's kind of cool because if you really are not aware of this, D-Ream was the group, 1997, and Professor Brian Cox was the keyboard player. This was before he was a professor.
You said D-Ream?
D, as in the letter D,
Yeah.
hyphen, D hyphen Ream.
But that's not the name of the band that did that song. The name of the band that did that song is Chumbawamba.
Oh, I've totally fucked this one up, haven't I? Okay, can we do take two, please?
Oh, wait a minute. No, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. It was not the last name that was so familiar. I'm thinking of Brian May.
Yeah, well, he's another famous professor, and he broke his bottom the other week. He also had a heart attack, which is not good.
Something happened to his feet. What happened to his feet?
I didn't say
Well,
his feet.
you said he broke his bottom.
He did, yeah.
Well, your feet are your bottom.
Oh, God.
Or are you thinking of the back of his middle?
Why did I join this fucking stream? It's such hard work.
Hey, don't look at me. I only sent the invitation. You could have, graciously declined.
I'm not sure he does anything graciously.
Brian
anyway, I
May.
am getting quite hungry, so I think I'm going to make like a baby and head out. So I will catch you evil geniuses later. If you can't be good, don't get caught, don't get run over, sleep well and dream of large women. You know the drill.
There you go. Take care, honey.
May you be found dead in bed at the age of 99, shot by a jealous lover.
There you go. Now we're talking. Take care.
I prefer the Viking toast. May you be in Valhalla for a solid week before the Christian God knows you're dead.
Oh, okay. Deshe Petroda, whatever that meant.
So, anyway, I won.
Because you outlasted her, yes.
Oh my. That is amazing, though. Well, we've been doing this for 4.5 hours. Well, not you, but yeah, we've been doing this for 4.5 hours. Oh, Christ.
I only came here to talk about black pudding. I heard somebody mention black pudding, and I thought, I want in. But that now feels like about 2 years ago.
I think we talked about that for a whole, minute and a half or something? Oh my. Yeah, I still can't get used to this. This chat screen that I use now has a clock in it. I've got clocks everywhere on this system. I have 2 monitors, so each monitor has a clock. The Meet screen has a clock. I'm wearing a wristwatch.
You don't need all these reminders.
I know. And, well, the whole thing is the one with 1 watch always knows what time it is. The one with 2 is never sure.
I only ever, because I use a Mac, I've got a little thing where I can keep track of a couple of other time zones. Because obviously I'm UK and other people are not. And I forget whether people are awake or asleep, etc.
I forget whether I'm awake or asleep.
We've noticed this, people. Diana also had her moments earlier in this stream. I did not know whether you were dead or sleeping or I don't know.
I will hold a pose for quite a bit. Yeah.
She tends to do that. In every stream, there's always a period that I wonder if her screen is frozen.
It was actually quite topical because you look like a statue.
Okay, then. So should I have called myself Venus instead of Diana? I don't know. Anyway.
I don't know. We've just got to be very careful. We're not allowed to talk about statues.
Well, there was the there was the Italian guy I knew who was looking for a house, and he specified to the realtor that he wanted the house to have a hollow statue. And so the realtor's thinking of all the places that had the statues. No, that's not it. That's not it. That's not it. Well, what are you looking for? I'm looking for this thing that goes ring, a ring, a ring, and I say, hello, statue.
Oh, that was
Anyway,
bad.
God, that's an old one.
Oh,
Oh dear. So has anybody actually been watching this? Because I don't have
There have been. I don't know why.
yeah.
I
I'd say
don't.
there's been consistently a half dozen people.
Oh, that's not too bad. I don't have the YouTube thing open, so I've no idea if anybody is watching or.
Yeah, we've
Or
got,
whatever. I have no idea.
YouTube says I've got 6 people in here right now. I think there were as many as 15 early in the show.
Yeah.
15? Oh shit, purple.
I know there's been some turnover. There's been people coming and going throughout.
Yeah,
There
we've been doing
you
something
are,
wrong.
yes.
Purple. That's a big number.
And I mean,
Yeah, well,
that's got to be why I have the view numbers that I have when a show first ends. Because I'll see, 40 views on a show that's never had more than, 12 people watching at any one time. So it's got to be the turnover, and then there have to be some people watching and leaving and coming back. Is she still on?
yeah, well, I got that from mine too. When I had ones that would run like 5-6 hours, that I
You
know that
can't
there
do
were
that
never
anymore,
more
can
than
you?
like 8 or 10 people in there, but it would come back and say that there had been 20 views.
Yeah, you can't do that anymore, can you? Have the shows that run forever.
I still can, but it's since the move, my sleep has been even more shit. Just I guess getting used to the new place. I haven't.
Eek.
It just hasn't settled down.
Moo. Yeah, and I suppose have you straightened the place up yet, or are you still curling up between boxes?
Yeah, I've still got a lot of boxes, but I think as far as the sleep goes, I think it's mostly still getting used to the different background noise. Because even when I'm completely asleep, I'm still alert to noises.
Oh, so you're a cat. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, I was talking about kitties. Yes. So
So it's like if I hear any kind of a different noise, I have to wake up until I can identify what the noise is before I can fall asleep again.
Oh crap! I have that same thing.
Oh, look at you! You're being a kitty.
Yeah. Well, and where we are now here too, we're less than a mile from the hospital.
Oh,
So,
great! So you
literally-
have the yeah.
Well, literally a couple times a day, we've got the evac helicopters coming right over the building to the hospital.
Mm-hmm.
And especially
Yeah.
Have you ever done that thing where you're listening to something or maybe watching a YouTube clip or whatever, and within that thing that you're listening to, there's a noise played, but your brain thinks that it's real life
Yep.
rather than what you're listening to. That happened to me this morning, and I absolutely, well, not literally, but I shat myself. I did not literally shit myself before you go with this.
Good.
But I was watching a clip of, I forget what it was, but during this clip, there was the sound of somebody bashing on somebody's door. And I thought it was real. And I got dressed, I ran downstairs, I hid behind the door because I thought, this sounds like the fucking police are banging on my door. And it took me about 15 minutes to realise, you're a dick. It was a fucking YouTube video.
Oh my.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I've run into that a lot.
Yeah, the
And
noises.
Doorknob had actually they are evac helicopters because often it's taking people from the hospital here into the Mayo Clinic, which is about within 100 miles of here.
Mayo Clinic is in Rochester?
Yeah, Rochester,
Okay,
Minnesota.
yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Oh my. Yeah, I used to live under the flight line for the helicopters going to UPMC, the University of Pittsburgh Medical Center, and yeah,
Mhm.
they'd go out to be fueled, and then they'd come back, and yeah, they're like 5 feet above the buildings, and they're just floating
Yeah,
on down. Yeah.
yeah. If I'm outside, they're coming low enough that I can read the numbers on them.
Oh, I loved that one. I think I've told this one already. When I viewed the total solar eclipse in 2017, the motel where I stayed in Chicago was right on an approach line to O'Hare. And these things were, yeah, I could read the tail numbers
Hmm.
as they were coming in and going out. They could not have been much more than a couple 100 feet up, and that was so much fun. I would just come out of the room in my robe and watch the aircraft going to and fro, and then then hop the L downtown and have my
Yeah.
day.
A weird thing that I've noticed is I actually live about a 5 or 10 minute walk away from a huge hospital. And what I've noticed over the virus months, let us call them the virus months, I'm not hearing sirens, ambulances. It's gone very quiet, which you
Mm.
would think it should be the opposite.
Yeah,
But
I'm
it's
hearing them all the time here,
it's so damn quiet. It's
Hmm.
weird. Very
which
weird.
I think that it's another thing that doesn't help when I'm sleeping. I've at least reached the point when I'm awake that an ambulance siren doesn't automatically give me an anxiety attack anymore. That took me about 3.5 years after my fiance died before I got past that.
Moo.
Sleeping is, for a lot of us, sleeping is a complicated thing, and it shouldn't be.
Yeah, well, and I have noticed that in this community, we seem to have an excessively high number of people who have insomnia and various sleep disorders.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, that's how
Part
a
of
lot of
that
us get our
has,
views. You know?
That's
well,
it. That's where
part
the
of
views are
that
coming
is
from.
we do have a lot of people who are on the autistic spectrum. And
Yeah,
I had
yeah.
the psychologist who ran the group for autistic adults I was in New York told me that that's part of the package, that 85% of the people on the autistic spectrum have sleep disorders.
Fun.
Well, it's like for once I was in the majority of something.
Yeah, yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, I got so wound up when all these normal people were complaining about being in lockdown and they couldn't go out and what are we going to do? And I thought, fuck you. Deal
Yeah, I
with
mean,
it.
that's the story of my
Yeah.
life, so this is nothing different to what I already know.
Yeah, the only part of the lockdown that's really bothered me is that the stores are keeping shorter hours, and I was so looking forward to being able to do grocery shopping at 2 o'clock in the morning.
Moo.
I wanted to be someplace that had a 24-hour grocery store. That was one of my goals in the move.
From tomorrow over here, the non-essential shops are allowed to open legally. So up until now, it's basically been shops that sell necessities,
Yeah.
food, etc.
Weed.
But from tomorrow, all the non-essential stuff opens.
Yeah.
So hopefully, the barbers will be open.
Yeah, we're already hearing what they consider phase 2. That basically, yeah, all the shops can be open. The only thing that there's really like any restrictions on are restaurants having their dining rooms open at this point.
Yeah,
Okay.
we've got a weird thing going on, and because we're British and stupid, we're actually arguing about this because you know the distancing rule.
Yep.
Yeah.
Ours is 2 meters.
Yep.
So for you guys, that's 6 feet.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't actually understand why this is such a huge dilemma because I can't imagine ever. How many times do you go out and actually walk so close to a stranger that you're 6?
Well, the
Well,
lines at the
unfortunately
grocery
here,
store around here,
yeah.
you're lucky to get 6 inches.
Yeah, and that's here even when we're supposed to be doing social distancing, people aren't paying attention to it.
Mm-hmm.
And like when I'm in the store, people think nothing of reaching right across me to grab something off the shelf.
Well, the big hoo-ha over here is because the official distancing rule is 2 meters. This is actually a thing that we are arguing about in the UK. The government want to reduce that 2 meters to 1.5 meters, which to me is like, yeah, that's such a tiny fucking distance. What does it matter? But the reason that they want to do it is so that pubs can reopen.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only reason that they want to do this.
What, the pub seats are bolted down at 1.5 meters apart?
I have no idea. Listen, I do not understand this country, so don't ask me. I don't understand what the fuck is going on.
Okay.
I really don't. It's like living in some kind of bizarre, really badly written novel.
Well, here, because people have been protesting the whole, stay-at-home thing and all, we're actually having businesses that are posting signs that say you're not allowed in with a mask.
Oh,
I haven't seen it locally, but in some parts of the U.S., that's already happening.
okay then. I'm amazed that I have not seen that around here at all. Because I'm sure that this is not the only neighborhood in the world where this happens, but you cannot practice face covering against COVID while black without running into problems.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're a black person wearing a mask, you're automatically treated with suspicion, no matter what. It amazed the hell out of me. My friend upstairs and I went. I forget why we were in Squirrel Hill, but we were there. And she said, "Oh, while we're here, I want to stop into my bank and take care of something." It was January or something like this, really cold. We were wearing coats, we were wearing mufflers around the faces and all this stuff. And as we're coming to the stairs to the bank, she says, "Hang on, give me a minute here. I need to take my muffler off." And it took me aback a little bit. And she said, "Yeah, it's because I'm black." And it was, damn it, that's right. People are going to look at you like you're some sort of terrorist. And that was the first time I'd ever run into something like that firsthand with somebody doing that because of that. But I understood it happened, and I knew, but I'd never seen it happen within a foot and a half of me.
Do you have rules about this? Because over here, if you were to go into a bank dressed as you just described, scarf around face, or if you went into a gas station with a bicycle helmet on, you're gonna get in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, same here. Same here. Yeah,
regardless of your color.
Okay, yeah, here, regardless of your color, but the probability goes way up if you have a melanin surplus.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then there are other signs on the doors or anything. If you are wearing a mask, you may not enter, and that sort of thing. So yeah, you've got to freeze your lips off in order to go into the store. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
It also, as an outsider, to me, this all reeks of the 1950s in America.
Much of America still either lives in or longs for the 1950s. What do you think Trump means when he says "Make America Great Again"? Think about
Yeah,
it, man.
exactly. Oh, I cottoned on to that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, Robert X is saying that
Very, very.
the pubs and cafes opened a plan to the government to reopen, but now they're completely ignoring all the rules and they're just packing them in.
This goes back to the thing that we were saying earlier about quick and easy slogans. Make America Great Again is totally meaningless
Right.
to anybody with a brain unless you understand it can mean what you want it to mean. And for a lot of people in America, that basically means the good old days when we were allowed to lynch people who weren't white.
Yes, yeah. Make America white again. Make America straight again. All that stuff. Yes. Yeah.
But it's intentionally that you're gonna have to. One of you will have to send me this link for that thing that you mentioned to read. Maybe it was Kate, I forget.
Oh,
but
are you talking about the alt-right playbook?
Yeah, somebody send me a link to that.
Give me half a second, I'll get it to you.
Don't do it now, there's no rush, but do it in Twitter and send me a DM, because I will read it. And here is this really sad thing. I've not read it, obviously, but I know damn well that it's not going to teach me anything new. It will reaffirm what I already know. And that's not a good thing to read a book, but I think you get where I'm coming from.
Well, I think in the US, the current plan is that if we kill off enough of the population, then everybody will wind up being 6 feet apart.
There you go. Yeah, honey, it was just so easy to get it. I really want as many people as possible to read this thing because there are some very good points made in it. I'm dropping the link into the YouTube side chat. It's a playlist on YouTube. Let me see now. 16 films. Yeah, it'll probably take you more than a day to watch these things.
Oh, I'll do it in half an hour.
Yeah, it's well worth it. You've got, let's see, I'm going to look at the full playlist here. They average about 15
It looks like
minutes.
most of them are 10 to 20 minutes each, but there's a couple of longer ones.
Mm-hmm.
I will watch. I definitely will. Not necessarily today, because I definitely will.
Yeah, well,
not
I mean,
today,
whenever you can manage it. Don't you don't have to hurry or anything like that. But it's
no. I like it when people give me proper things to look at rather than shit.
Yeah, I just added it to my YouTube library. I'm not sure when I'll get to it.
And the nice thing about this thing is it applies pretty much everywhere. It's not specific to the United States because the alt-right type exists everywhere, really. They just have different names.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is why I keep annoying all you people by doing streams, because I can see what is going to happen. And
I'll be back in a minute.
Is that a threat?
Yeah.
Yeah, I forget, honey. Are your streams at a specific day and time every time?
Oh, you know what? That's a good question, and I'm going to not answer it because I'm going to stop doing them because...
Oh, what?
Because time zones and whatever, and I do feel a little bit silly talking to myself for the first half an hour, and I call it therapy. That's what I've been doing it for. Just maybe a normal person out there will join in. That's the only reason I do it, and
Because I keep seeing them, and I keep telling myself, hey, Clarion, you've got to stop in and see these things. And I'm usually asleep for some stupid reason. I do a lot of
Yeah,
that.
it's fucking time zones.
Yeah,
It never
and
works out with time zones, does it? My
oh, I'll
thing that
tell
I
you.
started doing, oh God, it feels like a million years ago now. I think it was in February when the virus thing was getting scary. And the only reason I started doing it was, hey, you're all scared, let's have a chat. That was basically it. Nothing fancy, no fucking debate, no, let's just shoot the shit and smile. But I think it's run its course, so we'll see.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I got a couple of years out of this. I mean, this is number 74, and I know there are a few weeks that I didn't have a coffee with lavender, so let's say closer to 80 or 85 weeks this thing has been going for me, and you guys keep showing up. I will never understand your taste or lack thereof, but thank you for coming by, really.
Well, if you hadn't been here, I might have been at risk of accomplishing something today.
Oh, so I did serve a purpose. Okay, this is a good thing. Oh my, oh my, oh my. Yeah, it's where the hell was I gonna go with this? I have no fucking idea.
It goes back to what I keep saying, and I say it every week on my immensely popular chat show. It's just people talking, no agenda, no fucking, nothing to prove or anything. It's just people chatting.
Well,
That's the only
thanks,
reason.
Von Rick.
Well, and I think also the thing of people coming in and out on the side chat, is because if you don't have a topic, they don't have to feel they've come in the middle of something.
That
There
could
you
be
go.
true, yeah.
That's one of the nice things about not having a topic. I mean, sometimes I think I'd like to have one, but at the same time, that whole thing about coming into the middle, have I missed, what have I missed? And I'm going to be honest, it's a lot easier to freewheel.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, there are a lot of shows that, I know if I don't get the notification right away, if I come in 10 minutes late, I'm not going to know what they're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And since YouTube tends to give me the notification half an hour after the program started.
Yeah, that's the fun part. And
this is my big thinking point on this whole why do we do this, or why are people watching or listening. I honestly think, I know it sounds old-fashioned and a bit twee, but I think people want to have a conversation, not necessarily about one topic for 2 hours, the same fucking topic for 2 hours, but also just to have a chat as you would do in real life.
Yeah, I think this basically serves the same kind of purpose as a pub.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with you.
Wander in whenever they've got time, and just talk with some people for a while about whatever's going on, and go about the rest of their day.
Damn it, Purple! You know what I'm not allowed to do. I'm not allowed to do it. But I've now got a certain theme tune in my head, but I will not do it.
Aww.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I don't need any more copyright strikes than I already have.
I'm being such a good boy today. I'm really proud of myself. But you get what I'm saying, don't you, Purple?
Yep, I know where you're going.
Oh my. Going old-fashioned, yeah.
I'm wondering if Diana gets my hidden reference to what I'm alluding to.
Okay, to be totally honest.
Yeah,
I was guessing that. I was guessing that.
Everything goes over my head. I mean, God, for a girl, I'm tall, but, I'm not necessarily all that tall.
There's a certain popular sitcom from the US from the 80s. It
Yeah,
was
it takes
based.
place in a bar.
Oh,
It was.
Stara, Ponto Paligibes Tonta Tontia Ikere. Yes, that one.
I'm going to have to learn this language. If I learn this language, can
It
I?
is the language my ex would call fluent stupid. It means absolutely nothing. It's a
Yeah, I
bunch
want
of.
you to teach it to me because if I was to sing in that language, technically I could not get a copyright strike.
There you go. There you go. The one thing I am doing, and is as a joke in the whole bit, but it would be really fun for me to actually do it. When is am I like this for to talking to being to making, and the strange thing to saying to making like that for you. As I was doing stuff like that, I found that it kind of had a natural grammar that it actually
Okay.
made some. So I'm trying to formalize that grammar and write it down. For example, the to making at the end is indicative of an indicative. You know, you're making a statement, and then the other stuff it borrows from German grammar a little bit here and there, but screws around with it. And yeah, it would be great to write an artificial language like that. You know what the hell?
There is an artificial language that exists legally.
You're speaking of I just lost the name. Damn it. I had the
I'm
name
not
and then I
giving
lost it.
clues.
Say again.
I'm not giving any clues.
Yeah, it's I'm gonna let's see.
Well, among the really interesting ones is that Klingon is now a full language.
Yeah, I'm
And
gonna have.
that was not done by anyone officially with Star Trek. That was developed by the fan base in between when the original series went off the air and the Next Generation started.
I'm really gonna have to get to learning Klingon.
Yeah, Kate was studying Klingon.
Yeah, Klingon is a good language, but
Um,
the official language, which nobody on this planet has ever used, is of course Esperanto.
there it is.
Oh, yeah.
I knew the language, I just couldn't get the name of it. Yes. And that's a lot older than a lot of people realize, if I remember correctly.
I think I'm not an expert on this matter, but I think it was a good attempt at bringing us together with a common language,
Yeah.
Mhm.
which is
But-
not necessarily a bad thing, in my opinion.
But then, of course, you do have the thing going on with like the U.S. and the U.K., two nations separated by a common language.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Esperanto,
Oh.
yeah, is more than a century old.
Yeah, this is the one where I have to, yet again, in public, I bow down before you people. You've got the language correct. We have not.
Well, again, it comes to the question of which ones of us have it correct, because, I mean,
Well,
you take somebody from Georgia, I can barely understand them.
yeah, there are so
I-
many Englishes in the United States alone. I mean, it gets to the point where some of them are distinct languages.
Yeah. Yeah, there are some very strong regional dialects. And in some cases, that's even between different cities within the same state.
Tell me about it. I live in one of those cities.
Yeah.
Oh, we've got the same thing. You people tend to think that this place is very small and that we all have the same accent.
Oh no!
But-
Oh, no.
I can tell you now, there are places within the UK I cannot understand a fucking word they're saying.
Oh no, I can definitely tell the difference in accent between like London and Liverpool.
Yeah. Well, that's a major difference right there.
Yeah.
But there's even a noticeable difference between Liverpool and Manchester, or Manchester and Yorkshire.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they have the similarities, but you can tell the difference if you know what to look for.
So,
Hello, pal.
okay, so let's do a quiz. Where is my accent from?
My computer monitor.
I'm thinking
No.
you're more north, but exactly where I'm not sure, and I probably screwed it all up.
No, you're quite correct. I am northern.
Yeah, honestly, I don't really remember the geography that well for which city is located where.
I'm northern, so I actually live. I'm not going to go into too many details, but I'm quite close to Manchester.
Oh, okay, okay.
But I'll tell you now, my accent is complete. How far away is Manchester from me? It's probably, I don't know, 5 miles, 10 miles, I don't know. But my accent is completely different to somebody from Manchester.
Okay,
There is a big difference.
Mm-hmm.
I also lived in Yorkshire for a long time. Those fuckers are weird.
Mm-hmm.
That's a weird accent.
I agree.
Yeah, well-
I agree.
I also lived in Scotland, so good luck with that fucking thing.
Yeah.
Oh man, what comes to my mind when you say Scotland is the Robin Williams thing, doing the drunk Scotsman, describing golf.
He was funny.
You know the one?
I do, yeah.
Yeah. Fuck no! 18 fucking times! Oh man. I miss him, I really do.
Yeah, he was a good one.
Never got
Yeah.
to know him, but a lot of people I never got to know, damn it.
Yeah, I was watching, you know how we say these things, as we get older, our heroes keep dying.
Yeah.
So I was watching a thing yesterday, a YouTube clip of David Bowie, or Bowie if you prefer,
Okay, fine.
and it was actually, I mean, this was going back to the 80s, and he was doing an interview with MTV, and he was questioning why MTV did not play enough music from non-white people.
Careful, pal.
Oh! I know the interview you're talking about. Yes.
I'd never seen it before, and this is going back, what, 30 years or whatever it is, 40 years, I don't
About
know.
that, I think maybe 1990.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that'd be 30 years.
Yep. I don't
And I
think it
found-
was as early as 1980, but it could have been. Who knows?
I found it very interesting because you could see by the expressions on his face that Bowie was not, he wasn't totally happy with what MTV were doing, but he was being polite,
Mm-hmm.
and he was questioning the lack of certain types of music. And the guy that was interviewing him, I've no idea who the fuck he was trying to explain why. And he's saying, oh, it's because of the audience. It's because of our target audience. Basically, we're playing this music for people who are white.
Mm-hmm. And you've got to remember that were it not for American blacks, you would not have rock and roll as it is. You would not have jazz. You
This is
wouldn't have a
true.
lot of musical styles.
Exactly, yeah. That one to me was a bit of a shocker because I usually have seen everything, you know, every video clip from ever. I've seen it, but I'd never seen that particular one before. And I think it was suggested to me in my YouTube channel. or my YouTube feed, whatever. And it was topical, but accidentally, because I didn't search for it. It just popped up on my feed.
Yeah, that's what happened to me. It was very recently that I saw the reference. Excuse me. Um, the interview itself is from 2016. I'm looking at a link to it right now, and yeah, David Bowie criticizes MTV for not playing videos by. Well, it says black dot dot dot. You know, there's more. Okay, what do we have here? For not playing videos by black artists, David Bowie had some questions and criticisms about MTV's lack of videos featuring black artists in his 1983 interview with Mark Goodman.
Ah, there you go, 83. The clip, I've just pulled the clip up now. And the clip was posted to YouTube in 2016, but obviously the actual video is from 80s.
Yeah.
I can tell this by the
damn furniture.
Yeah.
I can tell because I'm a nerd, and yeah, that's kind of early 80s.
Well, I was going to say, if you were saying in 2016, it could just be asking why MTV doesn't play music videos, period.
Well, what
the fuck happened there?
Yeah, by 2000, they didn't have music on MTV anymore.
Yeah, I remember when MTV actually had music. That was before I could get MTV. It would be a certain couple pubs that I would go to had cable television there, you know, for the watching and listening to, and that's where I discovered that it existed. The city of Cleveland was actually about the last municipal region in that area to get cable television, because the president of city council wanted his pockets lined. You know, he wanted to be paid off by whoever was going to supply the cable television. That was real. I mean, everybody knew.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, we didn't get cable television until what? 83, 84, something like that. I mean, I was married, so it was between 81 and 89, but it was closer to 89 than to 81.
It was a good thing in its day, but obviously times change, and the whole point of MTV was, hey, let's watch music videos, which had never been done before.
Right.
And obviously times move on.
Yeah.
What are they going to do? I mean, this was before we had YouTube, internet, etc. And so you'd watch MTV to watch music videos. Can you imagine that in those days? You could watch a channel that showed you music videos.
I remember that, you know, in 83, 84, you know, people were laughing about it, that, you know, how can they have a channel that plays nothing but 5-minute music videos?
Yeah. But it worked.
Yeah, they became an empire, and then they lost the roots. Yeah, basically.
And then you look at, I mean, I've not seen it for a long time, but as far as I'm aware, there's no music now, and it's just, I don't know what it is. It's crap.
I haven't
reality TV or something. I don't know.
I haven't watched MTV in a very, very, very long time. Well, I haven't watched much of anything in a very long time. I mean, I have not owned a television in 10 years.
Yeah, in the 90s, MTV got pretty heavy into the animation.
Oh, yeah.
And then, I don't know, like in the mid-2000s, then they moved into it all being reality programming.
Yeah, They brought us Beavis and Butthead, didn't they?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah. And the other one, what's the other one called?
Daria was a spin-off from Beavis and Butthead.
King of the Hill, is that the right one?
MTV didn't bring King of the Hill, but King of the Hill was also, created by the same people who created The Simpsons and Futurama.
Oh, that's, yeah.
Dopróżnie.
This is one of those awkward pauses that the audience loves.
Well, and Matt Groening,
This is where we get viewers.
the artist who created The Simpsons, actually got his start with a little cartoon strip called Life in Hell.
I loved Life in Hell.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
that started out running in the Twin Cities Reader, which was a free weekly paper in Minneapolis.
Okay then.
That was the
Okay.
first paper to print it.
I've never heard of this, so that's a nice fact.
Yeah. He had various characters, the gay couple, Akbar and Jeff.
Yeah. Well, and in The Simpsons, you'll see the baby Maggie has a stuffed bunny with one ear, and that was one of the characters from Life in Hell strip.
That was Binky, I think his name wasn't
Yeah.
it? Yeah. Well, that character also looked a hell of a lot like Marge Simpson turned out looking.
Yep. Oh yeah, you can definitely see, a couple of them from that early strip.
And of course, we all remember how The Simpsons came about, don't we? From the Tracy Ullman show.
Yes,
Yep.
absolutely.
Yeah, the
And I'll
first
tell you,
animated shorts.
they underwent a heck of a transformation from the Tracy Ullman clips to I forget exactly where they showed up as a series. Who carried them? I forget.
I'm going to guess. I can't do American TV, so I'm just going to say
I'm
Fox.
not sure if Fox had them all along or if they started out with another network.
And the only thing I can remember is that they got started as the series in 1989.
Yeah.
Because my girlfriend and I would go next door to watch The Simpsons at the drug dealer's house.
You know what? I now don't feel guilty about wanting to sing and break copyright law.
Dopróżnie.
If you remember, oh damn, I'm reminiscing. If you remember the Tracy, no, not the character, the voice actors in The Simpsons. I cannot remember the names of the ones I'm thinking of, but the lady who does the voice of Marge Simpson's sister, is it?
Yeah. Yeah, she's got two sisters, but I think it's the same person who does both voices.
And she used to be in that wonderful sitcom, let's call it, from the 70s, Rhoda.
I barely remember that sitcom.
Yeah, I don't remember it well enough to make the
It was a
connection there.
spin-off of Mary Tyler Moore, if I remember correctly.
That's
Yep.
correct, yeah. I used to enjoy watching Rhoda so much. Because this is what I did on a Sunday evening in whatever decade it fucking was. There would be some wonderful, not necessarily mainstream popular stuff from America. And Rhoda was on, and Starsky and Hutch, and a lot of that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Actually, one of the interesting ones from that was the Lou Grant was actually
Yeah.
a spin-off from Mary Tyler Moore,
Yes.
but it
Oh,
was
yeah,
actually a serious drama.
Mary Tyler Moore did a lot of good things with what was produced afterwards. So Lou Grant, Rhoda, all the rest of that stuff.
Yeah, there was a third spin-off from that, and I can't remember what the other one was. But there was a third spin-off based on the character Betty White played in Mary Tyler Moore.
Oh, okay. So, okay, you're thinking of is it Julie Kavner?
Yes, that's the one. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
She has a very distinctive voice. And when I first saw The Simpsons, I recognized the voice instantly from Rhoda. I can't remember what character she played in Rhoda, but
Okay. The name of the character I see here is Brenda something. The name falls off the end.
Yeah, Brenda, that was it. You see, what used to happen...
Oh, Brenda Morgenstern.
Morgenstein, that's the one.
Yeah.
What used to happen, you know how you can watch, I don't know, a TV show or a film or whatever, and you get a false sense of what that place is like. It's kind of romanticized, maybe. And so in the 70s and into the 80s, New York looked really appealing. Now, we know that's not true because it was a shit.
Oh, absolute shit, yes.
Yep.
It was very shit, but in American TV shows, it looked very appealing to a British audience. I don't necessarily know why, because we also had our own problems going on.
Well, it went the other way around too. I think that,
Escapism, maybe.
If you go by the trails of London as seen in American television, I don't think it's very much like the reality.
The interesting thing is, I mean, I was in New York before Disney cleaned it up, and I'm thinking that Disney almost did a disservice.
I don't understand this. Why are you saying Disney? Did you say Disney?
Yeah, I was under the impression that Disney bought a lot of the properties in and around 42nd Street.
I have no idea about this. Is that a true thing? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with this bit of history.
Are you making things up again?
I'm either remembering things. Let me look here.
Was it not, without Googling, was it not Giuliani who cleaned the city up?
I'm trying to remember.
Because it was basically bankrupt, wasn't it? And it was a shithole.
Well,
okay, here's
I think
the
it was
thing.
mostly Giuliani.
Okay, now I'm seeing from CBS News, there's a headline, Did Giuliani really clean up Times Square? And then, forgetgiuliani.org, Rudy did not clean up 42nd Street.
Maybe it's escapism. That's the word I'm going to use, because historically, New York City was bankrupt and was full of... It was a shithole, wasn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Well, the headline in the 70s, Ford to New York, drop dead.
And it was very, let's say, controlled by certain organizations.
Oh, still is.
Oh, yes, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah,
I can still remember seeing news items of the people or of a person sat in their car with the bullet wounds in the you know, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Okay, this is a little later than I was thinking. From the font of all knowledge. Okay, revitalization. In the early 1990s, city government encouraged a cleanup of the Times Square area. In 1990, the city government took over 6 of the historic theaters on the block of 42nd Street between 7th and 8th Avenues, and New 42nd Street, a nonprofit organization, was formed to oversee their renovation and reuse, as well as to construct new theaters and a rehearsal space. In 1993, Disney Theatrical Productions bought the New Amsterdam Theater, which it renovated a few years later. It is now the flagship for Disney's theatrical productions in New York. So that's where my memory of Disney was coming from.
Okay, so is this now an official fact? Because I've never heard this before.
Yeah, this, well, it's in the font of all knowledge, but it does not have a, it does not have a footnote citation. So I'd have to do more looking. But memory serves that it's an official fact.
Don't do any hard work. I'd never heard that before. So, you know, that's cool. I like learning stuff. We all do.
Yeah, it's, no, I remember when there were the 6 theaters along 42nd, where allegedly live sex acts were performed. Now, I was never in one of those places, so I couldn't tell you how real that was, but I'd read a couple articles in certain gentlemen's magazines of the period that described that sort of thing. So
it was a very, if I'm going by what I've seen basically on TV, etc. But it was kind of seedy and run down.
Yes, absolutely. You're describing Manhattan in the mid '70s. Yes.
Is that what I'm doing though? I don't understand. Am I describing Manhattan or?
Well, 42nd Street is on the island of Manhattan.
Okay, you're gonna have to help me with this one. So, New York City.
Manhattan is one of the boroughs of New York City.
Yeah. So are we saying, or am I saying that the entirety of New York City was a shithole, or was it just Manhattan?
Pretty much Manhattan. I mean, there were areas that were, a little better.
Oh, I didn't know this.
Queens.
Oh, this is.
I mean,
fun.
yeah, a lot of folks think that the entirety of New York is Manhattan. No, it is not.
No, I don't think that, but I wasn't aware that my little thing here is about Manhattan.
Yeah, I mean, Flushing and Queens, for example, were always a little better off being on Long Island. The Bronx was always hell.
Long Island is where the rich people live. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the posh neighborhood.
Okay.
Yeah, the Bronx, Harlem especially was hell. Still is, really. It's trendy hell, but it's still hell.
This has been enlightening. I like this because you've taught me things, and I like it when I'm taught things.
Yay! Yeah, I'm weird. Could have told you that a long time ago.
Well, since you mentioned the theaters with the live sex acts, Doorknob Head's wondering where the necrophiliacs went.
I haven't got YouTube open. Is he still fucking here?
Yeah, Doorknob Head is still.
So.
Yep.
Oh
For
my!
fuck's sake!
Doorknob Head and Vonrick are still making comments in the side chat.
Have a snooze. Are you going to make me open YouTube? Because I want to see.
And Robert X.
This is the one thing that I don't like about this Google nonsense that Diana is fucking obsessed with.
You need to use the pop-out chat. You need to use the pop-out chat in the YouTube so that you can have them both on the screen at the same time.
Yeah, can I be asked to do that?
Yeah, basically, I shrunk the Google thing down to be about 2/3 of the screen, so I've got room for the pop-out chat next to it.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, yeah, we have over here from Yelp.com of all goddamn things. And I guess they're still there. Oh no. Live sex shows near Midtown West Manhattan. Oh, oh my, what do we have here? The Museum of Sex, the Slipper Room, Hunkomania, Rick's Cabaret, New York, Babeland, temporarily closed. Isn't that interesting? Naked Boys Singing. Oh, jeez. Oh, Christ. It borders on Fifth Avenue, the southern end of Central Park. Oh, Jesus. It's almost making me want to go to New York just to photograph these places. But no. New York is an interesting place to visit. I would never ever want to live there.
I've only been there once for a couple of days.
I've been to
I've
New
never
York
been to
several
New
times.
York, I don't think.
And over a period of a couple decades, I've been to New York, so I got to see some of the changes going on. No, Chicago is my love. I love Chicago, and this is weird. I don't like large cities, but I love Chicago. Go figure.
Sometimes a big city can not feel like a big city.
Hi,
I'm
Maya.
very fond of Sydney.
Okay.
That's a huge city, but you know what? It doesn't feel like it.
Well, that's about what I was going to say about Chicago. It doesn't feel as large as it is. I mean, it's the third largest city in the U.S., and it just doesn't feel like it.
Now, see, I don't know where you get that, because I grew up in the Chicago suburbs. And I always felt going into the city was just, too congested. I couldn't stand being down there.
Okay. I wonder, were you on foot?
Usually taking the train into the city, yeah.
Okay, because, yeah, I mean, try to drive into Chicago, oh, forget that. No.
Hey, I've just realised something now that I've opened YouTube. Firstly, all these people in side chat have spammers. So this is basically a circle jerk.
Yes,
Secondly,
it is.
and I mean that with love. Secondly, I didn't realise that I'm a little fucking icon with a stupid beard.
Oh, okay.
You didn't know the picture you had showing
You're a
up there,
dorky
huh?
looking guy with the beard, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Damn. I should have put my hat on.
I don't know. It was now the last time I was in Chicago was in 17. On my way to Carbondale for the eclipse, I stopped in Chicago for 3 days, and I don't know. Is it a difference in era? I don't know. Or is it just my weird perception?
Yeah, it could be, but at this point, the only reason I would go into Chicago would be for the museums.
Oh, my word, yes. I wish that I would have thought better and gone earlier to spend more time in Chicago.
So what would you do if you had to base your preconceived ideas on a city or a town that you've only ever seen on TV, but not in real life? Which would you choose?
What are you
And
saying?
one
Like
I've only seen on TV, I don't really have a good answer for that.
Yeah.
You know, that's I came back to Minnesota. I like Minneapolis, St. Paul. For me, that's it's a decent size, but it's spread out over a large enough area that I don't feel it's so congested. I mean, screw 494. Don't go anywhere near 494 in the daylight hours.
Is that actually is that anything like what is it? Is it 290 or no 294 to the west of Chicago?
Well, 494 goes past the airport and the Mall of America.
Okay, so yeah, whatever the number is, it's that's
Yeah,
right.
so basically, anytime the Mall of America is open, forget it. You're not going to get a car through there.
Yeah, because I drove in. Well, I drove from here to Chicago to Carbondale, and I stayed in Chiller Park, right by O'Hare. And oh my word, I will never again drive. I think it's 294. I was terrified.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh, yeah. The whole tollway system through Chicago, that's a huge mess.
you have to know exact. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you
It
have to
was
know at
290.
least 2 miles ahead of time which lane you have to be in.
Yes.
Purple, you've cheekily hijacked my question.
I'm sorry.
You are in trouble.
Yeah, because
So-
it was 294 that I was driving, because I was right by Rosemont. I was
But I
able to
cannot
walk to
think
the
of a
road.
city that I've seen on TV, that I would really care to live in.
Well, my two answers are as follows. New York City, which I've now been told is actually Manhattan. I don't know why. It's got a kind of nice look about it. I get that it was really shit. I understand that, but it kind of looks nice as an outsider. Also, London. And I'm quite familiar with London, but
Okay.
London maybe in the 70s because it
Hey,
was
Matt
also
Fig.
it was also shit,
Yeah.
but it looks good in the TV shows.
Yeah, I guess I'd probably have to go with London as well then.
Yeah, my ex had a real hard on for New York. I mean, which is kind of hard to do because my ex was female. But yeah, for some stupid reason, she absolutely loved New York. Always wanted to drag me out there to live, and I'm like, I can't do this. Um, I mean, the cost. Well, there's the thing as far as Chicago goes. The reason I don't live out there is I can't afford it.
Yeah. Well, and that's part of why I wound up, in St. Cloud instead of Minneapolis, is the rents in Minneapolis have gotten out of control.
Yeah. Oh my, but yeah, and I suppose that I wouldn't be all that enamored of living on the south side. I will have to say that. Yeah, I do kind of prefer the north side of Chicago.
Oh, I think Math Pig is wanting to do the sex with me.
Oh well.
I've just got side chat up.
That
Listen,
Rajni-
Math Pig, if you're still around, you know I love you, but you know what I need. If you want to do this, just say the P word 3 times. He loves it. He gets turned on when I'm really racist. I'm joking. I'm not racist.
Now wait a minute, Math Pig. I see you saying still want to get you on sometime. Who is the you in that sentence? Is that Maya or me? or somebody else?
I think he's just desperate for attention.
Oh, okay. Well, we can, yeah, we can understand that. And then there's Beth. Hello, Beth. Yay, 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 yay. God, I'm weird. Yes, I am. Really, I am.
Weird is good.
Yep, definitely.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mathpig. You turn me on with your sexy talk, and then you say mayor. What the fuck?
Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my.
I totally love it when Mathpig says potato, potato, potato.
Oh my word, Doorknob Head. You talk about the McLeod TV show. The first time I got stoned out of my mind, I don't know excuse me, how many of you know about the 4-foot bongs? I mean, they were literally 4 feet long. You would load up the bowl, get that going,
Yep.
and fill it halfway, and then another load, fill it all the way. And the object of the game was to take all that in.
That was one of only 2 times in my life I got high. Was one of those, but instead of water, they'd filled it up with wine.
Oops. Yeah, I was doing one of those, and whatever it was that triggered me, I got to coughing. And the coughing with the lungs and throat full of marijuana smoke got me so high I couldn't see. I mean, literally. When you have your eyes closed and you see the visual static going in front of your face, that's what I saw with my eyes open. I stumbled across the hall in my own room, fell into the bed, and my roommate had the television going, and there was McLeod on the television, and it was like, oh, Jesus, this is all I need.
McLeod?
Yeah.
Damn it, I'm going to do a theme tune. No, I'm not going to do a theme tune. Hold me back. Hold me back. Hey, I've achieved something. I've just managed to get the pop-up chat from YouTube on top of this thing. So I can now see what the dirty bastards are now typing. Oh God, they're weird. This is filth.
Oh man, YouTube is just not. Yeah, they are not nice with that notification stuff. Neil would the 604 atheist would always get the notifications of my streams just as the stream was closing, which he's so dearly loved.
Yeah, the YouTube notifications are pointless. That's really the only reason I tolerate Twitter, is because it's the only way I find out when anybody's streaming.
Uh-huh. I hope that my little thing is appreciated, because I will try my best to, set up a notification of, okay, live in a half hour or live in an hour,
Yeah.
that sort of thing, because I'm trying to let people know. I mean, if they really want to waste their time on my show, come on over, have a look. Oh my! Now I'm seeing Doorknob Head saying this, and I'm setting it to music, and I think you may know the music I'm setting it to. Yeah,
Just, I suggest you ignore Doorknob Head. He's a terribly bad influence. Really is.
Welcome to the cesspool. Anyway.
So I kind of like it how you, about 35 hours ago when you started this stream,
Mm-hmm.
I think it may have been last year, I don't know, it's been going on so long. But I kind of liked it how you used your initiative and didn't put me on screen because I was using the wrong account. I think that's kind of
That was all
nice.
you were doing, honey.
That's kind of cool. But here's the thing, my real name is out there on the Twitters, so I do not care. I really don't. I've got nothing to hide except for my beard.
Okay then.
Yeah, like I said, it's not hard for anybody to find my real name. So I don't put it out there, but I think
it's
about
actually,
half the people in the community know it.
I think it's slipped out there on one or two of the collections for your moving, hasn't it?
Well, PayPal also has the nasty thing of if you make a donation to one of the PayPal things, it always gives your real name.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, and with me, I don't give a shit because I put myself out there in order to avoid problems.
Well, the PayPal thing more annoys me because it's like if I'm donating to people in the community, they probably don't know my real name. So if it put the purple versus orange on there instead, at least they'd know who the money was coming from.
Indeed, yes. Oh,
yeah, that's one of the bad things about PayPal is that when an idiot throws me a couple of quid, I don't necessarily know who they are.
Yeah.
And that makes it difficult because if you're a good boy, you want to say thank you.
Yeah, well, and that's like the thing for my moving fund is, I really don't know where half the money came from.
Yeah.
Yeah, and yes, to properly thank somebody, you really like to know these things, yes. And then there are the people who are absolutely insane and throw all kinds of money at me. I'm talking to you! And,
Yeah.
I don't know.
I have my suspicions who a couple of them are.
Okay.
Because it's like for all the fundraisers I've been involved in for various people, there have been consistently 2 people who are making very high anonymous donations, and I'm pretty sure I know who at least one of them is.
Yeah.
But I guess what you have to do if people don't want to name themselves, you should probably respect that.
Right. It would be rude for me to, say it publicly there.
Yeah.
There are a couple of people who surprised me with, well, I had a little bit of a collection thing going with some of my medical costs when I had the biopsy and all that stuff, and there were a couple people who tossed me a few bucks that was like, wow, how did I ever deserve this much? But they did it more than once. It's like,
yeah,
I don't know what's wrong with you, but thank you. Oh my!
I understand where your brain is going there because I don't understand it either. I really don't, but it's the most. It's fucking humbling. It really is.
When I set the goal for my moving fund, I never expected to get anywhere near that total.
But you went over that total, if I remember correctly.
Well, slightly. Yeah, it was like $50 over the total at the end.
I thought it was a little more than that. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was a couple hundred over. But that's just me being weird. Blonrek, caffeinated alcohol has been labeled dangerous since a lot of folks started doing Red Bull and shots together. You know what? I've never had Red Bull. One of these days I'm going to try Red Bull, just to say I've done it.
I can see the problem with the caffeine and alcohol because you're taking a stimulant and a depressant at the same time. That can't be good.
Yeah, you end up going sideways.
Yeah.
That was
Red Bull is
from
one of the
Welcome
most
Back, Kotter.
popular. It's one of the most popular soft drinks in this country.
What, the Red Bull?
And it's mostly bought by children.
Yeah.
Oh, great.
Yeah, it's very popular with teenagers, and I can't see how anybody can drink it on any regular basis.
I think technically, I could be wrong, but I think technically, if you sell it in your shop, it has to be at a higher level so that the kids can't reach it. That's one of our wacky UK laws.
Well, see, in the U.S., again, it varies state by state, but in some states, they have said that you can't sell it to anyone under 18.
Yeah, people have died from drinking it. If you drink too much of that stuff, it will make your heart explode.
Oh my. Oh, okay. That looks interesting. It really does. I don't know if I'd want to try this stuff, but it does look interesting.
Oh, Buckfast?
Buckfast, yes. It seems to be a caffeinated wine.
Oh, fuck, do not drink that shit. That's a Scottish thing.
Okay, I thought it was some kind of a spell check error. I thought he was typing breakfast before.
Yes, so did I. That's, but I guess, okay. Buckfast tonic wine is a caffeinated fortified wine originally made by monks at Buckfast Abbey in Devon, England, now made under a license granted by the monastery and distributed by J. Chandler and Company in the United Kingdom and Richmond Marketing Limited in Ireland. It is based on a traditional recipe from France. Okay. I suppose I don't want to try it, huh?
I would suggest not to try that. It's not an Irish thing. It's actually a Scottish thing. And it's very cheap. Doesn't cost you a lot of money. So you can get it in large quantities for not too much money.
Okay, so this is what you get when you're a Pittsburgher and you want to get totally loaded for next to no cost.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's amazing what these people will drink. It really is so good.
Okay, so it's like a British version of Mogan David.
Oh, my Lord. And that stuff is, in the, the Orthodox Jewish neighborhood of Pittsburgh. All the liquor stores have the Mogan David, because I guess you've got to have the Mogan David for Shabbat or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah.
But this stuff is weird. And the MD 2020, God, that's really weird.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, all the kids.
Hang on. Math Pig is doing maths.
Okay.
£7.50 a bottle. What the fuck are you talking about? You stupid Irish potato. It's not £7. It's not £7.50 for a bottle of Buckfast. That's not true. It's like 1 shilling. Or I don't know, a halfpenny or something. He's just making numbers up.
Oh my, okay. So for £1 you could get 12 bottles of this stuff, huh? Or is it 20? I forget.
Yeah, wasn't it 20 shillings per pound on it?
Oh, don't even. No, fuck off. Don't go there.
Yeah, that's the one thing the U.S. got right was the money. You can understand the money.
That was the only.
I don't know what Legendary it is. Is this some kind of weird Irish shop?
Must be.
What the fuck is Legendary? Oh, Londonderry. You fucking idiot.
That's spell check again.
Yeah, what was it that the money is the only bit of the metric system that the U.S. kept?
Yeah, Alexander Hamilton wanted to go metric from the start. Nobody else would go along with it, but they made him Secretary of the Treasury. So the only thing we got that's metric is the money.
Mm-hmm.
Which even that they objected to because they still said everything should be 8 bits instead of 10.
Yes. Which is where you get that whole 2 bits being a quarter. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't like this having to lean over to my monitor to see what people are saying inside chat.
Yeah, I'm still working on my setup over here. I've got the 2 monitors, but I still have to do a little too much leaning or, shifting my head and everything else.
Well, you could slum it with the rest of us and use stream fucking yards. And then these people who are talking, we'd see them inside chat on the same screen, and you can show their comments on screen. But no, you have to be difficult and weird.
Oh, of course. That's my trademark. Kate won't leave me alone about that.
That's one thing I still haven't figured out here is how I'm going to set up for the double monitor.
Okay.
Well, I know how to wire the computer up for it. I just don't know where I'm going to physically have the space to put the second monitor where I can see both of them at the same time.
I can barely fit the 2 monitors on my desk.
Yeah.
Because, well, you've seen, you know what my place looks like. Because I have the school teacher's desk, the one that looks like the school teachers at the front of the class when you were in like 2nd grade. And it actually is one of those desks.
Yeah, no, I know how to set it up with the computer to have 2 monitors. It's just a matter of, I got to figure out like how to hang the second one someplace that I can easily move it out of the way when I'm not using it.
Move.
This is basically Spanner City.
Yes.
All your spanners are talking to each other.
Yeah, Kate doesn't understand why I do this, and well, really the only reason I do it is tradition, because I picked it up from Jeff, from movie night.
Is Von Rek a weirdo? I'm not familiar with Von Rek. Is that a weirdo?
The only place I'm familiar with Von Rek is from having come here.
He's got a spanner.
Knowing Kate.
Yeah, I don't really know who Von Rek is, but, they've been here most of the time and, seems to be a decent person.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. I wasn't sure at the very first, but I've discovered that you are a very decent person. So there we go. Yeah, well, Doorknob Head, I'm slowly doing something about the invisible fish. They are going to become visible by the end of the year. It's just a matter of, I have so many places to put money. I've been getting 1 piece of equipment at a time per month. So a couple months ago, I got the cover for the aquarium, this little thing over here. And then last month, I got the light bar, which might actually be bright enough to have the pots. And then I figured that at some point, maybe next month, I'll get some sand and...
Well, you still need a decent chair. You're still just that wooden kitchen chair, and that's not good for your back.
And I'm not good for the chair. To tell you the absolute truth. I mean, there's rather a lot of me, and it puts some strain on the chair. But yeah, the whole I miss. What I'm doing is I keep 2 sets of bank accounts. I have my savings account and my checking account for my day-to-day living. Going to the grocery store and all that stuff, and then I keep the money I get here. With the channel separate, and I'm wanting to be paying for the chair out of that rather than out of my personal money. I mean, as far as anybody, any IRS or any of that stuff, it's all my personal money. But I mean, I see this stuff as
Yeah.
separate because buying stuff out of the channel money, buying channel stuff with the channel money, I'm less likely to overspend because there's almost nothing in there. And it's great because no, people, do not start throwing money at me. 'Cause I have to be very careful. I cannot make too much money because I stand to lose more than I gain at a certain point. So, that's.
Yep. So don't send her money. Go to Amazon, order the chair, and have it shipped to her.
There we go. Oh my, a couple of people have tried to send me stuff from my Amazon wish list. I never got it. I was never informed that I was getting it.
Yeah.
So I've got to work.
You've
this
said you've
out.
got a problem with packages disappearing at your building.
Well, not only that is when they get delivered by UPS or FedEx, they don't bother going past the door. They see the locked door and they just put it back in the truck and they go away. So there were Amazon things I never knew were arriving until somebody, say, hey, did you get the placemats I sent you? And it's like, what? Was it from my wish list? And then I looked and I saw that placemats had been ordered to be sent to me and they never got there. And it's like, what the hell, man? And I mean, they were never delivered. It was not that they were stolen from the doorstep. They just were never delivered.
I once set up an Amazon wish list, and then I quickly deleted it because I realized this is like begging. I can't do this.
Yeah, it's.
I have an Amazon wish list, but I never put the links anywhere anybody could see them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I still have my wish list, and I haven't published the link in a long time.
And what really sucks is when I actually turned out to have a little extra money, I went and looked at it myself, and it's like virtually everything I had on my wish list, Amazon says is out of stock. We don't know when we might get this in again.
Okay, then. Yeah, but eventually I want to get I want to get a chair. I want to get a decent chair because I'm pretty sure I know why the other one died. Is because I was a fat cow. I think this was a chair that was rated for 200 pounds, and I was, 240 pounds at the time.
Yeah.
Think of how these chairs are put together. There's a metal plate that's under the seat, and then you bolt that metal plate to the seat. That plate broke. When I say that plate broke, I mean it broke in half, where it's not supposed to break.
Actually, that's the common stress point, is that plate.
Yeah,
I've seen a lot of chairs that were broken there.
It's not that the plate got pulled out of the bottom of the chair. It's that the plate snapped in half.
Yeah, well, I've also seen some of them that just where the backrest attaches to that plate, it's snapped off.
Moof beef. Yeah, so...
the Von Rick person has made a good point.
Does he get a parada?
I don't know how this works in your country, but if I want to receive a delivery from Amazon, in particular, I'm not talking about other delivery companies, I can have that delivered to my local post office, which is 10 seconds away from me.
I have received one or two things that way. They have that, or they had that last mile thing or whatever it was, where they delivered it to the post office. Yeah, and my post office is about a mile from me. It's easy to walk. I don't know that they do that anymore.
Maybe not for you, but with me being UK, I've got that as an option.
Okay,
So
then.
I can choose my delivery address to be my house or the post office, which is 10 seconds away.
Okay, then. That would be kind of nice, at least with them. Now, if it's a large item, how do I drag it home? That mile, because
That's a good
I
point.
don't have a motor vehicle or anything. I'm on foot.
Yeah, so something the size of the box a new chair would come in would still be an issue.
Yeah, definitely. And of course, I would have to have the chair delivered because I couldn't go easily anywhere and get it home easily and all that shit.
Yeah.
Unless I wanted to spend $100 and rent a car for a day,
We do
which
not want
I'm
to
not
do
that wealthy.
The last chair I bought was what the young people would call a gaming chair.
Yes, 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 yes.
And the fucker was so heavy. I almost broke my index finger trying to get it into the house.
Oy,
It
oy.
was so fucking heavy.
That's what I was looking at because I need the back support, as Purple intimated. Yeah, I've got a bad back, and
Yeah.
I really need the back support. And I was looking at a gaming chair and saw one that's kind of nice for a couple $100. It's just I'll finish getting the couple hundred together, and then see what I can do about getting it delivered here.
Yeah.
I'm not looking forward to sitting by the entry door all day. Even when, okay, I have this app from UPS. I forget exactly what it's called, but they notify you when the item
Yeah.
is on its way to you. The problem is they've got these three lights, if you will. One is on the road, another one is in your area, and then the third one is almost there. Almost there switches on about 8 hours before the item actually arrives.
Yeah.
So you have to sit out there for 8 hours, literally, and
Yeah.
because if you're
At
not
least in
there,
the
it's not
nicer
going to drop
weather.
it off.
At least in the nicer weather, maybe you could take a book and sit out at the picnic table out there.
The last order I got through UPS, I did that. Yes. What the hell? Oh, it was my jewelry box. Yeah, I took the laptop out there and I sat at the picnic table, and the battery ran out and I had to bring it back in. And oy vey, I got really lucky with the safe because I bought a floor safe, and I came inside to get a cup of coffee and go back out. And just as I was going back out is when the FedEx guy showed up. And I was like, oh, hey, great.
Yeah.
Let me grab this. And so watch it, it's heavy, and 40 pounds. And I know what he's thinking. And it's like, you don't know what's in my pants, boy. Oh, shit. But that's, I should watch what I carry anyway, because 40 pounds is, for me, it's a little hard on my back.
Well, and you're also saying now you have issues that sounds like it could be a hernia.
Well, I know that I have the hernia, definitely, because the bulge is there in the navel.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of it seems to be getting a lot worse, a lot faster than I was hoping it would.
Yeah,
I
well,
knew I
and the
would
chair
have.
is going to exacerbate that also.
I knew I would have to have reparative surgery, but I
Yep.
was hoping I could wait a couple of years.
I had the same thing, and yeah, I wound up having to put off the surgery for 2 years on my last one.
Mm-hmm.
I do not recommend putting it off.
Moo. Yeah, because I started to have the issue with it not that long after the Ark Encounter thing. We were there in July, I think. Well, wait a minute. No, when I had the biopsy in September, I didn't have obvious problems with the hernia yet. So it's relatively recent, but not all that recent. And then there's this cat, who is being a cat. Meow.
Tiny kitty.
Yeah, I know. Yes, there's this kittiness over there.
But yeah, again, if it wasn't for that hernia surgery, I wouldn't have found this community.
Yeah, there you are. Yeah, it's amazing how
It
these
was
things work.
not being able to get out of my chair for 6 weeks. I did nothing but pretty much sit here and binge YouTube.
I'm definitely not looking forward to that whole month and a half recovery period.
Yeah, that was the problem, was that the recovery time, and literally for the first 2 weeks, I was literally crawling from my chair to the bathroom. That just standing up to walk that far was too much.
I do not like the idea of that. I mean, I had enough recovery problems with my cranial surgery, and I still remember that was not a great idea. I don't want to go through that sort of thing. I had the cranial surgery in April, 1st of April, as a matter of fact, April Fool's Day, and I really wasn't what I would call anywhere near recovered until August, and I had to watch how I moved.
We got to get you on the list to get an apartment here, because then we can check in on you, and Sloth Girl will probably wind up cooking for you while you're recovering.
Yeah, well, that's the other thing I had to do when I had the cranium. I had to watch how I took a shit.
Yeah.
Because if you had to strain, it put pressure up here and delayed the knitting of the bone. And Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Well, I had that problem with the hernia too, was that, if it didn't come easily, it was pushing that bulge out further.
Yeah. Well, even now I know to get my fingers in there and press before I do the whole shit. And I know that doesn't solve the problem completely, but
yeah, I was doing that too for over a year, that I had to hold my hand over it anytime.
Yeah.
Every time you go to the bathroom. That's what I mean, that not good to put it off, but
I'm not looking forward to eating strained tomatoes for 3 months after abdominal surgery,
Yeah.
Hey,
good
people,
old low residue diet.
I've got to do a thing, okay, because I haven't eaten all day. And it's now 11:15 at night, at my time. And,
that's about right.
I was going to eat a sandwich, but a weird person sent me a link to a stream, and so I've been here for 6 hours.
Yeah.
Yes, 6 hours.
Yep.
My word, yeah, we started streaming at noon, and, noon my time, and it's now 17 hours here.
Yeah. Kind of 11:15. So this is not meant with disrespect, but I do have to go because I'm very hungry.
Yeah, I know.
Oh,
if you haven't eaten anything, you need to get something in you before you have to go to bed.
You want some foozle stuffs.
Oh, I don't go to bed, but I do need to eat. But this has been enjoyable and very fun.
Well,
and
I'm loving having had you around.
Me.
We're going to have to do this more often. You know that, honey, right?
Yeah, that famous last words. Never, ever invite me to your streams because I will kill them. Watch the viewer count go down when I join.
Well, we've been pretty steady at 6 or 8. Yeah, so
yeah, your presence really didn't change it any.
I don't know how to take that, but whatever.
Well, the problem, Rick, is getting to.
I really do have to go.
Okay. Yep. We'll catch you later.
Okay, sweetness, you be good, okay?
I'll catch you people later. This has been joyous. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Well, thank you for coming.
Okay. No problem, anytime.
Yay.
It's been a pleasure.
Okay, so another one bites the dust.
Yep.
So there's, let's see, 2 of us and 2 cats. Or is Semi-Son not in your lap at this point?
No, he is not wanting to be in my lap because I keep putting drops in his ears, and he is not liking that.
Oh my.
I have to. He's got a bit of an ear infection, and I have to put drops in his ears 3 times a day now.
Eek. Yeah, I don't know how this one would react to any of that stuff. I know she didn't like it when I tried to give her a flea bath.
Yeah. I'm hoping that, after a couple of days, maybe if his ears don't itch so bad, he'll get the idea that's not such a big deal. But because he was at the point that I really think he got the ear infection because he was scratching his ears so hard.
Okay, then. Yeah.
After his claws being in the litter box, I think he got stuff in his ears that way.
Moo. Yeah, you. Yes, this is a lap. What do you want up in here? I bring you up in here and you're going to say, I want to go down. The cat always wants to be where the cat is not.
Yeah, so I am feeling bad that Sammy is feeling he needs to hide from me now, but I can't explain to him what's going on, but we have to get taken care of.
Moo. Yeah, and that's the other thing we have to do, isn't it, little one? Yeah, I've found another reason to put this stuff off a little bit, because no, I called the Animal Friends or the Animal Protective League or whatever you want to call it. And their recording indicated that they were doing curbside vet service, and I'm hoping that we could kind of hang on a little bit and they'll start doing the walk-in stuff, but with my luck, no, I'm going to have to go curbside.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Well, yeah, that's here too. It was all curbside that, they send somebody to get the animal out of your car and they bring them back out when they're done.
Yeah, well, there's my problem here is that, it's all Uber. Yeah, I actually downloaded the app and I figure out how I can pay and tip these guys. What I didn't know was that you could actually tip them on the credit card. I never have cash. Were I to have cash on me, I'd spend it, more quickly than I spend my available credit. So, yeah, I'm all set with that. So I can do the trip up there. And I suppose that I'm a little more, I have a little more freedom in when I can do this. Maybe it can be a little bit chilly and I can still do it, that I'm not doing a bus thing. But I'll give it 2 more weeks. I'll call them again. If they're still doing the curbside, then I'll just have to do the curbside. That's all. Yeah, 1st of July, I'll call them again.
Yeah. Yeah, at this point, it's hard to predict anything, and unfortunately, we're likely to get hit with the second wave, so you don't know when it could start getting worse.
It may already be starting, that second wave, yeah.
Yeah, well, depending where you live, that's in some areas it has already started.
Yeah, because, was it Kate that was saying it, or was it somebody else? Georgia and Florida.
Well, that's what I was saying. Trouble. Yeah, from what I'm hearing from Florida and Georgia, that they're already getting, a noticeable increase in new cases again.
Mm-hmm. And, where were the big protests? Yeah. So you're going to end up, very likely, with some rising numbers. In your little corner of the world. I was amazed at how few problems there were in Greater Pittsburgh. Now they did overreact to whatever problems they might have had. I mean, nothing at all like Minneapolis or like let's see, Seattle or any of these other hotbeds of horrible things. But yeah, we had the curfew for most of a week because somebody broke a window or something like that. And what are you going to do? That's in the past. You know, the curfew is no more for now anyway.
Yeah. Well, and that's what surprised me was that nothing happened around here. That they didn't go to having curfews or anything.
Yeah, that is really, really amazing. Yeah, because I know the geography and I know where you are in relation to Minneapolis, and it's like, gee, that short distance, it didn't spill over that far,
Yeah.
but I guess it
Yeah,
didn't.
like I say, we're about 75 miles northwest of Minneapolis.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're essentially a suburb, really.
Yeah. Well, I know people who have driven nearly this far to work in the Twin Cities. And there probably are people who do it because it is a straight shot down 94.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I can't see doing it, but I know there are people who have, had 2-hour commutes.
Oh, yeah, I used to have a several-hour commute to work, but I only did it once a week. So, what, honey? What,
I did have one job that I had a 2-hour commute each way, but I was only willing to do that because the work schedule was 3 12-hour shifts, and then I had a 4-day weekend every week.
Okay, then. Okay. Yeah, because for a
So
while.
for 3 days, basically, I didn't have time to do anything but work and sleep because the rest of it was taken up driving back and forth. Or actually, I was on the bus back and forth then.
Okay, then. Yeah, there was a period where on Monday I would drive into Cleveland Hopkins International Airport, get on a plane to Atlanta. In Atlanta, I would change to a plane to Spartanburg, South Carolina, pick up the rental car, go to the job site and work. Friday afternoon, I would reverse the procedure, come home, kiss the wife, rinse and repeat. Did that for most of 6 months. It was kind of the what do you call the people? You don't call them stewardesses anymore because they're not limited
The
to
flight attendants.
Thank you. That's the word I'm looking for. They knew me on sight. You know, we were all on a first name basis and everything. That was kind of neat. But yeah, it was. I think I've told stories already where they said, "Hey, we know you like coffee, and you much mind go. You know, when you want coffee, get your own." And this way we're free to take care of other people. And say, oh shit, no problem at all. Try to do that now. You know, here I am, I'm getting up out of my seat, going to the galley, pouring coffee, coming back. No way it happens now.
Yeah, well, I had a friend of mine, his partner was a flight attendant on Northwest.
Okay.
You know, so that, he used to be able to do things like that. And basically, fly free in the jump seats if they weren't overbooked.
Okay, then.
But yeah, again, it's like, they can't do anything like that anymore.
Oh, man, because, well, I don't know that I want to do any more flying anymore anyway. I mean, number one, I'm a tranny, and I've heard too many stories from especially the trans women. And then I don't know with the whole virus thing anymore that I want to go through any of the flying.
Yeah. Well, even before the virus thing, and I don't have the issues you do, but the one time since 9/11 that I flew, getting through the airport was a nightmare.
Mm-hmm.
Just because I got flagged for the security check, just because my last name is not my birth name.
Oh, yeah, and the whole name change thing, as you said at another point
Yeah.
that you go on a list when you get a name change. And of
Yeah.
course, I've had one of those as well.
Yeah, so they pulled me on a line. They stuck me in a holding pen for 2 hours, and then they did the whole patting me down and everything.
Yeah, it's
like, I don't want to go through that shit again, and I can imagine it would be that much harder for you.
Yeah, because I've heard stories about the whole groping and the humiliation and everything else.
Yeah.
And these come from credible sources. And so I don't want to go through that shit. I wish I were, stinking wealthy where I could afford a P-51 and the hangar and the flight lessons and the avgas and everything. And take the machine gun out of one of the wing mounts and put the luggage in there and then fly wherever I want to go in this World War II fighter.
Yeah.
Turn a few heads, Put blanks in the 20 millimeter cannons in the nose and just strafe the airport. Oh, my word. But no, I'm not that wealthy. Nowhere near. Never will be.
Well, I didn't like flying in the first place, and
Oh, man, I absolutely loved flying. I really did. Always wanted a window seat. Would always grade the pilot on the landings, especially. And I've landed in almost every condition imaginable, where you had to leapfrog another plane at the end of the runway because the tower wasn't doing it right.
yeah.
And lightning strikes, maybe a couple miles ahead of the plane, and immediately, right down to the runway. Landing in crosswinds. Oh, that's always fun. You're doing one of these and then white knuckling it because God, the way it feels when you're is like some roller coasters.
Yeah.
And but still, I loved flying. Pisses me off. I really can't do it anymore.
I'm just always worried about, who did the maintenance on this plane, and, were they like upset with somebody when they did it? Did they really check everything properly? I'm just too aware of all the things that could go wrong, and I'm just not comfortable trusting that when I've got no idea who was responsible for it.
There you go. And then there's the story I saw posted, news article. Some Japanese lady, for good luck, tossed coins into the air intake of...
I've heard of that, yeah.
Yeah. And it brought the plane down. Oh, shit. It's like, God.
Well, or even that, how often have you heard about a bird getting sucked through and an engine burning out?
Oh, absolutely. Bird strikes, yeah, they're more common than people realize.
Yeah, well, and I know that's part of the thing, like with the commercial airliners, that, like they've got 3 engines and they can afford to lose one, and it doesn't really affect the plane's cruising speed.
Mm-hmm. It might affect the handling a little bit.
Yeah.
If you've got one of the planes with an engine under each wing and then one in the tail, you lose one of the wing engines, then you're working to keep it on a straight line.
Yeah.
Other than that, no big deal. But yeah, those.
Yeah, but the plane's still gonna maintain enough forward momentum that's not gonna fall out of the air even if one of the engines goes down.
Mm-hmm. Oh my! So yeah, about the only way I could do Faithless Forum is to drive out there at some point, and now you're talking about a good deal of money, because I know it's more now, because the $100 a day was in 2017. I rented the car for well, not exactly 100. I rented the car for 10 days and spent $800 just for the car.
Yeah. Well, and that's I was looking at myself, and even having the car, I was already calculating the drive down to Texas and whether or not Faithless Forum was something I could do. And obviously, with the move was not even a consideration for this year, but
yeah, you've got to have all that extra time because it's going to take you at least 2 days to drive down there from here.
Yeah.
And then 2 days to drive back, of course. So you've got to have the car for that period, and then you've got to have the lodging. Because you're not going to sleep in the car. It's not very comfortable.
Well, I did do that. The couple of times that I drove between Minnesota and New York.
Oh, okay.
I did just sleep in the car.
Yeah, I suppose if there's a friendly neighborhood Walmart, you could do that, but they actually allow in many of them overnight camping.
Yeah, well, it is Walmart's corporate policy that they kind of promote that, which is probably the only good thing I can say about Walmart. But
pretty much, yeah. Well, the only good thing I can say about the Walmart around here is that it's close.
Yep.
I can walk there in 15 minutes, and at a leisurely pace. It's less than a mile away. Well, you were there.
Yeah.
And yeah. So I would have to calculate what it would cost to go to Faithless Forum, where I can do a really quick one. Okay, 2 days down, 2 days back. So that's 4 days for the car so far. And then depends on what you're doing and how long you're doing it, because if you end up taking the trip to the ACA and all that stuff, that's extra time. The Faithless Forum itself is, I think, 2 days. So if you just do that, that's 6 days. Let's say 600, just for the car. And then, okay, the way I would end up doing it would be a night to sleep somewhere. So that's what, maybe $70 or maybe 50. So that's another 100. Yeah, you're talking well over 1,000 already, and take a little while to save that up.
Yeah.
Like one of those deals. I might have to whore out the cat. Yes, Sylvie, I'm talking about you. What? What do you see?
Oh, she's on the printer behind you. She's hunting something.
Yeah, I see her doing that, because that's the interesting thing about having the two cameras pointed that way. I can see what she's up to when she's back there. Yeah, you.
Yeah. When Sammy does things like that, I usually figure he's after a fruit fly. Yeah, that there's something flying around that's too small for me to see, but he sees it.
Yeah, I was going to say she sees all sorts of things I don't see. Next thing that's going to happen is she's going to go to the window, and there's going to be this face out there in the storm, that Twilight Zone movie thing or whatever the hell it was.
Yeah.
Chez de Bertranda.
Where is he?
What are you doing in the side chat there, Stool? I don't know. Well, that was about 20 minutes
That was when
ago.
He went out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, nobody's posted anything in the side chat for a bit now.
Yeah, I see. It says 6:28. That's 12 hours off. Oh, Lord. I'm going to eventually have to. I hate to think about it, but I'm eventually going to have to think about food myself. Damn. And this is the thing. I've got to get up to the local gym, try to find out what they are doing. I know it's severely restricted, etc., etc., etc. But I've got to get to the point where I increase my motion and increase my calorie burning, because simply cutting back on the food isn't doing it anymore. I've hit that wall at 205 again.
Yeah, that was a nice unexpected bonus here. Is just on the second floor, just down the hall from Sloth Girl's apartment. There's just a common area, little room there that they've got a treadmill and an exercise bike in there that anybody can use.
Oh, wow. Yay. Yeah.
Yeah, so, that's especially good for her that sometimes she can't get out, but at least she can go use the treadmill to get a bit of exercise.
Move beef. Yeah, because they're already doing stuff at the local Planet Fitness, and I see one of the signs they have, the things we're doing about the COVID and everything else. And yeah, no
Well,
way.
she's waiting for the YMCA to reopen to get a membership there so she can use the pool.
Okay, yeah, I wouldn't mind something like that, but the closest swimming pool would really be the one at the library in Homestead, and that's a good trip. The one that I could use all year anyway, and that's probably very, very severely limited right now. Because there's a gym attached to the library. We're not getting any of the public pools. They are all closed for the entire fucking season. They're not even thinking of opening them for half of the season. Because,
well, here the stuff's been closed down, but they're talking about reopening it sometime soon. They haven't given specific dates.
Yeah, back in March when this thing first hit, Pittsburgh said, okay, we're not opening the pools. So they don't have any of the personnel hired or anything like that. They would have to hire the personnel. That would take a while. And by the time they got all that done, it'll be, like mid-August. So, just fuck the whole thing. Which is too damn bad, but what are you going to do, I guess? I just wish I could have a little kiddie pool in the yard back here, but it's a lease violation to do that. Insurance.
Yeah.
And the other people in the building don't understand that, and they do the thing anyway, but they don't get evicted. Lord. And were I even to think about it too loudly, I'd be out the door like that. Well, were you here when I talked about the entry doors? I always complain about the doors front and back that are locked.
Yeah.
And the people have been propping them open. So the management put signs on the doors, for your own safety and security, close and latch these doors every time. How did I see the sign? On one of the doors that was propped open.
Yep.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I'm afraid to close the door whenever it's propped open because I don't know that I'm not going to get myself shot over it.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Even the building in Michigan we lived at, they were having a problem with that same thing, that people were propping open the security doors, and the management left notices about it, but didn't really change anything.
And I know why they're doing it. I really do. Because, okay, they go out to sit at the picnic table or whatever it is, and they're wearing clothing that doesn't have pockets, so they want the door open, or not everybody has keys, and they want the door so they can get in and out. When I went to the picnic table to do the grilling the couple of times that I did, it was like, I've got to go out and get a fanny pack one of these days. But that was the first thing I thought, rather than I've got to prop the door open. I carried the keys out with me on my finger, I had it slipped over there and on the same table with the grill, and I know the keys aren't going anywhere because I'm watching them. And how difficult is it, really? But I guess it's just too difficult for some people. Oh, well, Vonrick made some food while listening and got to eat without making noise on mics. Yay!
Well, like I say, I've for some reason been waking up ridiculously early, so I had a couple of hours before you came on today.
Okay, then. Yeah, well,
I
that's
can't figure out why, but it's like between 6:30 and 7 every morning I'm awake now.
that's been happening to me. I've been getting up early, and I don't understand it because I'm not a morning person at all.
Well, and
But
it's like even mornings that I don't get to bed until 6, by 7 I'm still awake.
move beef.
And, you know, I can't really do anything before 9 o'clock in the morning because I can't be making noise.
I was going to ask noise rules and stuff like that, or at least being kind to the other
Yeah.
people around there. Yeah.
So it's like I've got 2 hours in the morning that I'm awake before I can actually start any of my projects.
Move beef. Oh my. Yeah, I actually bought 8 pounds of burger patties, loaded up the freezer with them, and barbecued a few of them, or not, grilled a few of them. I've had 4 so far on two separate occasions, 2 and 2.
Yeah, I saw on Twitter that you said you were out grilling one day.
Yeah, and there's corn in the defriginator. That's right. I need to eat the corn before it goes bad.
Yeah.
I mean, for a quarter an ear, how can you lose, right? I like corn.
Oh, yeah.
I could eat corn, 3 meals a day or whatever. And I'm amazed that I can actually eat the stuff. Because I wear dentures, and I'm amazed that I don't lever the dentures out of my mouth when I'm trying to bite into the corn. But I've been pretty good with that. So, okay. I can do it. I can take that. Tisha Matanda, whatever that meant. Oh
Yeah.
my, oh my, oh my, oh my. But I figure what I'll end up doing is next week. Well, I need to get some kitty toilet, and what I think I'm going to do is just get the small container, the 20 pounds or whatever, and I'll get the whole shitload of kitty stuff in July. I'll just get the kitty stuff as I need it and carry it home and do that sort of thing. And then in July, when I get paid and I have a couple bucks, I'll get 70 pounds of kitty litter and 50 pounds of charcoal. And, we can just, hire an Uber and come home with it.
Yeah.
Oh, such is the life. Yes, it is. And then maybe another tree can fall down next to me. Oh, shit. Yeah, I don't know how many of you saw my post about the tree that fell. I was standing where that tree hit the ground not 2 minutes before it was blown over.
Oh, I didn't realize you were that close to it when you were out there.
Yes, that was the last time I grilled. I made some hamburgers and corn. And I was talking to one of the kids that was in the other building, standing out there on the concrete, whatever it is, and everything else. We were talking about stuff, and then it starts raining and starts blowing up. So I thought, okay, let's get inside, and so we don't get wet and everything. Go over to the picnic table to pick up some stuff to go inside with it, and I'm hearing crack, crack, crack. Oh no! Boom! And there's this tree on the ground right where I was. Oh man, carpenter ants. Oh.
Yeah, I saw the pictures on Twitter there.
Yeah.
I say that the house that I had lived in St. Paul, the house was completely destroyed from an 80-year-old cottonwood.
Oh
that
my.
The carpenter ants did that too when it came down in a windstorm.
Okay, then I'm not sure what kind of tree this was. It was not one of the oaks, happily. That would have been a mess.
Yeah. But... Well, this was just it was a huge cottonwood. It was literally like 3 feet in diameter.
Ooh. Okay, then.
And it's like, it was a good thing I had just a couple of months before, I had finished re-roofing the house.
Okay, then.
Which turned out to be a huge project because I had to reframe it all because the carpenter ants were in the framing and the roof.
Oh, great.
But if I hadn't done that, if the roof hadn't all been reframed, that tree would have come all the way down and it would have killed my stepdaughter.
Oh, fun.
But because I had just reframed the roof, it managed to hold the tree so it stopped 3 feet above her bed.
Oh, my word. Talk about close calls, kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh my, oh my, oh my. Well, the house that the ex bought, it was a flipped house, and a tree was brought down onto the chimney during a windstorm before the flipping work was done. I guess it's how the guy got it cheap or something. And he rebuilt the chimney. Didn't do that great a job on it, but I'm not going to tell her. He made his money back, let me tell you. Yeah, he bought the house for maybe 20,000, put 50 cents worth of stuff into it, and sold it for close to 50.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that was something that when the house flipping was a big thing. If I had had the capital to be able to buy a place, I could have made some good money on that because I could do almost all the work myself.
Well, that's the whole point of flipping, yeah. And that's why this place is so badly flipped. I mean, you could tell it was amateurs doing the work.
Yeah. Well, I had a couple of houses I was hired on that people were doing that, and it was actually kind of difficult for me because then they just wanted it to be done real cheap so it looked good, and they didn't care about the quality.
Yes.
And it's really difficult for me to do that kind of work.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you go down to the basement of the house that she bought, they put the floor jacks in. The posts that are like you can extend them to 8 feet, and then you had the screw jack on the bottom. That's what they used that to support the girder, the main. Do I have the name right? The main thing that goes down the center
the floor
of the
joist
house with all the joists connected to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you just don't do that, guys. Really, you don't. You put in something a little more permanent. But oh well. And then the walls. Oh God, the walls leak. The basement walls. And they did one of those. There's a brand name for it where you cut the trench in the basement floor around the perimeter, and you let the walls keep leaking.
For the drain tile.
But the trench allows you to direct it to it. Shit. She paid $47,000 for the place, and it's like, this isn't worth $47,000, but I'm not going to say that. The layout is nice, but no, the place is shit. And within the first year and a half, I think, she had to replace the furnace. That was about $3,500.
Yeah. That's about the only part that I couldn't really do myself is actually, I could even replace the furnace. I just can't do the ductwork for the heating and air conditioning. And that's more a question of needing specialized tools.
Yeah. Well,
I could do the sheet metal work if I had the tools for it. But
with that particular arrangement, it was they didn't have to do anything with the duct work. They just put the new furnace on a pedestal and sidled it up to the manifold. What the heck?
What?
Okay, I was hearing voices. I guess it's somebody coming in the outside door. Yeah, because I have my living room window open. It's just a screen,
Yeah.
so I hear everything. And so does the little one. But
Yeah, it's same here. I'm on the ground floor, and
yeah,
so I get the street noise.
it was. I had to do some thinking about where I wanted to be. I had my choice of first or second floor. The second floor was more secure because nobody could climb in the window. But then again, getting the bicycle in and out, first floor is better for that. I mean, I went with the first floor and it's been okay, but I still wonder every now and then, would it have been better to go the other way? Because how little I'm able to use the bike.
Yeah.
I'm not,
Well.
I'm not a kid anymore. I can't take the hills the way these kids can.
Yep. Well, I've got an air conditioner installed for almost the first time in my life. Just because on being a ground floor apartment, I can't leave the windows open at night.
Yeah, my thing is, all of the units have central air. If you want, I mean, a place this small, you want to call it central air, but yeah, the problem is I can't afford to run it. Oh, I checked it out and it worked out both ways. When I first moved in that first summer, I tried the air conditioning for a day. And then when you were here, I ran while you were here, and it worked out both times to about $5 a day.
Yeah.
And I don't have the extra 150 per month. Really, I just don't.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I'm still waiting on the next electric bill to see how much the air conditioner is going to cost me here. But
move beef.
most of the time, if it's not getting too hot, I've just I've got a bar in the window, so it can open a little bit, but not enough for somebody to push their way in.
Okay then. Okay.
That it can open about 5-6 inches.
Okay then. Yeah, because no. As long as somebody could jump up to the window opening, it would be no problem to go through the opening. Because it's significant enough.
Yeah, that's where I am here. Is that the windowsill is only about waist high.
Okay, because for me, the outside windowsill was closer to shoulder height.
Yeah.
And I mean, you can actually see into the window. I'm sure that there are people who have noticed that I have more than most of the residents do. And it might be an idea. Okay, let's help ourselves. It hasn't happened yet, so I'm happy about that. But yeah, wherever I am, I'm as bad off as I am financially, I'm always the rich one, and I'm always the one that they come to for money. Can I have 50 cents for bus fare? How far are you gonna get on 50 cents when bus fare is $2.75?
Yeah.
Oh, there was one person when I first moved in here, knock on the door. Can I have $10 for dog food? And it's like, hey, I have the little one to feed, okay? Really, I'm not a savings and a loan company here.
Well, and that's I've got the car, so I've only had to use it once when we had a problem with the car. But there's actually a decent bus system around here too.
Oh, better than I can say about this neighborhood. Yeah, there are some of the neighborhoods in Greater Pittsburgh that have excellent bus service. This isn't one of them.
Well, St. Cloud has 2 sizable college campuses.
Okay, then.
You know, plus a technical institute that's as big as a lot of colleges.
Okay, then. So it's technically a college on its own. No, that's bad. I know. I will be over there, way over there. Uh,
Well, that was one of the things, you know, kind of looking at different areas that I figured that this would be pretty good because the college town thing generally suits me. It generally tends to have the kind of, you know, support stuff I need.
mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, that's one of the reasons I like the layout of this place. It reminds me of the kind of housing that the upperclassmen would rent when they didn't want to live in the dorms. Uh, you know, where I went to school, you were required to live on campus if you weren't a local in freshman year, and then you could go wherever you wanted. Um, but yeah, some of the places that you could rent were kind of nice, really, and this building is reminiscent to some of those places. Um, but it's just its placement. It's not convenient to anything.
Yeah, they've got kind of an interesting system on the buses here. That the buses basically run in a big loop that goes right past the front of our building and goes down to a mall and a shopping district in the adjoining suburb and loops back around.
Oh my, okay.
And basically, they've got two bus routes that take the same loop in opposite directions.
Okay, yeah. Move beef. Um,
So yeah, even without the car here, it really wouldn't be a problem to get to most of the stores.
yeah, here is terminal hub and spoke. Um, to the point where if you're not on one of the spokes,
Yeah.
good luck.
Yeah,
You
well,
know, anything
that's how
crosstown sucks.
that's how the Minneapolis St. Paul buses run. That basically you've got to take a bus into downtown regardless of where you're going.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I live on one of the very, very few, I think it's 2 or 3 crosstown routes. And service is once an hour. And to get from one terminus to the other is on the order of 3 hours. You know, where to drive it, it would be maybe what, half hour, or maybe a little bit more.
Yeah, that's what I got used to in Minneapolis, was that it was generally an hour and a half, 2 hours, regardless of where you were going.
Mm-hmm.
You know, whereas if you had a car, it was like 20 to 30 minutes.
Yeah. I was talking to one of the bus drivers on this route. For some reason, I'm able to strike up conversations with bus drivers. I don't get it. But the guy said that, yeah, this particular route started life as, I think it was 3 or 4 routes that got welded together end to end.
Yeah.
Which is why it is so circuitous, circuitous or something. Circuitous.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, you double back on yourself so many times and everything else, and oh my word. But what do you do? I mean, at least I can, on good days, strap the bike to the front of the bus, go to a nearby neighborhood known as Edgewood, get off the bus, get my bike off the bus there, and then I can bike wherever I want to go.
Yeah.
The problem with that is it defeats the whole thing where I saved a shitload of money with the bike in the first place. I used to
Yeah.
roll the bike out of the apartment, go wherever I went, without paying bus fare. But here now I have to pay the bus fare to get to where I can start biking. And it's, oh, Jesus, so well, what are you going to do? Um,
Yeah, I used to ride the bike a lot when I was younger, but I couldn't really do it now.
yeah, this is really, really hilly here, as I think you remember. And I can't do it.
Yeah. Well, that's when I was in New York. There was no way I could do the bike because we were living on the side of a fairly steep hill.
Mm-hmm. But easy am I not to knowing. Maybe if I can figure out a way to hide a little bit of income so I can pay the bus fare, it wouldn't be too bad, you know. Just strap the bike to the front of the bus and go where I want to go. And yeah, because if I go into Edgewood, then I can get downtown easily enough, and if I go into McKeesport, I can get into Homestead easily enough.
Yeah, well, and here I think the standard bus fare is like $1.25, and if you've got a senior or a disability card, you do it for half price.
Oh my
So it's only like 60%
word.
for disabled.
Okay, now we have the half price card. As a matter of fact, I have one of those. On the half price card, the fare is $1.25. The full fare is $2.50.
Yeah.
And I have to wonder what you get for your $2.50.
Well, and I think in Minneapolis it's about $2 for the standard fare too.
Moo.
You know, and I think there is like an extra quarter or something surcharge during peak hours.
Okay, because what they'll do here is there's an extra quarter if you don't use the plastic card. You know, you can have the plastic card and you can put money on that card and then go, you know, bink on the card reader. That's $2.50.
Yeah.
If you pay in cash, it's $2.75.
They've got something like that here too. I'm not quite sure about the fares here because I haven't had to use the bus since I've been here.
Moo.
Guess I only had to use it one time because one time when we went out to eat, had a problem with the car not wanting to come back.
Oops.
So we had to take a cab home, and you know I had to figure out what was going on and take the bus back out to the car the next day to bring it back here.
Moo. Yeah, I can't wait to find out how much it's going to cost me to come home from the Walmart with the cat litter and the charcoal. I mean, simply, you know, I'm not complaining. I'd simply like to know how much it's going to cost to do the Uber thing.
Yeah, at least it's a short distance, so it shouldn't be too horrible. But
Yeah, it's about a mile.
yeah, I don't know if they've got a minimum fare for short distances or what.
Couldn't tell you, but I'll tell you, I suppose that even if it cost $10, it would still be kind of worth it because, you know, it would be easier with the cat litter and everything.
Yeah, when you've got so much bulky stuff you've got to bring back.
Yeah, because then, you know, I could get the 35 pounds of cat litter in one tub, and that does a couple of things. Number one, I don't have to make so many trips, and another thing is you save the tubs, and you put the used cat litter into an empty tub, and then toss that whole damn thing into the dumpster, instead of, you know, trying to carry a plastic bag out there and hoping the bag doesn't rip on the way.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my, oh my. Oh well, what is to doing for to into unto?
Yeah.
Is in my agfu. Uh-oh, are you falling asleep?
Yeah, running down for a bit, but
Oh, yeah, that's too.
guess I don't have any predictable sleep schedule. I don't never know when I'm gonna be awake or asleep at this point.
Well, I mean, if you need some sleep or some food or anything, don't feel bad about saying so, because
Yeah.
I mean, okay, this is I've been streaming for 7 hours.
Oh, stool's back.
The old days are back again. Yeah, all right. Were you ever on any of Don Michaud's after shows where he would
No,
go
I don't know
at
who that
least
is.
8 hours? And then there was the one time, we were just being total dicks. We talked him into a second 8-hour shift and then a third. He ended up doing a 24-hour after show, and it was, oh god.
Yeah. Well, there were a few with you and me that we did 8-hour ones, and I
yeah.
think one of them we were up to about 10 hours.
Yep. I mean,
And then, then I've done 2 of the relay marathons that we just were like each doing 2 hours and then passing it off to the next channel.
I mean, it was getting to the point where Jeff asked me one day, are you trying to outdo movie night? Because, this is when there were the 8 to 10 hour after shows. And, movie night was running about that long for each of them. Oh, God.
Yeah, well, I was in a couple of the movie nights that it got around 8 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely a few of them that, it was starting at like 11 o'clock at night and was still going when the sun was coming up.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and then it would continue beyond the closeout time there. I mean, there were times that I would
I didn't get to see the behind-the-scenes stuff back then.
Oh, man.
I never got to be on the panel until after Jeff was gone.
Okay. Yeah, because there were times I didn't get to bed until, like noon. After having started up at 11.
Yeah. Well, and that a big part of why I haven't been in the movie night much lately is that between my chats and that I got into co-hosting with Black Sofa, I'm running live streams 3 days in a row there, and then movie nights at the end of that. So it's like, by the time it gets to be 11 o'clock Friday night, I'm kind of burned out on being online.
Yeah, and I got the people at movie night. Hey, you got to come back more, Diana, and a whole bit like this. And it's like, if I could just stay awake.
I'd like to be on more. In fact, I try to give away my Wednesday afternoon chat to somebody else, but unfortunately, again, mostly it's because of the COVID thing screwing up everybody's schedules and everything that they weren't able to take it.
Yeah, I don't know how long this whole thing's going to. Oh no.
No, he's back.
There goes the neighborhood. How you doing, sweetie?
I just had to come back because I've eaten.
Food, Gloria.
Food is good. Food is our friend. We should have food every day.
I agree with this, yes.
I have to keep reciting that to remind myself, otherwise I'll forget to eat for a couple of days.
I wish I could do that. I used to could do that, but not so much anymore. I mean,
for me, it's mostly with the hyper focus thing. That and I haven't been able to do it for a while now, but I used to hyper focus that I'd be on a project for 20 to 30 hours that I wouldn't get up except to go to the bathroom and refill my water bottle.
Yeah, that sounds familiar.
And then I would go like 30 hours straight, and then I'd crash and I'd sleep for 8 or 10 hours, and I'd get up and do it again. So, I would go more than 40 hours there that it wouldn't occur to me to eat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there were a couple of times at home coding recreationally, working on some program or something. And as you say, you get up, you go to the crapper, or you get up, you get a cup of coffee, you come back. And then there was one point at which I got up and I felt dizzy. Grabbed the chair, sit myself. Why am I dizzy? Oh, I haven't eaten in 3 days.
Yeah.
That was literally 3 days that I was sitting there doing the work.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah, for me, it was mostly when I was doing a lot of writing, and it's like, I kind of miss it because I've got all the stories in my head now that I'm not getting a chance to write them out.
And what's really bad with a situation like that is you do forget stuff. Where did I want to take this plot line? I forget anymore. I had a clear idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and that was a big part of it for me. It's like while I was doing the landscaping, that I was physically very active, but it was stuff I didn't really have to think about. Once I learned my routine.
Move.
So it's like I was on my feet for 8 or 10 hours a day, walking around carrying the equipment, but I didn't really have to think about what I was doing. So then it's like, all the characters are running the stories through my head and didn't have a chance to write them down.
Yep.
Because it's for me, writing fiction is more like I get to know the characters, and after a point, I don't feel I'm writing it anymore. I feel it's more like the characters are narrating it to me.
Oh, move beef. Yes. And that's when it starts to become fun, where the plot goes places you never thought it was going to go. And,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's also how I came up with the story I don't want to finish, but.
Oh my god.
The main character is an utter psychopath, and I don't want to see where that's going.
Okay, then. Oh, boy, moi. Yeah, I want to get back into systems again, but then
Yeah.
again, at the same time, I don't. I have the idea, but it's going to take a shitload of work. You know how you have the tags that go on audio files, and you have the title and the artist and all that other stuff.
Yeah.
I want to extend that such that I can do a decent job of tagging formal music. So you can have things like the type of work, symphonic or solo or that, and then you could have the movements tagged. But the thing is, writing the tags and doing the tag editor is only the beginning. You also have to modify the players to read that shit.
No, that's a thing already.
With some of them.
That's a definite thing, yeah.
Yeah, the tags are out there. There's just not enough of them.
I think if you look at platforms such as, I don't know, iTunes or whatever, you'll find a very lot of descriptive words about the kind of thing that you're listening to.
Okay, then.
Might not work everywhere, but they are a thing. And they've been a thing for a very long time. But I guess it depends what people are using to listen to the music or
Yeah, because remember now that the taggers and the tag editors and all this stuff were written, if you'll excuse the phrase, they were written for the kids who mostly listen to popular music, which is easily classifiable. It's okay, like genre, artist, year.
Yeah.
And it's almost pretty much all you need. Whereas I'm looking for something that sounds like what the announcer on the local classical, as they call it, station would, okay, this is one of the Baroque pieces in this particular style, and the whole thing, 90 different tags going on to search through.
Well, there are some of the programs that, like you can enter the name of the album and the artist, and they can go to sites online and they can pull down most of that information without you having to type it in.
Yeah, and some of it's really annoying too because it's not formatted the way I like to
Yeah.
format things. Yeah, because whoever got the damned idea to catalog first name, last name? You don't catalog that way. I learned how to index when I was in grade school. They actually taught that shit.
Yeah.
Last name, comma, first name, okay? And there were other
Yeah,
little
well,
rules.
I learned the card catalog system for the Dewey Decimal System at the library.
Mm-hmm.
So that's, that was the format I learned to do everything in.
Yeah, and I actually kept my own card catalog for a while. I actually, back when I was using Dewey. Um, well, my library, I mean, you've got to have it cataloged in a format like that, otherwise I can't find anything.
Yeah,
Now I'm
well,
using,
that's my problem is I'm not that organized, so I generally don't know where I put anything.
yeah, these
And
days
it's
I'm
like when
using,
I'm trying to put a project together, I can't figure out which folder in my computer the stuff is in.
oh my. Yeah, these days I'm using Library of Congress. It's a
Yeah.
finer classification system than Dewey, believe it or not. I quit Dewey when
Yeah,
the numbers
it
got too
took me
long.
years to get used to it. I wasn't happy about having to make that change, but I understand it.
Mm. And then there's an online site called Library Thing where I have my catalog there, and anybody who wants to can look at my catalog and say, "She reads that shit."
Yeah,
Oh,
if you ever had your video catalog someplace, we had talked about that you definitely have some stuff I'd like to get copies of.
I keep forgetting. Yes, 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 yes. Oh God, so I've got to do it.
And that's like you've told me about the volume you've got, so I'm sure you've probably got a lot of other TV shows and movies I'd be interested in.
Now I've got we were talking about it earlier today, the Monty Python catalog, and then let's see what the heck else do we have?
Yeah,
A
well,
lot
the
of
Monty Python, I have the TV show and the Holy Grail on DVDs.
Okay, so I don't have to do that for you because that's basically what I've got.
Yeah.
I've got both Cosmos, the one
Yeah.
Sagan did and the one Tyson did.
And I never saw the one with Tyson. I would definitely like to see both of those again.
Moof beef, and then I forget. Are you able to easily burn? I guess they call them ISO files to disk, or play from an ISO file.
I think I got a player that can play ISO files.
Oh, great, great, great. Yeah, because everything I have is stored as a master, as one of the ISO files.
Yeah. If I don't have one, I'm sure I could, download the software somewhere to do it.
Yeah, that's the nice thing about this thing is that things like VLC, they natively play the ISO files, and I can just do that, and everything's fine. Whenever I feel like playing a documentary, not too long ago, I did the one that Terry Jones did on the Crusades. I was, I hadn't seen that in a while, so I played that. And
Hasn't he just died?
Yeah.
Just to bring this down.
Did we lose Terry Jones now too?
I think he died, yeah.
Let's see here.
I think he had either had dementia or Alzheimer's.
Okay, he died in January.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 21 January 2020.
They all keep dying on us.
He didn't quite make it to, let's see, let's get the age here. He didn't quite make it to his birthday. Okay, he didn't quite make it to 78. Because he was born 1 February 1942 and he died 21 January 2020.
That's still quite young, though, isn't it? 78.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Maybe it's not, but most people live a little bit longer, don't they?
A little bit. I don't expect to make it much longer than that, if I make it at all, because I didn't take very good care of myself in my younger days. And
No, well, most of us made mistakes, but
Yeah.
you know, my mum is now like 94 or something,
I'm
and
not going to
she's.
make it to 94. No.
I don't
Well,
want to make it to 94. I can't be asked.
I've got the weird thing that I didn't really expect to make it past 25, but given that at this point I've got a better than average chance of beating 100.
Yeah, all that smoking I did didn't do me any good. I will say that, because I smoked for
You know,
47 years.
that's an absolutely filthy habit, which I still do, and yeah, not good for you at all.
Yeah,
Well, on my mother's side, most of them lived well into their 90s. On my
Okay.
dad's side, they tended to die young, but it either was alcohol or accidents caused by alcohol. So there's no way to tell what an actual natural lifespan would be on that side.
Totally
mostly.
coincidentally, this is a random coincidence, but we were talking about New York City earlier and the TV programs. Well, my radio is now playing the theme tune to Saturday Night Fever,
Yeah.
and the
Oh,
opening
yeah.
thing from that, I still love it.
Okay.
I-
Yeah, and Diana here, I was just checking that the movie player I've gotten like is GOM player, and it does support ISO files.
Oh, perfect. So it's just a matter of getting the stuff to you. What I probably would end up doing is uploading it to my web server and then giving you the links.
Yeah. Yeah. GOM player is one I'd recommend. It's a nice freeware program. You know, it's one of those that, hey, if you like this, send us a donation.
Oh, yeah. Okay, fine.
You know, so anybody can download it for free, and you don't have to pay for it, but
Yeah,
you send
honor
them whatever
system
you
and
think
all
it's
that
worth.
stuff. Yeah.
Slightly weird, is it not, that we've gone from living in a world where we can stream anything we want, and now we're going back to using fucking ISOs and CDs and DVDs.
Well, yeah, mostly it's for the stuff that was produced years ago that they're not carrying on the streaming services.
And that's
That
most
you have
of
to
what I
find
like.
somebody who's got a private library.
Yeah, because I mean, the stuff I've got, nobody carries. Nobody knows about most of the stuff I have. One of my favorite items in my collection is the Discovery Channel wings. Not the sitcom. This one is aviation history. And I had the presence of mind to record the episodes as they were played on the Discovery Channel back in the 90s, back when Discovery Channel was good. And I've
Yeah.
got
Oh, yeah.
something like 90 episodes. Each of them, most of them were devoted to a single aircraft. Some of them were devoted to a type of aircraft. But I love that shit. And
I haven't watched Discovery Channel, and obviously we have our own version of it over here. I've not watched it for a very long time. I'm going to assume that it's probably as shit as the History Channel.
Yeah, for
Oh,
the last
yeah.
20 years it has been.
Yeah, I really haven't done any Discovery or History Channel watching in, oh Christ, I would say at least 20 years.
Yeah, and it is something that really gets me, because it's like through the 1990s, the History Channel was my default. That's what the TV was on if there wasn't anything specific on.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, just how History Channel and Discovery went off the deep end, and it's like, you know, a friend was
History
telling me
Channel-
about the Discovery Channel having these ads for this new Dinosaur Hunters show, and it's like, no, I've already heard about that. I'm not watching it.
Yeah, it sounds like History Channel. History Channel is now basically, oh, let's talk about this conspiracy theory about aliens and Hitler.
Yeah.
There's no history there.
Yeah, even when I got away from watching History Channel, my ex was already calling it all Nazis all the time.
Yeah, well, for a decade or more, it was being called the Hitler Channel because that's all they ever played.
Yeah, well, I was lucky or unlucky enough to be receiving the History Channel in the mid 90s, 50 years after the end of World War II. Yeah, and it's where all the Nazi stuff came from, and the um,
There, there
Japanese
could
Army
be,
and Navy stuff.
as I remember it, there could occasionally be something good on History Channel, but very few and far between.
Right.
You know, I do like watching things about history, obviously, and World War II. And there were actually some good things on there. And one of the things that I remember, it sounds a bit rubbish, but there was you know, you've seen the old films that Eva Braun filmed at his big place in the Alps and what have you, all the archive footage, and they had an expert who could read lips, and they put the voices to Hitler's mouth.
Oh my.
Yeah, and that was interesting in a scary way. I mean, there was nothing important learned from this whatsoever, but it is kind of interesting to kind of hear what he was actually doing during those films, because Eva Braun was very into her filmmaking. That's how we've learned a lot of things about what happened, because this is a stereotype, but like all those people, all the Nazis, they recorded every damn thing they did.
Yeah, and I've got a couple of those. There was one show called Good Morning, Mr. Hitler that had a lot of the home movie stuff and everything that Brown probably shot. And yeah, there was a lot to be seen there.
She did lots of filming, and in those days, let's call it a cine camera, if you like. That was a really expensive piece of kit because that was future technology.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they were being produced in such small numbers that, yeah.
People didn't own such things.
No.
So
no,
it
would have cost most people like a year's salary to have one.
Oh, yeah. But she was so into this hobby of hers that when the Allies stormed into that place in the Alps, they found all her films, and we've learned a lot about him, the H person, from those films.
Yeah, and
I'm really not meaning to turn this into a Hitler conversation. I'm so sorry.
No. In historical context, nothing wrong with it.
Oh my! And then.
But yeah, I remember a couple of the shows that the History Channel used to have, and you know, one of them I liked was called History's Mysteries.
Yeah.
And then they had another one that was something about the Smithsonian, that basically it was just like going through all the storerooms at the Smithsonian Institute and looking at all the stuff that never got put on display.
There's a good one that I've seen. It probably might not be History Channel, and I think the series is called Hidden Structures or something like that. It's about buildings or structures that most people don't know exist anymore. And so you've got a lot of things from the Soviet Union, huge, massive buildings, complexes that nobody knows about, where they got up to really bad things. Same in Germany.
Yeah.
And there's a wonderful one. It's World War II again, I apologize, but there's a wonderful one about the hidden underground, they're not bunkers, they were missile silos, but on a huge scale, that Nazi Germany was doing. Totally hidden. You would never. They're still there, but you would never see them.
Oh, are these the things that were dug into the caves where they were hiding the V2s and all that shit?
Oh no, this is much more. No, much better than this. These were underground.
Ooh.
And these are huge structures, because you know that you had, I forget the guy's name, but whatever. They employed all these slave labor to build all these things for them on mammoth scales. And these things were underground, and from overground you would never know they were there. But if you could see what the actual structures were like underground, you'd go, oh my God, thank God this never happened. Because what happened, the British people, you're familiar with the dam busters, are you? Does that mean anything to you?
No, wait a minute.
I'm not sure what that
Is this the missions over Kiel, etc., with knocking out actual dams and bridges?
Yeah, that's the one. And
Yeah, okay.
the bouncing bomb.
Yeah.
So the British people invented this bouncing bomb that would bounce on water and destroy this dam.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, the same people, the dam busters, if you like, also did other missions that we're not all necessarily aware of. And one of their missions was to destroy this underground place. And I'm not tinfoiling. You can look at the documents, you can see the photos, and they obliterated this place before it got to do what it could be capable of doing. And what it could be capable of doing would be horrendous. I mean, we're talking not V2s. We're talking big, serious fucking shit.
Yeah, well, the Germans were definitely trying to develop intercontinental missiles.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely.
It was Hitler's dream to bomb New York and get the U.S. to lay off.
So back to the original point, which I've just hijacked from you. There did used to be some interesting things on these channels. Every now and again,
Yeah.
you could actually see something that you didn't know about before.
Yeah, there was some actual educational programming, but they kind of abandoned that to just go after the sensationalized stuff, which is all speculation and no real research behind it.
Which got them views, yes, but I mean the stuff was all vapid. It was worthless.
Pointless, absolutely pointless shit.
I was starting to see some of it about the time I quit everything, when they're doing stuff on the Knights Templar and the whole Holy Grail thing, where Mary Magdalene was supposed to be carrying the child of Jesus to Avignon, and it's like, what the fuck, man?
Yeah, that's not history. That's just bullshit.
Yeah, that's poo poo. Is many much to poo poo. And they eat the poo poo.
You said it way much more politely than I did.
Yeah, you see. Fortuito antu. Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my word. Okay, so wait a minute. If we're doing this right, there's Bing Bing Bong, and then there's two more people. Yeah, okay, there's the three of us and two more people watching this stuff. Are we going off the rails, or what are we doing here?
Well, as far as I know, we've still got Von Rick and probably Doorknob Head in the side.
Well, there you go.
Some of the fascinating stuff that I enjoy is the things about the old Soviet Union that we never got to see, but now you can. You can now go there. You can see the video. You can walk around and what have you.
Yeah.
And that stuff fascinates the hell out of me. It really does, because it was always secret for decades.
Do you know about the channel called what is it? Bald and Bankrupt, or Bankrupt and Bald?
Not familiar.
This guy from Britain. I think he lives in London full time. Does a lot of touring around the old Soviet Union.
Oh, okay.
Looking
All
at
right.
this, that, and the other, and everything else. And yeah, he does a lot of the sites in. You can look at an old Soviet hotel and see how they were built, and he tries out Soviet
Yeah.
food, and many times with his little girlfriend in tow. Yeah, so it's vacation time definitely.
That
Um,
stuff is so fascinating because of the fact that it was secret for so many decades.
Well, I've always been very interested in the World War II stuff, especially the navies.
okay then.
And
Mm-hmm.
actually, a lot of that stuff has only come out fairly recently
Oh yeah,
because, among other things, the British monarchy had orders that sealed a lot of the records until 50 years after the end of hostilities. So it wasn't until the mid-90s that a lot of the information became available.
that's fairly standard because we've got a place called the National Archives, so you
Yeah.
can, if you're allowed, you can go in and look at all these old documents that go back literally hundreds of years and read things. But a lot of them go into that place and they're classified because how our system works is an official secret is going to be secret for about 100 years. You basically everybody involved has to be dead before you can talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
And so that place is absolutely fascinating, reading the old documents, the old memos to, for example, from our Prime Minister at the time, whoever that might be, Churchill, to your president, that are now declassified. You can read them.
Yep.
In their own words, what they were saying to each other. That stuff fascinates the hell out of me.
Yeah, I put the link to this guy's channel in the YouTube side chat if you want to pick that up. I doubt anybody else is listening because we're down to 3 watching, and that's probably the 3 of us.
Yeah, well, if we've all got the YouTube open.
Yeah, it's oh now there's 4. How do you like that? Yeah, because it's oh god, it's 7.5 hours that we've been doing this shit. All right, the old days are back. Oh, now we got 5. Okay, there you go.
This has been a long stream.
Yeah. Not my record yet, but I think I've gone 13 hours.
Oh my god.
I'm not prepared to do that again. No.
It's very easy to lose track of time.
Oh well, that too. Yeah, especially the audience here tends to lose track of time, and good for them, really. I mean, they all hang around for hours and hours, and it's great.
I don't know whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, because if you're having a chat with somebody and you lose track of time, I guess that's a good thing, is it not? Because it means you're having a nice fucking chat.
Yeah, you're having a really nice chat, and you're sitting and you're talking, and next thing you know, it's Thursday. Really,
All we need now is to work out how to make this fast forward to 2021.
Oh my, I want. Yeah, that would be really nice.
Let's just delete this year.
Yeah, this year is lost. This year's a lost cause. I don't know how far into 2021 it's going to go. I'd really like to.
You guys have got to get through November, isn't it, for you? November?
Oh, the fucking election, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
that's going to be scary.
That's basically it for me. That I normally have a convention that I do in October. Not making plans for it. I don't know if it's going to be safe to stay in a hotel then.
What do you do?
It's a gaming convention.
Okay, tell me more. What do you do?
Oh, just a bunch of people getting together, all sorts of board games and card games.
Oh, okay.
The one in October is kind of interesting because it's It's hosted by a LGBT group.
I don't think we're very into that kind of thing that you people do, the whole convention thing. I know they happen, but I think you people are more into that than we are.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of them that happen in the U.S. for all sorts of different things.
Yeah,
A
well,
lot
this
of
is
them, are like science fiction and anime conventions all over the place.
yeah, this is a geographically large country, so it's difficult to get people together on a regular basis. Somebody in Boston and somebody in Los Angeles are not going to see each other every weekend or every month.
So the convention is more of it's a shared interest, but it's also getting together in a meeting place.
Yeah,
pretty much.
Yeah, it's getting people, from all sorts of different states together.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wish
Basically, getting everybody together in a hotel for a weekend to do whatever you're interested in.
I wish I had the money to do it anymore. I used to do it all the time when I was a member of Mensa. I used to go to their weekend conventions, and my wife and I would do maybe 14 or 15 conventions in a year. So you're talking about more than one a month, definitely. And
now, see, just my social anxiety, I could not do them that often.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, we did not take a week off from work as a vacation the way a lot of other people did. We took Fridays. And, you would go to the convention Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then you'd back to work on Monday again. And, you would do that much times during the year rather than taking a week off and, cutting the lawn.
So it would be a weekend event.
Yeah.
That's okay.
And then there was the big convention. You had the regional gatherings. That was Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Then you had the annual gathering, which was Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, sometimes Monday, depending on where.
Yeah. When I do the gaming conventions, they're usually like, Friday evening and then Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah. We would go Friday afternoon, and they'd start coming in about noon, that sort of thing, and then and then the fun would start. And I miss that shit, but I don't have the dues, let alone the cost of going to a convention.
You're talking about doing it once a month would be way too much for me. It's like having like 3 months in between would be probably about the closest I could do them. Generally 2 or 3 a year is about my limit.
Okay. And then, of course, this was back when you could do an RG for 300. If you went yourself, you'd fly there, the convention, the meal package, Jesus Christ, you can't leave the house for 300 anymore.
Yeah, generally it's over $100 a night just for the hotel, and that's not counting the meals and the travel expense.
And that's with the cut rate. Yeah, the discount hotel.
I don't know if this is a difficult one for me because I get why you do it. I really do. I understand why you enjoy doing these things. I totally get it. Obviously, as you've said, it costs a... Who can afford to do these things anymore?
Yeah.
Well, we were in the mid-'80s making, the two of us together, we were making $40,000 a year. So for us, it was no problem.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, and for me, it's usually, at least having Sloth Girl was, so at least we were like splitting all the costs in half.
I'd kind of like to do it.
So yeah, it would be a couple $100 for a weekend vacation is what it comes to.
Mm-hmm.
As much as I would like to do it, I don't know what I'd do. I'd do I'd do something Star Trek-y.
Plenty of those.
That would please me.
And then the
But
thing
at the
with
same
us,
time, in my head, I'm thinking, well, what do I do when I get there? Because I just walk around by myself and look like a dick.
well, not necessarily. I mean, back in the day, I formed enduring friendships
Oh yeah,
through these things.
I usually come back with a bunch of contact information with people that I gamed with, and
Mm-hmm.
we
Mm-hmm.
email back and forth through the year and meet back there again next year.
And I'm doing this at a time when I actually wrote letters on paper back and forth.
Yep.
Email wasn't a thing yet. In
I remember paper.
Well, and now that I'm close enough to Minneapolis again, which is the main convention I do every year in February,
okay then.
I can I used to 10 years ago run an event there every year, which was basically doing miniatures battles with everything made of Lego.
Oh yeah.
Just I would stick two conference tables together and cover this entire 4 foot by 8 foot area, completely covered in Lego landscape.
Something I have yet to do. I've never made a Lego stop animation film.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things that I think everybody should do it.
Oh
yeah. Actually, that was one of the things I was saying earlier about my wish list having everything gone. Was there was a software package for doing stop animation with the Legos that I wanted to get, and it's like when I finally had the money to get it, it's not available. So yeah, I need to find the camera software to do some stop motion animation.
Back when I was in high school,
I'm going to really piss you off now, Purple. I'm going to piss you off because I don't know whether I don't tend to show it very often. Famous last words. But I can do things like that.
Okay.
Without the software because I have a rather nice camera.
Well, before I didn't have a camera, and thanks to Neil, I now have a decent camera. I've got the Logitech 920, which was Neil's old camera he sent me.
Oh, okay. I know the camera you've got. Yeah, I've got 2 of them.
Yeah. Yeah, so now I've got a decent camera. I don't have the software for it.
Oh my! I might have to scrounge around here. I might have the software that came with these guys, and maybe.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've got the basic software for the camera, but I don't have for the stop motion stuff.
Oh, whatever the hell that meant, I have no idea. But God, when I was in high school, there were a group of us who did stop motion work with an 8mm film camera. That was shitloads of fun.
Yeah, I did that too when I was a teenager. I had a Super 8 movie camera, and I did some stop motion animation, using the Star Wars action figures.
Yeah, because the one I really liked was one of our number sat on the ground with his hands out like so, pretending to be driving a car, and we had to going around the neighborhood, around a fire hydrant, and up this way, down that way, all and stuff. And God, that was a lot of work because you get him set up, shoot one frame, then he's got to move forward and you shoot another frame, and you have to keep everything more or less aligned so it doesn't look like going all over the place like this. Yeah, there's a lot of work to it, but it's fun. Oh my God, it's fun.
Yep. Yeah, it was interesting using the action figures because, like, the Star Wars ones, the arms and legs on those were stiff, so I had to cut them all, and I had to stick wires in so that they would bend at the knees and elbows so I could pose them.
Oh my. Yes, it is very moo. Definitely, definitely very moo. Oh my god.
So
Oh
yeah,
Lord.
I gotta just kind of play with the camera, and again, I never finished getting this place organized, but I've got the materials now to build a green screen.
Okay then.
So
Whoopee.
then I've got to figure out how to use that. You know, I've got the
This
basic concept, but I haven't tried to do it yet.
I've
this
lived.
sucks massively because I've got all the gear, but I don't use it. And I wish I could just give it to somebody, but that's not possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've lived here 2.5 years. I still don't have the place straightened up.
Yeah, well, my old place I never got organized because I didn't want to be living there, so I never really settled in.
Moo.
This place it's going slowly because I'm trying to get everything set up just right because I'm working with the attitude of I'm going to be here at least 10 years.
Okay then. Yeah, I. Deixa metrando balcão capatianta. Okay. Boy.
Oh yeah,
This is those
his
were the
camera
days.
equipment.
Those were the days.
Yep.
So yeah, my big boy is very good.
Yeah. Yeah, I've just got a little palm-sized web camera, but if I've got decent software, it should be able to do everything I need.
Now, is that onto tape or is that digital?
That uses what we call P2, letter P, number 2.
Okay.
That's a digital recording format.
Moofy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, something that I don't know of here anyway.
No, you wouldn't know about it because it's a very nerdy professional thing. But yeah, that's my boy.
But you've got the skills to use it, so.
This is true. Yeah. Actually, I haven't because I broke my shoulder a couple of years ago, so I now can't fucking do it properly.
Yeah, but maybe I can pick your brain about some things because my big problem is I am such a novice at it that I try to watch the instructional videos in that, and it's like I don't know the vocabulary, so I can't even follow what they're talking about.
Okay, I could help you. Or I could try to. I don't know.
Yeah, because I don't have any background in photography of any kind. So I need to start with that. I need to start with, kind of a glossary, and even a 101 level is kind of above me. I need something just really, really base.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. If you want to learn something, as I keep fucking saying, there's nothing wrong with not knowing something and wanting to learn. I think it's what we all need to do.
Yeah, it's just, finding something that starts at the level I'm at. Because it's like most of the stuff I look up, and it just assumes that you have some previous knowledge of the subject.
Oh, you'll be fine. As long as the easiest way to learn something, if you don't understand the words or whatever, is to just get your hands dirty and learn.
Yeah.
By yourself and make mistakes, and that's how we all learn, isn't it?
Yeah, and I'm kind of feeling that when I've got my whole wall unit finished, that the desk that the monitor is currently on, is just an area I'm just going to keep clear that I can, use that for model assembly and such.
It's kind of nice now, anyway, that you can do things digitally. Unlike not all that long ago when it cost you all kinds of money to do film work. And you had to buy the film, you had to process it. Usually do it yourself if you wanted things done the way you wanted, and if you wanted the subject matter you wanted, and let's not go into that. And now you can do anything you want, really, and do it at home, and everything's fun. Oh God, I wanted a dark room when I was a kid, and never allowed to have one.
You wanted
I
a what?
actually,
You wanted a what?
A dark room.
Oh, right. Okay. That's
Yeah.
cool.
But
I actually have a little problem with doing everything digitally because I kind of have some kind of conceptual block that like I don't work well with like drawings or anything that's two-dimensional. I need to have, physical objects, 3D models that I can turn around and look at from different angles.
Moo.
There's nothing. I don't think there's anything wrong with wanting to do things the old-fashioned ways. Let's just call this old-fashioned for the sake of argument. There's nothing wrong with having a dark room. My gosh, I would love one. No.
Yeah.
Well, I have
Because
neither the space nor the money. Yeah.
Oh no.
Well, that's why I want to
me.
do. Yeah,
No,
do things the old way with the stop motion animation.
there's
that
a
I
lot
can,
more.
build 3D models with.
There's a lot more ingenuity and creativity involved rather than just hitting a key.
And there are things that you can do with film that you simply cannot do with GIMP or what's the one, the commercial one?
Photoshop.
Yeah.
There's-
Okay.
One of my favourite documentaries ever. It's a British one from like 1982, and it's about the making of Empire Strikes Back, I think it is, and they're showing you how they did this. And by today's standards, you show this to a kid, and they'll go, "What the fuck am I? What is this?" Because the level of painstaking detail and time that it took to create something that you could now do within a couple of seconds on your laptop or even on your phone.
Yep. Well, and it's something that a lot of the fans will really jump on me for, but if you really look at it, Star Wars, even the original trilogy, they really weren't great movies. They were good movies. They really weren't great movies. It's just in the 1970s, those were mind-blowing special effects, so we didn't notice all the plot holes.
Oh, well, I mean, if you're talking about the stories, that's a different thing.
That's what I mean. The writing is only mediocre.
But the special effects for the day were absolutely mind-blowing.
Yeah, well, I was a teenager when those came out, and I saw them in the theater just as they all came out. And it was all sorts of that stuff of how did they do that? And,
but if you ever, you'll remember, when was it? I can't remember, in the 90s or whenever it was that Lucas decided, okay, these 3 films, I'm now going to remaster them and make them modern. And he added all the CGI and cleaned the original film up and whatever. And they were shit, to be honest.
Yeah, I only saw The Empire Strikes Back in the remastered version, and just based on that, I was not interested in seeing the other ones redone.
They were very shit, but if you can find these things online, but if you can ever see the original trilogy as it was shot before it's been cleaned up and etc., it looks really bad by today's standards.
Yeah.
But I maintain it's still a classic, so you can't win on this one.
Oh yeah, no, they are, and it's like, I can appreciate classic films, for what they were when they were made. I still like the original Godzilla films from the 60s and early 70s. It's like, it's a guy in a rubber suit stomping on a model, but it was still cool.
But if you think about the days when Star Wars originally was made, and there was no CGI, so every damn thing you see on the screen had to be made with people's hands.
Yep.
Even the most simple visual effect ever would have taken days and fucking days, and
Yeah.
I kind of admire that.
Oh yeah, and it's just like just a few minutes of a ship flying through space. Like you say, it would have taken them more than a week to film.
Diana is so bored now. Doing Star Wars.
Always very.
I think the classic example for me is, I've said it before, but the original, what we now call the Star Wars crawl, the opening titles.
Yeah.
Everybody can do that on their fucking phone these days. But how they did it originally, fuck me. That's dedication. It really is. Absolute fucking ingenious shit.
Amazing, isn't it, Amiga Nuts?
Oh, is he still here? Does he
Amiga
ever
Nuts
sleep?
just got back and it's the stream is still going. Yeah.
Yep.
Eventually I'll have some dinner, but
If you're not familiar with this story of how they did I'm sure you people know this, but if for anybody who's actually listening to this nonsense, if you're not familiar with how they created those opening credits or titles for Star Wars, Google it, look on YouTube, because we can all do this now within 2 seconds on our phones. But in those days, a crew of 25 people and a big fucking camera and all kinds of shenanigans. That's the kind of stuff I enjoy. So I don't think you're wrong for wanting to have a dark room.
No, and like I say, that's the stuff that, I saw the movies in the theaters and I watched all that stuff, when they would do the TV shows of the making of Star Wars and that, and that's what really inspired me. And that's what I was, playing with at home in my bedroom with the Super 8 movie camera was, building the plastic models and trying to get them to look like they're flying around and shooting at each other.
Maybe that's why we don't. Maybe this is one of the reasons why we're all shit as humans, because everything now is super easy.
Well, and it has its place, and there's certainly it's a new media that some people can do serious art with. There certainly wouldn't have been any way that they could have done like the Jurassic Park movies without all the CGI.
The documentary that I watched, it was about the second Star Wars film, and it was also about the first Indiana Jones film. And so they were showing how they did this. And I haven't watched Indiana Jones and whatever that film is called for, oh God, I can't even remember. But it would amaze you how basic it was to create the things that we saw. I think you could probably watch that film now and think, okay, we're used to this, it's CGI, but it fucking wasn't. It was little models and matte painting, if you're familiar with that term. Painting on pieces of glass and all sorts. I just went on a total nerd. I'm really sorry.
He's got a wire. I can see the wire right there. It's a wire floating around.
Esto Vetrini. Well, yeah, Fonrick. I mean, eventually I'm gonna have to say, fuck this. Oh my, oh my, oh my.
I'll tell you something, Diana, this is record-breaking stream length.
Not for me.
Not for her, it isn't. And actually, if you go back to some of my midnight chats when I started it, I still did some around this length, but
yeah, I've been known to go 12, 13 hours. Not that I'm suggesting it today.
although I think it is a Diana thing, because I think the only ones I did that ran this long were because she was in there.
Okay, then is the thing for you? Yes, sir. Oh my word, my word, my word. Yeah.
I don't think it actually matters, does it? If nobody watches and everybody's happy,
Yeah,
who
no.
gives a shit, really?
Oh my God, I'm old. Did you know that I'm old?
Yeah.
I'm not buying it.
Come on, I'm older than you are, dear.
You're one of the few people in this community who is, though.
Yeah.
Not many.
I always have to tell people I'm older than I look. Oh my. Because I'm amazed that there are people who think I'm 50.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go. I'll keep my gob shut.
And then I'm not sure she's full of it or not, but then there's Hissy who thought I was 42.
Yeah, you know what? People think I'm Scottish and that I'm a lumberjack, so who fucking knows?
You're okay.
Yeah, you know, if you don't make me do the math, I don't remember how old I am.
Yeah, it's best not to think about it.
You know, I have to figure out what year I was born and subtract to figure it out, but well, it doesn't really matter. You know, if you're old enough to buy your own booze and too young to retire, nothing in between them really matters.
Yeah, well, I'm pushing that last one.
So who was that person that was on earlier?
Say again?
Who was the person that was here earlier? I wasn't familiar with them.
Kate or Mom NATO?
The person who had a bathroom issue.
Oh, that was Tornado.
Okay.
The younger guy.
Oh,
yeah.
And why were you talking about Cabal? I'm guessing you guys don't dabble with this, but why were you talking about Cabal Space Program?
It's something he likes to run a lot.
Yeah, he loves that game, and
it's not a game. It's not a game.
Oh no,
it's a simulator for grown-ups.
There you go. I mean, there is a mode. There is a game mode, but yeah, I never play the game mode. I do the simulator mode, the sandbox. I haven't done anything with that in a long time.
A simulator for grown-ups? So I could simulate being a grown-up since I haven't figured out how to do it for real?
Yeah, pretty much.
I think it's released next week.
Yeah, but because Tornado likes Kribble, everybody does.
Well, yeah, I have seen other people. You know, I've seen you can do some cool stuff with it, like you say about the sandbox mode.
Mm-hmm.
It is very cool. You know, if you've got a brain that understands maths, or math as you people would say, it is very fun. I'm really shit at it, but I enjoy it. I'm so unbelievably shit. Seriously, my rockets are rubbish.
Yeah, I'm guessing that it's probably somewhat similar to playing pool, so I'll probably suck at it. You know, of having to figure out the math for the trajectories and everything.
Well, that's
Yeah.
not all as difficult as it sounds. The game does a lot, or the simulator does a lot of that for you. The problem I have most of the time is building a rocket that'll get me where I'm going without being so fragile it breaks apart in midair.
But that's part of the fun,
Yeah.
because as you know, if you need to build a rocket, it's got to be big and powerful, but it's also got to be not too heavy to leave the Earth's atmosphere. And that's the challenge.
Yeah.
It is a cool thing. It really is. It's a nerdy thing. I get it. It's nerdy,
Yep.
but
What I've got to
It's a
do is pull out the other simulator out there, the one called Orbiter.
oh, I've got that. Oh, I used to have that.
Yeah, that runs under WinShit. Because I actually do have a WinShit system for a couple other games.
Oh, what are you on now?
Say again?
What are you on now?
Linux.
Oh, I did not know this. Okay.
Yeah, I've been running Ubuntu for quite a long time. I've been running Linux generically for 20 years.
That's cool. I do not like Windows. I use it when I have to, dual boot kind of thing. So I'm a Mac person.
Moo.
But it's not too dissimilar. I mean, OS X is basically Unix, so
Yeah. It's basically, I'm trying to remember, NetBSD with a proprietary kernel, if memory serves.
Yeah, apparently Vonric plays Kerbal too.
And there's another version coming out, KSP 2.0, which I guess is supposed to be a whole lot bigger and better with better graphics and stuff. I don't know if that's the case or not. I don't know when it's coming out or if it's already out or what the hell it is.
it might already be out.
I expect I would probably wind up not so much making spaceships as lots of impact craters.
Move beef.
But you can do that, and that's the fun thing, because when you crash your spaceship or whatever you're flying, you can plant a little flag that lives there forever to say that that's where you crashed.
You could plant a cat. Yes.
Yeah, I
It is
think my
good.
solar system would run out of places to put the flags.
I might ask, I'll add this to my Amazon wish list that I haven't got. I would like to play KSP2. That would be nice.
Now, what does get annoying is when you do some of the missions well beyond Kerbin. Even to get to Kerbin's second moon, I'm trying to remember what the name is. The moon closest in is Moon, and then there's the other one that's further. To get out there, you've got to set up the transfer orbits, and the timing gets weird. So now it behooves you to have one of those automatic trajectory calculators and everything else, and then run the thing at
It
high
can get
speed.
very complicated if your brain
Yeah.
is not really into the numbers.
Well, it's one night I was watching somebody live streaming that about slingshotting around the first moon to try and put something in orbit around the second one.
Mm-hmm. And okay.
The best I got, I once managed to launch a satellite from my rocket. And
Okay.
it was a shit satellite because it didn't do its job properly. It just basically did an Elon Musk and just fucked off into the universe, never to be seen again. But if you're into this game, you know, I'm fucking boring you people so much. If you play the game, you can add certain devices and pieces of equipment to your space equipment, and so you can receive messages back from your satellite. that's really boring, but I like it. It's kind of cool.
Now, what I would do a lot of when I was playing it quite often, um, I flew Mercury missions, which were easy. It's just, put it in orbit and let it circle around. Ranger missions, Surveyor missions, Gemini missions, Apollo missions. That was the fun part. Building the stuff to fly Gemini 7 and 6, for example, or to fly a lunar landing mission, that sort of thing. Well, I'm all about lunar landing. I mean, that was my birthday present, but besides that.
Oh, hey, guess what day I was born on?
Pepperante?
I just did a bit of TMI there, so let's delete that one.
Oh my.
Yeah, the moon landings were very sexy. Very much so.
Well, what was really, really not, well, everybody fucking knows this, but I was born 12 years to the day before the first grand lunar landing. So that's why I dearly love 11. I know that 17 did a whole lot more science, but my heart is with 11.
Mm-hmm. I used to enjoy watching, when you had your shuttles and
the flying coffins. Yay! Yeah.
And you could watch NASA live and you could see them doing the maneuver to dock with the ISS. Used to love watching that. I mean, this is not exciting television for most people, but I kind of enjoyed it.
Well, I remember.
Oh, no, yeah. I followed that stuff.
I fondly remember when the three networks would cut into the regular programming to air in anything that had anything to do with the space program.
Mm-hmm. That was when people were interested.
Yeah.
Whereas now nobody is.
Yeah, which is very, very sad.
But do you not think that the new thing that's just gone up to the ISS, will that not excite people?
No.
I don't think it will either, but...
Yeah, only a small minority.
I do like that rocket. That is one sexy motherfucker. That really is.
Mm-hmm. Now,
do you remember Thunderbirds?
Say again?
Thunderbirds. Was that a thing?
Yeah, the marionette series.
Did you get to see that?
Yes.
Yep. I remember watching that.
And Fireball XL5.
Yeah. When I see this thing land, that first stage when it lands, that just blows my mind. Because it's like watching a weird 60s fucking sci-fi thing. My head still can't understand it. Watch that damn thing land. It's amazing.
Now, what's got me wondering, though, is you've got SpaceX with the Dragon to go to the International Space Station, which isn't going to last that much longer.
No, it's
and
limited
there's
shelf life.
nothing to replace it.
Say that bit again. What was the last bit?
And there's nothing to replace the International Space Station when it finally reaches the end of its life.
No, and there never will be. I don't think... there's never going to be a thing like that again.
Yeah, for one, there's nothing to get it up there.
There's nothing to get it up there.
The space shuttle to get these sections up there, to get them bolted together. We don't have anything that'll carry that much anymore, and I don't know that anything is planned.
There are some private companies that are looking at space tourism. And there's even one company that is talking about basically building an orbital hotel sometime before 2040.
Have you ever seen it in real life? I don't mean the ISS, obviously, but a space shuttle.
I've never
No.
stood next to one. No.
Not a space shuttle. I have seen some of the old Apollo equipment in museums.
Oh yeah. Part of my trip to Chicago was a pilgrimage. The Museum of Science and Industry has Apollo 8.
Yep.
They have Gemini 12. They have Aurora 7. And there were the people there at the Museum of Science and Industry, just looking and saying, why is she crying?
You know what? I would totally love to do that. I think we've got something, I can't remember from the top of my head, we've got something in the British Museum. I forget which part of Apollo legacy it was, I can't remember. But I would so love to see something real, up close. I know you can go to look at the last shuttle. You can go and have a look at that and play with it if you like, but I can't afford that. But
I mean, I got really, did I mention really lucky? I got to see Columbia, the Apollo 11 command module, twice.
Oh, that is so cool.
Once at the Air and Space Museum in Washington, D.C., and of all damn places, here. Columbia came to Pittsburgh for a month. And a friend of mine gave me a call and said, hey, Diana, do you want to see Columbia? And I said, what? It's here on loan from Air and Space. I said, oh, God, sign me up. And
that's so fucking cool.
The day we went was also the day that the author of Neil Armstrong's biography was giving a talk. So he got to sit in and listen to that as well. And yeah, it was, oh God, that was amazing. It really was. I mean, just.
You've still got talking about the old places in what is now called Russia. They still have theirs.
Wait a minute.
Their version of the shuttle.
I thought that I thought that the building it was in collapsed on it. No.
I think one did. I think they have. No, I think they've got 3. They're called Burans.
Yes.
I think they've got 3 of them. Could be wrong, but don't know. Theirs would have been better. Just gonna piss you off, Americans, with that one.
Okay, so you got the egg thing over here with the og thing. Yeah. Okay, I went to the font of all knowledge here. They're only talking about one. But
maybe I've got it wrong.
I thought they were building another one. That's the thing.
But theirs could actually fly.
Yes, and it did. It completed 2 orbits in one mission. Okay, and I'm going to do this correctly, and I don't care if it's not PC. Buran completed 1 unmanned space flight in 1988 and was destroyed in 2002 when the hangar it was stored in collapsed. Yeah, I thought it was totally destroyed.
Could be true. I don't know. I'm working from memory, but theirs was really cool because it could actually fly as opposed to the shuttle, which was a brick. But theirs could fly. It was like a proper thing from the future.
Yeah.
Also, it was remote controlled as well.
Yeah, which is something that was not done with the shuttle, and I really wish it would have had a remote control capability, because one of the things I don't like is putting a crew in the very first flight of a spacecraft.
No, that's
With
not a
all
good
the
thing.
shit that can go wrong, you don't want anybody in there when it does.
No. Here's a fun fact for you. You remember when the first shuttle disaster happened?
I was watching it. Yeah.
I was also watching it, yeah. It's one of those things that sticks in your head. I think it was 1986.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This is a totally random, pointless fact, but it removed one story from the news because somebody died on that day. I'll give you 2 internets if you can tell me who died on that day.
Está loco apostando.
That's the one.
Yeah, okay. Now, I'm trying to remember the exact date. It was in January of '86. Let me get the date.
You'll never get it because it's so random and niche, but that was the day that L. Ron Hubbard died.
Ah, da Brozhnie. Okay, 28 January 1986. There we go.
So that was very convenient for that particular cult because the story was buried that their Messiah had died.
Wait a minute. I'm seeing who's got an og food here.
What?
I see this one. The Challenger blew up 28 January of 1986. L. Ron Hubbard died 24 January of 1986.
Oh, okay. I apologize. But anyway, it did bury the story anyway for a few days because everybody was looking at the disaster, whereas all the cult members were not aware that their Messiah had died. I'm going on a random Scientology rant here. I don't know why. I've no idea.
Now, if I remember correctly, there was something that was kind of relegated to the back pages of the news because of something that was ongoing that day. Allegedly, if I remember this correctly, on July 18th, 1969, Senator Ted Kennedy drives his car off a bridge on Massachusetts' Chappaquiddick Island, which, the accident results in the death of passenger Mary Jo Kopechne. What else was happening July 18th?
I don't know the answer to this. I'm familiar with the Chappaquiddick thing, but what else was happening on that day?
That was flight day 3 of Apollo 11.
Oh, okay.
They hadn't landed on the moon yet. That would not be for another 2 days. But they were on their way there, and it was all over the news and everything else, and it kind of buried Chappaquiddick.
Oh, I see. I get you.
But he was a good Kennedy, screwing around. Cost him a presidential run. You have to give him that.
I'm really very fond of that old film, or that clip of film, where the guys have landed in the Atlantic in the module, and the ship picks them up, and Nixon speaks to them whilst they're inside their module.
Yeah.
And they stand up to salute inside the module, but you can't see them because the window is too small. That's
Yeah.
one of
Well,
those
two
little
of them were
moments in
active
history
duty
that is
military,
hilarious.
so they had to. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna have to let you go for a while. I need to close my
Well,
eyes for
I'm
a bit.
probably going to end up closing this down pretty soon. Yeah, because we've been at this for 8.5 hours.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is bad. This is really bad. You've got to stop doing this. This is so bad.
Well, I keep thinking we were gonna wind it up, so I could stay to the end because it was gonna wind up soon. Yeah, I've been thinking that for about the last 3 hours. So
Move beef.
that's about when Kate left, right about 3 hours ago.
I think maybe.
Gonna-
Yeah, she's on
Gonna
the
have
air
to get
now
a
again
timer.
with.
Get a timer so we can see who wins, because Diana is now in second place to me. This is, I think, about 8 hours or something. I don't know.
Well, I've been streaming this particular stream for 8.5 hours.
Yep.
Okay.
Now, you
Big
came in a
respect to
little
you
later.
for that one.
Say
I
again?
don't know how you've done it.
Let me tell you, it ain't easy. You have to stay awake. That's the way it works.
Yeah.
Oh my, oh my. Yeah, those are the days when you just say, okay, Sunday's shot. We got the show.
Yep.
It's a good thing I don't have part 2.
Yeah, I was supposed to get some pieces sanded and painted today, but that's not going to happen.
Oh, but hang on a minute. What about the after show?
There you go. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. I wouldn't mind having a piece, but no, I'll be over there.
It's been fun. I've enjoyed it.
Well, I've enjoyed having you, sweetness. Both of you, sweetnesses. And
There's
yeah.
nothing better than polite people.
Well, and I think Von Rick stayed with us through the whole thing.
Pretty much.
He's been here since the beginning.
I don't know if you stepped out for a little while or, what can I tell you? Yeah, I think you're the longest tenure of all of them in the side chat there, Von Rick. But it's moo. It's very moo. What am I talking about? I have no idea.
I think the secret is to this longevity. It's politeness and the ability to listen to other people. That's the secret. None of this silly arguing and
Amiga's here. Okay.
nonsense.
Yeah, Amiga went out for a while, but came back.
I came back. Then broke.
That is the secret. That's the secret to success. Be polite to people.
Yeah.
Listen to them. Don't argue. Don't fight.
Well,
And then-
Amiga Nuts had to go for a while because ran out of people to shill.
There you go. And then, well, of course, there's the guy who was walking in a field, feeling pretty dejected, and then comes upon a ladder going up into a cloud. And at the base of the ladder is a sign that says, climb the ladder to success. And I go, oh, what the hell? I guess I'll give it a try. So he climbs the ladder and he's going higher and higher, and he goes through the cloud, and then he comes out of the cloud on the other side, and there's this guy sitting on another cloud with a sign saying, "Hi, I'm Theth." That's really bad. I know.
Yeah, that was bad. So, listen.
Dankeschön and Von Rick.
If you're going to wind this up, Dinah, you've got to do the thing, because, what I'm really bad at is winding a stream up. I find it very difficult. So you've got to take a deep breath. You've got to take a deep breath and say, you know what? We've got to stop this now. You've got to put your foot down.
Or here we go. I'll get myself another strike. We gotta get out of this place. Anyway.
No,
Oh yeah, but okay. What I think I will do is do my usual stuff. And
I haven't sang a single song all day long.
I want to thank everybody who's here. I want to thank everybody who is not here. And really, I'm not being cheesy. I love this. As long as you guys keep coming, I'll keep doing it. And it amazes the shit out of me that you guys like this. But okay, there's no accounting for taste. And let's just keep going with it. And I thank every one of you and things and stuff. And what I'm going to say is, thank you, Purple, and thank you, Stool, for being here, for going this long.
My pleasure.
And at the end of the day, I guess it's a case of thanks a lot, troops. See you on the other side.
So if you do it at the end, you get.
Bye-bye.
Do I get in trouble if I do it right at the end? Just get ready to press the button, okay? For he rode a blazing saddle, he wore a shining star, he conquered fear. I'm not going to do any more.